Saints Central, your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Vincent, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Vincent, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Mike, the 49ers are getting calls about the number 33 pick, and it certainly seems as if they are very open to being willing to listen and potentially move back again. Among other teams that are calling around not just the 33, but for other picks at the top of round 2 include the Dolphins. The Saints have made calls, the Browns, and the Jaguars, who, of course, did not have a pick on night 1. That had product to the Travis Hunter deal a year ago. Could Jacksonville make a big move up? Keep an eye on those teams, among others. In terms of who they potentially could be trading up for, let's start with a couple of guys who were the last men in the green room last night. Caden McDonald, the Ohio State defensive tackle. Not a lot of defensive tackle movement in round 1. We did see a couple come off the board, but certainly Caden McDonald is somebody that is viewed within the league as a player likely to come off in the first, let's say, 5 to 10 picks of round 2. Colton Hood, the Tennessee cornerback, also in the green room last night. That was maybe the most surprising player that did not come off the board in round 1. Again, a position where there just weren't very many corners that came off the board. Hood is a potential target as high as number 33. His college teammate, Jermod McCoy, a top 10 talent who did not go in round 1 because of concerns about his knee. People within the league, executives I've spoken to, do anticipate we hear McCoy's name called at some point today, even with those medical concerns. He is a good enough player that somebody is going to be willing to have the risk tolerance meet the value as high as round 2 in this draft. Denzel Boston, Washington wide receiver, another potential move up target. And, of course, you've got the quarterbacks. That's always a target as we get through the rest of this rounds in this draft. Carson Beck, Mike, is the next quarterback for a lot of people. Would not be surprised, by the way, if the Steelers make a move up at some point today, maybe even up at the top.
All right, that's some of it right there. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream, please. Know that I appreciate you guys for being in the live, man. As always, is the San Francisco 49ers fire off day 2, rounds 2 and 3 by picking up Deshaun Striblin, the fantastic wide receiver out of the University of Mississippi. I've been, for the family members that have been knowing, I've been talking about Deshaun Striblin for a while. Didn't realize a lot of people thought that he would end up more than likely going to probably in the, people thought like at the 3rd round. He goes at the top of the 2nd round pick. So these picks are going to roll. We know Arizona's picks in. We know the Saints are going to be vastly coming up here as well. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the live. Do me a service. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. By all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. Big Q in here representing the mighty Who Dat Nation on this episode of The Coma, man. So much love, and much love again. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to FanDuel, the official sponsor of the show. We in this thing as well, representing. And like I said, Striblin's the first guy to go down. We still know that the Saints have several different needs that they have to kind of fixate on. As we know, we'll see what it takes with the Saints. We know Jordan Tyson was originally the first pick of the 2026 class, 8 overall. Yesterday they took Jordan Tyson to pair with Chris Olave. It actually makes them have a really nice looking offensive unit. And like I said, it's a piece that's still 2 more days worth of NFL action left for things to work out. So Chase Basantis is the next selection for the Arizona Cardinals. They got one of the better interior men. That's interesting. Chase Basantis, the offensive guard from Texas A&M, he goes to the Cardinals as the Bills are now on the clock. And Basantis, that's interesting because they still got quite the bevy of offensive line talent that's available. We even know Basantis would have hit, but there's still Emmanuel Pregnon. A lot of people thought he was better than Chase Basantis. He's still available if we need some guard help as well. So we'll see. We're going to get a really good player here at the pick, man. So shout out to you guys and appreciate you for being in the stream. Let me hit this draft board. I mean, this not draft board, but the poll for the family members who haven't yet voted. There is a poll question in the chat on this side of things for the family members. If you guys would be so kind to go in there and get your vote in, that'll be appreciated. The question is, which spots should the Saints draft in rounds 2 and 3 tonight? Defensive end, defensive line, cornerback, safety, and linebacker. Those are the 4 selections. According to the poll right now, 44% of the poller says defensive end should be the pick, while 42% says cornerback, safety should be the pick for the Saints. So we got kind of a battle. Now defensive end is kind of pulling away. It's 45% to 41%. Defensive line, meaning interior defensive line, is 11%, and linebacker is 4%. So if you hadn't got that, your call in there, please feel free to jump in there and get your vote in. All right. So anyway, with that being said, I want to start off the broadcast with that because we just known, that the New Orleans Saints, man, were a team that's obviously, looking to kind of fulfill some needs. We still got some needs left to go here. So let me hit the chatter for the fam. I appreciate y'all for being in this thing as well. Much love to the fam. Thank you, Mark. Mark, the one for the super chat, man. Safety Emmanuel McNeil Warren, cornerback Keontae Scott, or nickelback D'Angelo Pounds. Thank you, brother, for that super chat. Appreciate you.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
That's actually pretty good calls too, Mark. Thank you, man. That's pretty good calls. And we'll see how it all is. We know the Bills are up on that clock next. We'll see how it all goes. But, man, I could tell you, man, it's going to be an interesting night. So y'all guys lock in, man, tonight, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Mark, once again. Appreciate you. Those are good selections, by the way. Those are really good selections, to be honest with you, there. Now, I personally, and I know the family members want to see some defensive line help. There are a couple of guys that's going to be up there there's going to be a good player for the Saints to grab at, family, coming up, in their next pick, which is at pick 10, which if we scroll on here, you can see right here the Saints are the Bills. Let's see, Bills, Raiders, Giants, Texans, Browns, Chiefs, Bengals, and the Saints at 42. So pick 42, which is the 42nd overall pick in the draft. The Saints, you can see their needs: wide receiver, edge, cornerback. So if we following with the established thought processes on what the player should be, they're saying the edge. I know that a lot of the family members say it's either going to be defensive end or defensive back. Is what a lot of the family members thinking at pick 42. But like I said, we're going to see exactly how that rolls, fam. But we still got quite a couple of few people. We know T.J. Parker is off the board as well. T.J. Parker, the fantastic defensive end from Clemson, is off the board. The Buffalo Bills got him. So to open up the second round, Dejon Stribling from Mississippi. I'm surprised by that because I thought a lot of people didn't have Dejon that high. I thought, even though I've been mocking him and telling family members, this dude is got speed, he got size, he a ball. I mean, the guy can ball. I just didn't know people seen him that high. They got him over, some other wide receivers that I thought, wow, hey man, some of these other wide receivers can go ahead of him. Denzel Boston, Zachariah Branch, Malachi Fields, Ted Hurst. I thought some of them guys were Chris Bell. Deion Burks, a few guys like that. Those guys might go ahead of him. But Dejon Stribling is, stepping up and stepping out. He's going to the 49ers. We see that. Chase Basantis is to the Cardinals. They need some help there. So they pick up, what was it, Love. And then they had some interior help right here. T.J. Parker, the defensive end, he's headed out to Buffalo to help them out. And the Texans are currently on the clock. Texans drafted an offensive lineman last night. The other needs a defensive line, linebacker, cornerback, and edge, according to NFL Network. Then Giants, then Raiders, then Browns, then Chiefs, then Bengals, then Saints. So as you can see right here, the Texans is the pick is in. Giants are currently on the clock. But man, listen, like I said, there's a bunch of people that's still available right here. These are good players nonetheless. We'll see how it all twists and turns. But for the Saints, in terms of defensive players, there's Jamad McCoy sitting there. I don't think McCoy makes it to us. We'll see who what the rest of these teams are picking at, and see what the Giants are going to do. I know the Giants need some cornerback help as well. The Raiders, also the Browns need everything. The Chiefs could definitely use another cornerback. They're positioned there to take. They moved up to get our guy, Masur Delane. Could they then have the added benefit of Jermad McCoy falling to him? That would be crazy work. But Emmanuel McNeil Warren's another really good, solid defensive player out of Toledo. Avion Terrell, who is the brother of AJ Terrell for the Atlanta Falcons, their cornerback. He's a bit undersized, but a ball player. Caden McDaniel, if you need defensive tackle, I know defensive tackle is very high. I don't know where they have them ranked, but other defensive players are available. Cassius Howell is one of my favorite ones. He's one of these tweener type guys, linebacker size, but ultimate pass rusher. How far does he fall in the second round to the Saints? We're going to get a ball player. We're going to get a player at that 42nd pick. Zion Young. Wouldn't it be cool to have a Zion on the Pelicans, a Zion on the Saints? So Zion Young's there. There are quite a few players that we can look at there as well. So I don't think we'll get another wide receiver, but we'll see, man. Emmanuel Pregnon, I mean, he could be something for us, man. I mean, people have been saying, Q, we need to get somebody to challenge the salad. We need somebody for the salad, Q. We got to get the salad out of here. But Emmanuel Pregnon would definitely be that guy. So the Saints, if they're serious about this thing, we'll see. All right. Shout out to you guys. Thank you, Mark. Shout out to OG. Shout out to you, my brother. Good to see you. Tro Blewett's in this thing. Say, I like the first round pick. He's healthy. And the lack of offense is what really killed our season. I'm curious if Pregnon, hey, how about that, will fall to us since Rutledge got drafted in the first round. But cornerback is a big need. Man, listen, I just don't think that there are two solid cornerbacks that'll be available. Actually, three of them, if you think about it. And we depending on how high the Saints have Avion Terrell in their draft boards, but Jeremiah McCoy, I don't think he makes it past the Chiefs. There's still Colton Hood on the board, another really fantastic talent. We'll see where he goes as well. So there are quite a few people there. You seen what Mark mentioned, Keontae Scott from Miami. That's another player that we can see about it. But like I said, we'll see how it all falls, man, in terms of the Saints getting there. But man, it's going to be an interesting day too, man. We're going to see some really good players in the real formation of what we're trying to do rounds 2 and 3. And I opened the broadcast up showing you guys that the Saints were working the phone lines to see if they can they see if they can move up in the draft. So if the Saints working the phone lines, what they working it for? Who they like? Are they looking? I'm thinking Colton Hood might be the dude. The Saints working to get up ahead to get who's worth trading up to get that they think they're gonna have access to. Cassius Howell, not Colton Hood, Jeremiah McCoy, Cassius Howell, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Who does the Saints see that's worth them trading up in the second round to see if they can latch on to? I don't know. It's going to be fun watching this stuff. Y'all just kick back. Y'all hit that like button for me as well as we keep this going. Y'all got any thoughts? Throw them in the chat. Caden McDowell, the big defensive tackle from Ohio State, is off the board. He is drafted by the Houston Texans next. So TJ Parker, a couple of defensive linemen taking 3 and 4 spots in the second round, or rather the 35th and 36th spot. The Giants are on the clock. Actually, the pick is in for the Giants. The Raiders is on the clock, and Caden McDowell, a big, massive interior defensive lineman, the best DT that was currently available on the board. And the Texans said that they needed a little help getting them. Now the Raiders on the clock. Raiders had some interesting stuff going on as well. They got a quarterback there in Mendoza. They could still use another really good offensive piece to go along with their billing from that side of it. They can use some stuff on the offensive line, and they can use some help in the back end of that defense. So we'll see how the Raiders are trying to come up. The young Clint Kubiak takes over the Raiders coming up off that Seattle championship, man. So can he get it cooking in Raiderland where a lot of people, even Pete Carroll, couldn't get it going in Seattle land? So that's quite the thing, right? So we'll see what the Giants pick in. We still have about 4 picks until the Raiders are on the clock, 5 picks before we get to us. Raiders, Browns, Chiefs, Bengals, Giants. Saints still looking for help. We got the wide receiver, perhaps an edge rusher is coming up soon. All right, Young City 9, shout out to you, fam. Good to see you, brother Jerome. The Wicked Nurse, shout out to you, Adrian Bonds. Good to see you, Clint Farris is in the building. No Saints, shout out to you. Roll, big ups, brother. Good to see you as well in the chat. Tamika, what's happening, Tamika? Much love. Brother Byron's in this thing as well. Brother Gundam, shout out to you, my boy. Good to see you in here. Hoffa, what's up, Hoffa? Big ups to Hoffa as well. Good to see all the diehards. What's up, Sonia? Shout out to Sonia for being in the building. Thank y'all for giving y'all valuable time. I appreciate y'all, man. Hemisphere, shout out to you. Hennessy, what's up, my brother? Good to see Brother Hennessy as well. Uptown Stud in the building. Appreciate you, my friend. Brother Jack, how you doing, man? Jack Hunter is in the building as well. Much love. What's up, K-Mac? Shout out to you as well. Appreciate you for being in this thing. All right. GSB, much love. Brother KT, the Super Scout, is in the building. Good to see Brother KT in here looking at some stuff. KT says, Q, what are your thoughts about, Brandon from I like him. I like him, man. He physical, bro. He kind of puts his hands on, to unlash those hands at times. But I do like that cornerback, big physical cornerback. I do like him. He is one of the top 10, 15 guys that'll be taken in the second round, I believe. I think he will be definitely one of the cornerbacks that's available. I don't think there is they got a few cornerbacks that's still available on the draft boards. Currently, the best one is Jeremiah McCoy. He gonna come off that board no later than the Chiefs. Avion from Clemson, he's up there. Jeremiah McCoy's boy, Colton Hood, is on there. He's seeing, and then you see Brandon listed as the next cornerback. Keontae Scott, D'Angelo Pounds. Pounds is undersized, but hell of a vertical. A guy that just knows how to muck it up. And he plays with a constant chip on his shoulder. So there are a couple of guys there, man, that the Saints need to kind of look at if they kind of want to address that star position. Because remember, that's also something we have to look at, that star position. All right, the Giants, the pick is in. We won't know. Raiders are currently on the clock. All right, thank you. Shout out to you, brother KT. Student, shout out to Student J Rock. What's up, bro? He said Bud Clark will be a steal for the Saints tonight. Shout out to you, my brother. Deboo 33 says running back, big wide receiver, if not QB, Jalen Daniels. Who that? Thank you, Deboo. Shout out to you. YO, much love to you. Bronze, big up to you as well. Appreciate you and much love to you. Tech Saint, what's up, Tech Saint? Shout out to you, man. How you doing, bro? Good, man. It's good to see y'all, man. It's been a while, man. Y'all know I be busy doing all kind of stuff, but it's good to see y'all in the building, man. We here seeing what our black and gold can do for 2026, man. So I want shout out to you, Smoke. Big up to you, my brother. Good to see you in the building as well. Much love. Which players do you guys like? Throw it in the chat. Let me know. There are quite a few guys I do like. It's like going to the grocery store with an infinite amount of money. You know, you can do whatever you want. It's like, yo, what's up, Bev? Shout out to Beverly. Hey, you remember that old supermarket? What was it called? The game show. What was that game show when you go in the supermarket and they grab your basket, you just fill it full of groceries? That's what it is. That's what it feels like to be a Saints man, right? Or a player, a person, period, right now tonight. All right, KT says Q, Cassius Howell, Keith Abney, Gabe, Colton Hood, or we'll see, bro. We're gonna get one of them dudes. What's up, Benny? Shout out to Benny as well. Big Sean, what's up, bro? Says no, no Zion for the Saints. The name alone is crud and mud. All right, shout out. What's up, J Rock? Thank you for the super chat, my boy. He said Bud Clark will be a steal for the Saints. He can play the line of scrimmage and is a ball hawk that can cover anyone from running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. Thank you.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that super chat as well. And in terms of people, Colton Hood, that's crazy work because the Giants had an opportunity to get and this could be an injury situation because there is some injury concerns with Jamon McCoy. But to me, McCoy is the better cornerback. They took Colton Hood here. Wow. Tennessee took Colton Hood over Jamon McCoy. It got to be a concern about the injury history or something because that just don't make sense. The Raiders got the pick in, Browns on the clock, Saints got 4 picks to it. Thank you. Appreciate you, J-Rock, for that super chat, man. All right. What's up, Tasha? Shout out to Tasha and Sean. Much love to the super couple. Appreciate y'all. Brother Cedric, how you doing, sir? Brother Claude's in this thing as well. What's up, Slater? Shout out to you as well. Appreciate you for being in the stream. Always, Brother Rashawn's in the building. He says, it cannot take another wide receiver at 40. Someone, I don't know if we should take another wide receiver, bro. I mean, later on, day 3, after we done met some other needs, defensive end, cornerback, after that, because I know they crazy about the fantastic little wide receiver that we see from University of Georgia, Zachariah Branch. He has some stuff that popped up that might drop his stock. Some stuff popped up that didn't look too good, so it might slide his stock again a little bit, which might be able to kind of get us into day 3. We'll see what happens there because that guy is phenomenal, man. He's just a weapon of epic proportion, man. You put him in your offense, he could do everything. All right, what's up, fam? What's up, B-Lo? Shout out to you, my man. Appreciate you for being in alive as well. Much love. What's up, James? James says pregnant yet for the salad. That's right. We trying to get the salad. Y'all trying to get the salad out of here, man. Y'all trying to put one in the chat if you're trying to get the salad out of here, man. And Pregnine will be that guy that push him right on up out of there. Because one thing I know, that guy is a road grader from Oregon. All right, Rashawn says CJ Allen would be cool. Okay. Tim, what's up, Tim? Says Keontae Scott. What's up, Mike? Shout out to Mike Law. Who that to you, my brother? Appreciate you as well. All right, Pelicans. Nola said Hood is, to the Giants. I seen. I'm surprised by that. I thought that would be Jermon McCoy. But he will not get past them stinking Chiefs. Them Chiefs need another cornerback. They got one. I don't know if they go for another one. They might actually go for a wide receiver. The Browns might get him. The Browns can. The Bengals. I think the Bengals could use him. But if Jermon McCoy falls to the Saints, that's crazy work. Tre'Dan Stukes, the safety from Arizona, is the pick at 38 for the Raiders. So they go with Traydon Stukes. Then that's the Arizona safety. So the Chiefs are on the clock. I mean, and the Browns got their pick in. So the Browns rolling on down. We'll see what their selection is. So Traydon Stukes, I didn't see that either. I don't think Stukes. I didn't know Stukes was going to go that high. They kind of jumping all over the board. And this is when you kind of see the differentials in how teams scout and see these players, family. That's when you see the change up, because Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, in my opinion, probably would have been is the top safety that's still on the board, but they went with Stukes. Stukes is a good cornerback. I mean, a good safety, rather. I ain't mad at that. But AJ Halsey from LSU, he's still there. I don't think I like Stukes. I think those guys are better. But like I said, it's what it is. All right. What's up, Demi? Shout out to Demi. Much love to you. Thank you for your participation and that's right. Thank y'all. Thank you, Demi, for getting them to promote them to throw the thumbs up. Y'all hit that like button. And if you're not a sub up, man, we're looking to push to that 15,000 mark. What's up, brother DeWright? How you doing, sir? Good to see you, my boy. Hope everything is blessed with you, my friend, and everybody out there, man. Hope y'all doing tremendous. JT, what's up, brother? Good to see you in the chat as well. Much love. All right, good. All the Who Dats is in here, man. Yeah, they call them ones. All them damn words. Let's get the salad out of here. See, and y'all seen the interview that he did, that the salad did. The salad had the nerve to have an attitude. That dude had a nerve to I was like, man, this dude tripping. He got the nerve to have an attitude. He had the nerve to be like, man, people don't think I could do it. Bro, you got like 2 years left, bro. You got 2 years left on your contract, and now you saying this? Bro, I mean, are they studying tape, fam? Are they even studying the tape? I mean, is the guy obviously the man not looking at the tape? I don't know how he looking at tape. He looking at everybody, blame. Look what the center did. He totally whiffed on that block. Look at me, I do what I was supposed to do. No, brother. Nobody. What's up, Robert? Shout out to all of them. What's up, brother Ernst? Much love, fam. Good to see you in the chat as well. All right, yeah, all the ones, man. The ones is all said, man. Let's get the salad on up out of here. People not playing with you, man. They have identified the salad as the number one weakness of the line. If anything is a weakness on the line, it's the damn salad. You got two bookend guys that's going to be good for you for the next 10 years. You got a left guard and David Edwards, who's a solid, one of the solid most veterans that we have. You got Eric McCoy, when healthy, is a phenomenal player. And then you have the salad. The salad is he's a weak guy. He's one of these weaklings that's that's put in there. Hemisphere says, Q, I hate to sound mean, but the Saints have been known taking chances on injured players. Like yesterday's pick is a reflection of Mickey front office taking chances on injured players. Bro, you got a point about the history of the Saints taking injured players in the draft. I can think back to Marcus Davenport and others. When they took Davenport, drafted him hurt, and then 2 days later he had surgery on his hand. That was an ominous sign for how his career, if you won't call it that, turned out. I think he's one of the greatest bust for us in the last 10 years is Marcus Davenport taking that high, traded up to get there, and then passed up on guys. They literally passed up on Lamar Jackson. Let me remind y'all of that. Maybe I shouldn't. Well, I can now because we actually got a quarterback now. But y'all remember that. The Saints, and that was Sean Payton trading up to get to that spot. And we thought, oh, crap, they about to get Lamar Jackson. No, they went and got some unknown defensive end out of the University of Texas at San Antonio. Not even University of Texas, but the University of Texas at San Antonio, the damn Roadrunners. And let me tell you something, he did a road running job. He took that goddamn money and hit the road on you. Ain't no doubt about that. But yeah, I understand the nervousness and the apprehension of the Saints with this. Like, we felt the same thing with Brian Bresee when they drafted him. He had an injury history we was kind of feeling kind of, suspect about. There was also last year was Tyler Shuck. He had one of the most ugliest injury histories I've seen in a long time. The man was in college for 7 years, had one full season that he played, and they took him at that position. I was like, wow, they got to be kidding. Plus, he was an older guy, and it was a huge gamble. But they did what they did, and it worked out. Like I said, sometimes some of them work, and sometimes they don't. That's the That's the point of the gamble. But the reality is, if you as comfortable as Mickey Loomis, you can do this. That's why you can see the difference. Like some teams, they would not gamble with that because they know that they're on the clock in terms of the ownership looking at them a certain kind of way, right? These guys aren't the same. Mickey Loomis is sitting nice and comfortable in that general manager / VP chair. He can make some of these, gambles and absorb them and then not get in trouble like a regular person would, like say what Fontenot got in trouble with in Atlanta. You see? And some of these other GMs who get kiboshed to get their job taken from them if it don't work out. The difference is Mickey Loomis, long tendered, a general manager, VP personality, very secure in the Saints organization. They won't utter a word if Mickey flames out on some of these picks, whether it's Davenport, whether it's Isaiah Foskey, the slow man, and all these other type of guys that he flame out with, you'll simply forget them. And then to a point, we as the Who Dat Nation sometimes let them get away with it too, because if you hit, we give you double the credit or triple the credit if you hit, and we kind of wash away your vices. So you can have a phenomenal draft like you did last year, but it raises the floor where you should be able to not do exactly what you did, but close to it. Because if you did what you did last year, you did your research, you know what you're looking at, you're supposed to be in a position where you emulate that to a degree. Like, you know your team, you know what you need to do. In other words, you see what I'm saying? Plus, you have all that time to scout. You have all that time to talk to people. And you can, I don't know if you can get back to that because it's a certain gamble to it. But at the same time, you got to understand, if you're the New Orleans Saints, that they have to be able to at least have a plan in place. But a lot of that is because of Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis can absorb all of that, that upsetness from the administrators, because they're not even looking. They just want them. They just cashing out. So they're not even paying attention. But I think that's where it starts, right there. Online, goddamn it. Let me talk. Online, that's right. That's absolutely right. That's goddamn it. That's spot on. He's right. He's right as rainwater. That's damn right. I make a bad bet now. I just tell you, I just say you guys aren't qualified and get away with it. How about that? And that's right. It's a joke, but he done did it. I never heard a general manager tell a support base as loyal as the Saints, when they question his decisions, they simply he says to them that they're not qualified to do. So I've never heard that before. Never heard that before, and did not get chastised for that. Never heard that before until I heard Mickey do that a couple years ago. You see, but that's Mick. The answer is, how do we get away with that? Picking injured players, Mickey Loomis. Because there's questions. You got a health staff, and it works. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it don't. For Tyler Shuck, the first year it worked for us. We still got a lot of time. Not saying that we want anything to happen to the man, because I want Tyler to be perfectly healthy. All of our guys, from Jordan Tyson to all of these men, I want them to remain healthy and have a fantastic career with us. But we understand the risks and gambles. But a lot of times people be less likely to take those risks and gambles, like what we just seen in this draft a few picks ago with Colton Hood. I guarantee you, they know Jermichael McCoy is better than Colton Hood, his buddy at Tennessee. But those injuries, it's the injury history of them that made them take one over the other. Because if Jermichael McCoy was not hurt, he would be a Giant right now. Or not, he's not hurt, but if he didn't have that history, you see what I'm saying? That's the problem. So that's my answer on that. All right, anyways, we keep this thing going here, Rob. The last two picks, Denzel Boston went at 39 to the Browns as they continue to add weapons there. Very good wide receiver out of Washington. R. Thomas Mason, the defensive pass rusher for the Oklahoma Sooners, went to the Chiefs. So the Chiefs got a lockdown cornerback in Mansour Delane and now edge rusher in R. Mason Thomas. The Chiefs are serious about getting back into this thing. The Bengals, their pick is in. We'll see what it is. And the Saints are on the clock. Our black and gold is on the clock. So who's aboard right now? Let's talk about who's available for our black and gold right now. Jermod McCoy. Do the Saints pull the trigger, or rather press the button more accurately, and get Jermod McCoy? If they pass on McCoy, that lets you know there could be something wrong with McCoy, or in terms of them feeling him getting a certain place. There's also Zion Young. For my edge rusher guys out there who want to see an edge rusher, Zion Young, 6'6", 250 pounds. He's there from Missouri. You got Gabe Jacobs from Illinois is available. He's a really good one, Illinois pass rusher. He's on the board. There's Danny Dennis Sutton that's available. There's Derek Moore from Michigan. Both the Michigan defensive ends are available. I don't think the Saints reach at none of them. And then in terms of what we see from a defensive back standpoint, Jermod McCoy, if the pick is in, it's ain't still on the clock, but it could be a number of players, man. Hell, it could be Jermod McCoy. It could be Emmanuel McNeil Warren. It could be Avion Terrell. It could be Zion Young. It could be Brandon from South Carolina. It could be Anthony Hill Jr. I don't know. We'll see what the Saints says, but the pick is in. The pick is in, and the previous pick is the damn Bengals took Cassius Howell. That's the guy that I would like to have seen, the pass rusher. He went one pick before the Saints. Cassius Howell, the rotten Bengals snuck ahead, and they got him before we got him. Now the Saints is in the clock. It's probably Jermod McCoy. It's probably McCoy. We'll see what it is and see what the Saints see coming into this thing, but they got quite a few people up there. And we'll see what the pick is for the black and gold, man. All right. The Dolphins on the clock. The Saints pick is in. All right. There you go. All right. Let me get on down. I'm way up here with the comment section. Y'all check out that. Y'all do the poll already. I'm going to switch the poll and close it momentarily once the pick is in and get y'all thoughts on the Saints selecting the player. All right. It's Christian Miller. The Saints went defensive tackle. Family. The Saints went D tackle with the pick. So, hey, another pick's in. Christian Miller, big defensive tackle from the University of Georgia. What was the last defensive lineman that we got out of Georgia, fam, that we drafted? John Jenkins? Charles Grant? Wasn't Charles Grant from Georgia? But fam, like I told you, the Saints, they went defensive tackle. Damn, I thought these guys would have went with your boy, man, from I thought they would have went with the Texas Tech guy, Lee Hunter. Nonetheless, the Saints went with Christian Miller, your new second round pick, 42, 6'3", almost 6'4". He's 321 pounds, 33-inch arms. You can see his hand length, wing length. His prospect analysis, Miller is an even front nose tackle who can rattle pads, gain early advantages at the point of attack. He has good stack and shed against single blocks, but lacks the prototypical mass of a space eater. He will lose his anchor to double teams and strong angle blocks at times. He's average at matching lateral movement off the snap, but is generally aware of play design and hustles across gaps to squeeze run lanes. He'll continue to bulk up and should become a good starter who is more consistent than dominant along the interior line. I've been questioning and telling family members about the Saints. And I said, fam, listen, I've been warning people about the Saints interior defensive line position for the longest. That's like, fam, that Saints defensive interior line. I was telling fam, hey fam, listen, we have two defensive linemen that are on 1-year contracts. Divine Gacho looked horrible last year. Nate Shepard did well. Both of those guys on 1-year deals. After this is over with, Christian Boyd's in the last year of his deal. We signed John Ridgway to a 2-year deal. You have we have other defensive tackle who just signed. His name escapes me right now. I'm thinking of some other guy, but who y'all know what I'm talking about, who just got his option right here. So, but the reality of the situation is the Saints felt this is a need to address it damn near at the top of the second round with Christian Miller. Wow. Let me give y'all this game too. Let me share this one with y'all too. Christian Miller, Saints feeling good. 6'4", 321-pound Georgia, plays with power and strength as a run defender at the point of attack. Shows good balance and core strength, allowing him to stay square, control blocks. heavy hands, but is more effective working vertically and pushing the pocket than when attacking the angles. On film, he shows the footwork and skill to work off stunts and twists, though he has the tools to be disruptive. It could play more violently, specifically against double teams. His pro comp is Kenny Clark, which actually is pretty good. So, I mean, Kenny Clark is a solid defensive lineman and been one for a while. And look, they got the little draft profile here. Let me see if I can get it to play. But nah, it's not working. But anyway, the reality is how the situation is. Uh, the Saints used the second round pick on a D tackle. Wow, that's something else. How y'all feel about this pick? No edge rusher. The Saints just go with a defensive tackle. What y'all think about this pick? This was a surprise. I guess it wasn't a surprise, but I was warning people, that the Saints, uh, you know, from an interior defensive line standpoint, we got a lot of guys kind of shaky in there. And the Saints addressed it with the second round pick. I guess he had it as a high priority coming into the rest of coming into the season. But getting him there, man, like I said, Divine Gacho and Nate Shepard, 1-year deals. Christian Boyd's on the final year of his rookie deal. We know Vernon Brockton's going to play on that edge, that left end position. Brian Brissy will play the opposite end, and you have a chunky space eater like this guy is going to be Christian Miller. So this is going to be interesting. Let me see if I can pull up some film for Christian Miller's for him online and see what I can find from him, fam. But y'all, while y'all doing that, matter of fact, before I even do that, let me close out this other poll and let me give the family members an opportunity to chime in at the poll. In other words, later on tonight, I'll open the phone lines up. What's up, 985J in the building? What's up, brother? Dr. Gregory, how you doing, sir? Big ups to you. All right, hold on, fam. Let me put this poll question. Hold on, let me get this poll question up for the family members. Christian Miller. Hold on, let me get this poll question. I want to hear y'all guys what y'all think about it. All right, let me get this up for you guys. That the poll question is up, fam. Y'all let me know what y'all think about it, man. Hit that up. He let me know if it was a good pick or a dumb pick in your estimation. I mean, y'all let me know. Put it in the comment section. I mean, actually hit the poll with it. This is interesting. Saints pick up an interior defensive lineman with this selection, man. This is most certainly an interesting pickup or a call for the Saints to land a 320 plus pound, 6'4" defensive tackle out of University of Georgia. Wow. Then Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker, follows up at the next position behind Saints. So Jacob Rodriguez, another fantastic linebacker, very productive for Texas Tech, goes to Miami. That's a solid pick. Lions got the pick in. Ravens on the clock as well. So we got a few more picks after that. The Saints done with the second round unless they make a move or whatever. But the other rivals coming up, the Falcons get their first pick. The Buccaneers will be on the clock after the Ravens do. So, but Christian Miller, fam, what do y'all think about Christian Miller? The Saints throw a little curveball on the family members. Yes, indeed. The Saints throw a curveball and they pick up Christian Miller, man. All right, so we'll see. Welcome to the Saints, Mr. Christian Miller, man. I ain't mad at it, man. We can use a space eater, man. The Saints looking into the future, man. They looking into the future on this thing. They're looking into the future. They looking to the future on this damn thing. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can pull up some footage of Christian Miller, man, from University of Georgia. Yeah, but I've seen film footage of this man play before. Hold on, let me see. But Marcus, hold on. Let me show y'all the pick from NFL Network, and then I'm gonna show y'all. Hold on here. This is the footage right here. Marcus Colston announced the pick for those who didn't watch NFL Network. But this is Marcus Colston announcing
the 42nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Christian Miller, D tackle, Georgia.
Yeah, this is a big, powerful dude. We talked about the D tackles at the top. Now we've seen a couple of them, McDonald and now Miller, come off the board. This dude.
With the 42nd pick.
That boy standing up there like he about to start rapping. Look at this dude. Boy, you about to bust a rhyme or something? That boy standing up there like he about to start rapping or something. Y'all see that? Look at him. I'm about to bust a rap for y'all right quick. That boy about to start rhyming right quick. Man, listen, man. This kid can play, man. This is a strong player right here. Let me pull up his card for the family members here so we can get more acquainted with our new defensive tackle. I'm about to bust a rap for y'all. Man, hold on here. But like I said, man, it's interesting. Let me get some of the thoughts from you guys here on it. Jack says, can't lie, I like Scott too, but still a lot of good cornerbacks left, so it's going to fall to the third. All right. Tamika says, I'm not mad at this pick. Okay, cool. All right. John, what's up? What's up, brother John? John says a good choice. Okay. All right. Tamika says we need a cornerback 1. I think the Saints will probably address that. But it's really interesting to see with Christian Miller off the board. And you're starting to see the precipitous fall of Jermod McCoy. How far does McCoy fall? Because you're starting to see him slide down in this draft. And it's wow. When they took Colton Hood over him, that was a surprise. But Jermod McCoy is, the best cornerback there. We know that's some injury history or something going on there. So that probably is why he's, what's going on with him. But that boy about to bust a rap. All right, Hemisphere says, Q, pull up the depth chart and look at the defensive in-depth, very thin. You talking about for the black and gold? Yes, sir. I have that always pulled up. Here we go right here for the family members so they can see firsthand. Thank you, Hemisphere. William Broughton, they got Tim listed as the left defensive end with Nate Shepard there. Keziah Izzard is a practice squad defensive lineman. The nose tackles, Divine Gacho, Christian Boyd. The new guy you drafted, Christian Miller, he will slot right in here. Brian Berse's on the opposite end position. You can see, and we run in, and this is a 3-4, but the Saints operate, and this is according to what they're showing us here, because this is set up like it's a 3-4 situation where we know the Saints don't run a 3-4, but they use more of the of a modified front defense. Sometimes we see them with the 4. They pretty much operate a 4-2-5. 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, and the rest defensive backs. So that's the lineman that you're looking for. But, they could definitely use another pass rusher because you got Chris Rump there. Outside of it, the rest of these other guys are not real edge rushers. And, of course, you got Carl Granderson with the 4-2-5 front. You use Carl Granderson and Chase Young as guys there. Some of these other guys, you kick them inside. And you use them there. So we'll see what Brandon Staley's operating, what he's using. Do you have 2 of your best linebackers out there, which, currently Caden Ellis, Pete Werner, and 5 DBs, right? Which would more than likely be Kool-Aid McKinstry, Quincy Riley, whoever the third cornerback is going to be, Justin Reed, and Jonas Sanker. They got Julian Blackman moved up there, but it should be Jonas Sanker. Blackman should be his backup because it should be Jonas Sanker's job unless they talking about using Jonas as the nickel back. We don't know what the Saints thought process is on who plays the nickel position. There, I would think they would probably address that, in the next 2 rounds. We got the defensive tackle. Maybe the 3rd round pick will answer up some more opportunities. We'll see. But that's pretty much what it is right there. But the Saints operate as a 4-2-5, 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, and the rest defensive backs. So we'll see what that looks like going forward. And we still got to ferret it out and see what it all looks like. All right, Derek Moore, the Michigan defensive lineman, I just talked about him. He goes to the Detroit Lions. How fitting. He goes from the Michigan Wolverines right to the Detroit Lions as their new second round pick edge rusher. The Ravens have the pick in. The Buccaneers are on the clock. Remember, the Bucs did get Hurricane Bane from Miami. He stays. So if they clean, they might get Jermichael McCoy. And we saying, damn. If them people get Jermichael McCoy, they'll have Hurricane Bane and Jermichael McCoy. You can't make it up. And they just sitting there waiting for shit to fall to them. Yeah, still Bill say goodbye, Divine Gacho. Yes, indeed. Alex says, hopefully we can get Dennis. Yeah, Danny Dennis Sutton. Yeah, Alex, good call on that, bro. All right. English says, I like this pick better than okay. It's the exact opposite energy. The family members feeling good about it, getting the defensive tackle in the second round. Okay, yeah, y'all. Okay. I like that. B-Lo says trade up here to get back in. I hear you. Beefed up. He says beefed on Mickey, but do we go back in on the secondary here? I mean, that's a good question. Let's take a look at your draft picks, man. Let's kind of make an educated guess right here, because what you have remaining, you got the third pick, the third, 2 4s, 2 5s, and the 6. You can kind of package a couple of those picks and slide back up into the tail end of the second round and end up getting you a ball player, because they got quite a few of them that's still available there, whether it's Gerard McCoy, Avion Terrell, Brandon from South Carolina, Zion Young, if you're looking for another edge. There are quite a few people that's still available. Emmanuel Pragnon, Keontae Scott is another guy that's a bit. A.G. Halsey, if you need defensive back help. So, I mean, there are a couple of people that's still available that you can slide back there. D'Angelo Pounds is another dude that we don't want to disrespect. We got to label him as well. Let's see. All right. So, anyway, the pick is in with the Ravens. Buccaneers are on the clock. All right. So there you go right there. Shout out to you guys. Let me get the other one on here. There we go. So, yeah, you could possibly do that, see what they got going on. And it ain't like the Saints are not considering. They were talking about trading up in the draft before the second round started. So we'll just be keeping an idea. Michael says Cam Jordan's coming back. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Young City says, okay, I love it. All right. Brian says, great pick. Thank you, Brian. Shout out to you. All right. No Saint said, I think we need to stop the run. So great pick. Thank you, No Saint. Appreciate you, brother. And then Zion Young is off the board. He goes to the Baltimore Ravens. From Missouri to Baltimore, Zion Young is a Raven, and it's the crazy part about it, he's about the same size as Zion Williamson. Zion is like 6'5", 300 and something odd pounds. I don't think he's 380 like this guy is. Let me see. He's 6'5" and almost 6'6", 360 pounds. So he's not as heavy as our basketball Zion, I think Zion's like 270 or something right now. Buccaneers, the pick is in. Colts on the clock. We got Colts, Falcons, Vikings, Jets, Panthers, and Packers coming up in the next 5-6 picks. We'll be looking out, see if the Saints trade up for something else. Clint says, good pick. We have rather than corner. Bobby says, I like the pick though. Bilo says, I don't have to flash it, but I don't mind that pick at all. Steve says, I like it. Thank you, Steve. Shout out to you, man. All right, Tron, what's up? Tron says, not mad, and I'll trade up and go get McCoy. How about that? I just hope McCoy is not the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who got Hurricane Bane last night. They put together a hell of a team if that's the case. All right, what's up, Don? Don says, solid pick, true nose tackle. Thank you, Don. Smoke Dog says, but he's a Charger player. He produced well coach players. Okay, thank you for that. Kevin Nola says that is a need pick. No problem here. Indeed, bro. And a lot of people, we talking about the sexier positions, wasn't we? But I kept warning the fans, say, fam, that an interior defensive tackle position. And remember, Mickey's philosophy is what? What is it, Mickey? Oh, hold on now. I always draft a year ahead of a need. Oh, yeah, you got damn right. Yeah. So that's Mickey's philosophy. Always draft a year ahead of a need. Hey, he likes to try to sound deep with that one. Dr. Gregory says maybe Mickey's looking serious at the DN from the Giants. Could be. There was talks about that as well. They talk about their rumblings, rather, of whether or not he will be what he is, and we'll, let me show y'all that as well, because that was something that was also mentioned by one of the insiders Jordan Schultz, he had that up. He talked about this little situation here that the Saints were in communique. The Giants have engaged in trade conversations involving defensive end Kayvon Thibodeau, and the Saints are among the teams showing interest. If a deal happens, it could be as soon as tonight. Giants have been open to listening. Well, the Giants picking up personnel and players, so it could be interesting that Kayvon Thibodeau, former LSU Tiger, could be coming to town as they pass rush role. And he's a guy that can give you some pass rush help for the black and gold. So that just give y'all a little information on that as well. If that happens, we'll see what goes on there. All right, the 46th pick is Josiah Trotter, the linebacker from Missouri. He's now a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. So the Buccaneers going defense on first and second picks that they did. They have Bain and now Trotter, going to defensive line linebacker. I guess the next pick will be a secondary. They're trying to get that defense together. The Steelers, the pick is in for the Steelers. The Falcons are on the clock as well. Let's see the Falcons. Their top need is a wide receiver. So the Falcons looking to kind of add some help at wide receiver. And the top wide receiver that's available, it depends on who they're looking at. Now, do they get a big wide receiver to go along with some of their other wide receiver talent, or do they get a little small guy? Zachariah Branch from Georgia, they're very know about him and what he can do. He's undersized, but you can use him all over the field. He's listed as the top wide receiver. Chris Brazell, the former Tulane and Tennessee wide receiver, huge wide receiver, good 40 time, 6'5", 200 plus. Run, like I said, good 40 time. He's available. There are a couple other guys that's available. Jeremy Bernard is another guy. Let me see if I can find some other guys. Malachi Fields from Notre Dame is another guy. I don't know if Hurst goes this high. Chris Bell, who people started to see Chris Bell running on that treadmill at 15, 18 miles per hour, I think it was. Is trying to show that he's coming back off that injury. So we'll see what the Falcons do. Give us a good laugh, Falcons. Give us a good laugh. All right, Claude says, I forget the young man's name, but the rumor is the Saints have been in talks with. Yeah, I just mentioned that. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. The Hemisphere says Christian Miller is strong, technically sound, run stuff. Yes, indeed. Yeah, and that's what you need. A guy that just plugs it up, plugs up that middle for you. And remember, for a long time, we were dealing with tweener type defensive tackles. We were kind of hesitant to get like a bona fide nose tackle that can really just stink it up and clog the middle up. Not no more. Brandon Staley, we seen Kellen Moore get an offensive player that he wanted in Jordan Tyson for that offense. That was big yesterday. And now we get a nose tackle to clog up the interior to stop the run. That's big because we need to keep them people off our guys. The Pittsburgh Steelers take Jeremy Bernard. Just talked about him out of University of Alabama. He's headed to Steel Country with the Steelers. 6'1", almost over 6'1", 200 plus pounds. Versatile wideout with ascending production over the last 3 years. Good size, accelerates to top speed quickly. Smooth route runner, well disguised breaks, clean footwork, getting in and out. Can line up outside in the slot and is capable of running a full route tree across 3 levels. Impressive run after the catch ability. He's really good in space if you watch the tape on this guy. Second gear as a field stretcher is fairly ordinary. Don't see that. He got speed, fast speed on tape when I see him. Doesn't always play to his size when it's time to compete for a catch. Bernard projects as an above average wide receiver too. He's going to definitely help the Steelers, man, get more explosive with their game. The Falcons is on the clock, followed by the Vikings, Jets, Panthers, Packers, Colts, Eagles, Chargers, Jags. As of right now, the Saints are waiting for their 3rd round pick. And that's where we are right now. And like I said, their pick was Christian Miller out of University of Georgia. That's the pick for the Saints. So we'll see how all that plays for our black and gold. Let me give you the post-draft analysis on Mr. Miller as provided by ESPN. Their take, Mr. Miller, the take, defensive tackle was a clear need for the Saints, and Miller was the best remaining interior defender. He has fantastic anchor ability, which has been missing in New Orleans, and Miller could be the interior lineman the Saints could build around. Right now, it's Chase Young and Carl Granderson on the edge, with Brian Brissy and Nate Shepard in the middle. So addressing the defensive line was a massive need. Miller was the top defensive tackle available, and there's a big drop-off coming at the position. So New Orleans was smart to get him now. So what's interesting about the pick of Christian Miller was I thought that the Saints, liked a couple of other guys better than Christian Miller, like Lee Hunter. I knew they really liked Lee Hunter, and he was a hell of a defensive tackle from Texas Tech, about 6'4", 320 pounds. He was a guy that they looked at, maybe Darrell Jackson and Tyler, what's how I pronounce his name? Onyedem. Hope I'm saying Onyedem, or however you pronounce it, from Texas A&M. So there's a couple of Texas guys, Texas guys from Texas State of Texas. Saints were looking at, and for them to grab at him, man, that's interesting, man, to say the least. Saints working on getting it together, man. Getting it together, baby. All right. Anyway, let's keep it moving. The Falcons still on the clock. They haven't made this suggestion. They're always confused. All right. Yeah. And Tron said that boy a dog. Okay. Yeah, he's a Georgia Bulldog. And he a dog. Yeah, double dog. Young City says good pick. John says good pick. YO says, I don't know, but chat says yes. Yes, chat likes him. Let me look at the poll. There's the poll question up right now. Let me see what the poll says about him. Wow. Boy, y'all are real generous on this one, man. Wow. I said, what's the poll right now, man? Thoughts on second round pick, defensive tackle, Christian Miller. Good pick, dumb pick. 90%. And it's all over 130 people polled. 90% of the family members saying good pick, just 10% saying dumb pick. So this is an overwhelming blowout in terms of the family members showing Christian Miller major love. So hey, about that, let's get a clap for that. We can get a clap for that, can't we? I don't think they get mad at me for giving a clap for that. All right. Anyway, shout out to y'all. JT says, Q, why the front office uniform is always clean and the back is always dirty? Explain. The front of Ruiz is why is the front clean and the back always dirty? Because they pushing him on his ass. That's what it. But the front got to be dirty too a little bit. They got, handprints around the chest area because that's where they push him over, fold him like a cheap tent. So they got a little smudge up here around his side of things when they got to push him over. All right. Anyway, shout out to you, JT. Much love, man. The Sally wouldn't like you talking like that, brother. Let me just put it out there like that. The Sally wouldn't like that at all, just by the way. He wouldn't like you talking like that, my brother. All right. Anyway, Greg, what's up, bro? L Duff says Q. He did say he loves to sing. And did he? He did. Oh, man, that's funny, man. I know he was standing up there with a towel like he about to start busting the move. I'm like, boy, what you about to do? You about to get drafted or about to go and sing a hymn or two? What you doing? All right. Anyway, much love, fam. All right, big ups to y'all. All right, thank you, Michael, for that, man. He said he's a beast against the run. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. I was looking at film of him right now. And I can't really show the stuff because they'll tag you, man. These people just be tripping. They don't want you to see shit. I'm like, damn, I was showing my people something, man. They don't want you to see nothing. That be hitting you. Oh, nah, you can't throw that. Oh, my goodness. But guess what? You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, man. The Atlanta Falcons drafted AJ Terrell's brother, Avion. You got to be kidding. The Falcons drafted the brother. 5'11", 100. The brother, the dude can ball. But to take him, so you're going to have two brothers playing on the same team. So he's going to second round pick, so he's going to be a starter. So that's interesting that the Falcons would actually do that. Who's the Falcons head coach again? Listen, the Falcons got a lot of stuff that they can use. I don't know if cornerback was one of the needs. Like, you knew, yeah, we definitely could use a cornerback. Well, maybe he play in the slot. Avion's a good player. He's undersized. He's a ball player. But having him and his brother on the same team, how about the Falcons, man? Keeping brother love going. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, Phil Kynes. Not really impressed with that pick, but, whatever. All right. All right. Tron says, Q, let's get I got a couple more there, brother. I got a couple of rushes there. All right. Joshua says that's a good pick. He's going to be stout. Indeed. English says, is this a message for the sun, the possum, yeah, maybe. Jack says Vernon Brockton is a starter. Yeah, but it can't be these older guys, right? And that'll be interesting how the Saints defense looks, right? Going into it with the full, with 4-2-5 look, you're gonna have one of them. It's gonna be Brian Bresee. One of them gonna be Brian Bresee, interiorly speaking. The other one should be Vernon Brockton, Chase, Granderson. Up front, the 2 linebackers, 5 DBs. Now, this could throw things off, fam. Now this is a caveat I've been kind of telling people about outside of the Saints having an issue with the defensive tackle prior to the pick, leading up to the draft, is did the Saints already find their star position player? Did they already find him? And like I said, when I was showing people in weeks leading up into the draft, the unofficial depth chart showing people that shouldn't be in the slot, but they're there. Like, what do you guys know? Like at the nickel position, Jordan Howden, who usually plays safety, is there. So is it the fact, and I know some of the unofficial depth chart be wrong. I'm just throwing this out here. But did the Saints find a star already in his defense right now? And all they're going to do is just move around it. So we'll see what they do tonight, because the third pick should give us some indication. They can even go into the 4th round if they care to. We'll see. But the bottom line is this. Avion Terrell is drafted, but Jermod McCoy is still on the board. He is still on the board. McCoy is still on the board. So you've had cornerbacks that's not as good as him, in my opinion. Like Avion and his Hood. He left, and McCoy is still on the board. So hey, we'll see what's going on. Can that be what the Saints can he get outside to the 3rd round? I don't know. Lee Hunter. So the Carolina Panthers picked up. They got themselves defensive tackle Lee Hunter. So that was the guy I thought the Saints was going to draft. Carolina ended up getting Lee Hunter to kind of bolster that defense. Man, they've been talking a lot about getting better. But you had Bobby Brown that was both the Brown boys, Derek Brown, Bobby Brown III. They got Cam Jackson from last year, the big defensive tackle. And now you add this big stuffer in here to go along with other guys they picked up, Nick Scorton, and they have Devin Lloyd they signed as well to go along with a couple of these guys. Jalen Phillips, they spent a lot of money on their defense. Add more players. Is Carolina looking to see if they can make a step? Carolina wants to make a jump with Bryce Young. They're trying everything they can. They know Chupa Hubbard's there. Jonathan Brooks, the Texas running back, is ready to go. They got Travis A-Chain's brother, Trevor A-Chain, over there. I guess if he want to be called A-Chain, he probably still ETN. I guarantee you ask Trevor A-Chain what his name is, he's going to say Trevor ATN. And somebody need to ask him that. Hey, man, what's y'all name? Trevor ETN? Yeah, it's ATN, man. I don't know, my brother tripping. Boy, he must be on that sauce. But yeah, the Panthers yesterday, I think they picked up a offensive lineman yesterday, Monroe Freeling I think he's from Georgia. So they picked up another tackle. And I don't know if they're going to kick him inside or Icky inside. Well, I don't know if they kick him inside, but I know that Icky has some injury concerns. Maybe Freeland beats out Taylor Mutine for that right tackle position. I don't know. But they do end up getting a defensive tackle. So the Carolina Panthers aren't fumbling and stumbling. They actually are saying, hey, man, we serious. We putting together a team. And they did. That was a solid selection getting Lee Hunter out of Texas Tech. That whole Texas Tech defensive line will get drafted. On the clock, the Jets on the clock are talking about a team putting together a draft. The Jets and Aaron Glenn with the free agency they had, the money they spending, and the Jet. I mean, Coach Glenn is putting together a hell of a team with the Jets, to be honest with you. He knows he can't have another 3-win season. You gotta kind of see if he can get 7 or 8 wins or whatever, kind of double that total up to keep that job. Jets market. That man got Geno Smith there. He drafted Omar Cooper Jr. to go along with Garrett Wilson. That was a solid move, giving them some help. The man got Kenyon Sadiq to match up with Mason Taylor. I got to give him a round of applause for that, man. Come on. I don't even like the stinking Jets, but I like Coach Glenn. And Coach Glenn got him a veteran quarterback and Geno Smith for relatively nothing. He added Omar Cooper Jr., the fantastic wide receiver from Indiana, who was key to, that championship run they had. He got Kenyon Sadiq, the best tight end in the draft, the team with Mason Taylor, who had a phenomenal rookie campaign. He did that. He also hit, I think he got some help on defense with David Bailey. He got David Bailey, the best pass rusher in the draft with the second pick. So, man, the Jets cutting it up, man. They're cutting it up. And plus, I don't know what this pick is going to be, but it could be Jermichael McCoy. You never know based on how they operate, man. Man, I tell you, man, the Jets putting something together. I'm going to be watching the Jets and saying, okay, let me see what Coach Glenn putting some sheet. Boy, he put, I got to give him some respect. I had to clap for him, man. He got Double D up there too. He got Demario Davis. He brought him in there to kind of champion the defense. He traded for Minka Fitzpatrick in the secondary. Man, they putting together a squad. I just don't know if Coach Glenn can sync them all together. He made some changes in his coaching staff. He brought in infusion of talent. He even brought David Onyemata in there from the Saints. So I mean, yeah, that's going to be interesting, and they're still not done adding to it. So that's very interesting to see what Coach Glenn is doing. Much power. Shout out to Coach Glenn putting it together. All right. Anyway, big ups to the guys, fam. We're just looking at some of this stuff going on. KT says, Q, can we send the Giants? Hold on, KT. Hold on, KT. Cut it off.
What?
No, KT. No, bro. Jay, you can't say that about Chase Young. You said you got KT. You got to give that man props. You said that he wasn't never going to get over 7 sacks. The man got 10, and he missed a month of football. You got to give him his credit, bro. You said he never was going to get it. You can't say nothing bad about Chase, bro. Not this year. Maybe next year when the season starts, but you got to get a man props, man. He did what he was supposed to do. All right, yeah, Clint says Miller looks like a disruptor, run defender. Yeah, I'm looking at film right now on the side of it, looking at him just being a bully in the middle, man. D'Angelo Pounds is the call. Wow, the Jets got Pounds. That's another cornerback, man. Let me look up something right quick because I know exactly what it is. Keep on falling, Jamad. Keep falling, bro. Jamad McCoy falling in the draft. He's falling in the draft. Let's see what he got going on, man. Let's hear what the complaints are about Jamar McCoy. Lance Zerline says, and this was an old something right here, whatever. But Jamar McCoy is falling. All right, hold on here, because he was supposed to. A lot of people said, asked why he slipped out of round 1. So considered one of the top prospects in the draft. Top cornerback, number 6 overall prospect on the CBS draft board, Mike Renner's big board. And yet, after the first round, McCoy is still available, have fallen out of day 1 entirely and sliding the hell out of day 2, too. This is interesting, man, to see how and where this guy is going at. But the bottom line is what it is. And let's see this saying, large because of McCoy's injury Red flag, suffered torn ACL at the end of the 24 college football season, didn't play in 25, also did not participate in his scouting combine. Instead of working out and going through the drills before the draft. What's more, he could be headed for another knee surgery, according to NFL media. ACL itself is reported to be good shape, but the bone plug used to repair a cartilage defect may be replaced. There you go. There you go with Jermon McCoy. Okay, hold on. Let me play this for y'all here. And we'll get right back to the draft here. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this tuned up here and play this about what this guy is saying about McCoy. You know, what he's saying about Jermon McCoy. Hold on. Let me give y'all a little bit of this right quick, and then we'll bounce back to the rest of it. Y'all put one in the chat. Y'all can hit this.
But in that surgical knee,
You see,
thankfully, Jamad is 1 year out of his ACL surgery, and that's quite encouraging. And he also had an excellent pro day. But once again, routine imaging found some degenerative changes. What does degenerative mean? It's just a medical term for wear and tear. And what Division I athlete doesn't have that? But in that surgical knee, it does create a red flag for long-term durability. So now all his conditioning and rehab shift to load management, shock absorption for long-term durability. But also, teams want to see how he handles multiple days of high load on that knee. Because with high load, multiple days, high volume, a lot of swelling can occur. And with swelling, chance of instability and definitely the risk of re-injury goes up.
all right, that doctor,
the 39th overall pick, the Cleveland Browns.
that doctor kind of weird. He had some kind of weird mafia figure in the background. Don't go to that damn doctor. All right, anyway, let's go back to the draft. There you go, fam. I did a little research, and that will explain why he's still available. And I'm pretty sure somebody will take him way later in the draft, like when it's not a second or third round pick. We're probably looking in day 4. But the Jets got D'Angelo Pounds, undersized cornerback, but this dude here has a excellent vertical, very active player. He was a baller for the Indiana Hoosiers when they national championship run. And guess who? Coach Glenn gets a defensive back. You know, he's a former DB himself. And now he has a guy to plug in with them cornerbacks back there, man. So, you know, I mean, it's almost unfair how the Jets operate, man. They're getting so much talent, it's ridiculous. But and then Jake Golday, another one. Jake Golday, the Cincinnati linebacker, the Bearcat linebacker, joins the Vikings. And the Vikings, what didn't they just pick somebody? Well, that was yesterday. I'm gonna have to go look and see who they picked yesterday with the pick. But the Vikings get a active linebacker, 6'4", about 240 pounds, explosive linebacker, game best suited for work near the line of scrimmage, attacks, climbing blockers with heavy, aggressive hands. Also show the strength to stack, compress gaps, and finish with authority. While his performance at the point of attack stands out, he can be a little diagnosed play design and needs to work with more presentive downhill trigger at times. More powerful than elusive as a blitzer, and is average in coverage. That's what I've seen for Jake Golday. Has some limitations athletically, dropping into coverage, covering those athletic tight end, those big guys. But the guy's a solid, very solid and productive player for Cincinnati. And Golday is going to be with the Vikings. So they get a need right there. The Packers up next got a need of an edge rusher. Colts on the clock. Currently, the remaining picks for the second round: Packers, Colts, Eagles, Chargers, Jags, Bears, Niners, Texans, Bears again, Rams, Broncos, Patriots, and the Seahawks rounds number 2. So currently, nothing happening in terms of with the black and gold. They just patiently waiting until the third round. All right. Belo says Bobby Brown killed Whitney, so he gets no love. I don't know if Bobby Brown. I don't know what happened with that, man. I was hearing something else. Because a lot of people blaming Bobby Brown for getting Whitney on whatever she was on. But Bobby Brown had an interview said she did that to me. God, it was the reverse of what people thought because her image was pristine. So you fell for that. Or if it's true that allegedly. I just say it like that. Because he said that in several interviews, and he said that quite frequently recently, a couple of years ago, that it was actually the opposite. But people believe it was him because of his bad boy image. How he was running around doing all this foolishness. Like they would say that Bobby Brown would go and buy a car, and then I ain't gonna even get into all that, but he was, his bad boy image, he thrived on that, and Whitney was more pristine. But he actually said how the drug addiction happened was in reverse of what people thought it was. Belo says that's crazy how Terrell is good, but damn, you don't have to kill your spot with your little bro. I love mine, but good. Hell, I'm not drafting that boy. All right, yeah. Well, that's Kevin Stefanski running that team over there. So there you go. Jack says Carolina been getting better. NFC South is going to be strong pretty soon. Carolina, shout out to Carolina. The Panther Nation is stepping the hell up, man. And a lot of people, some of the Panther Nation that listen to the show is like, damn, man, Who Dat Nation is like, don't like us. I was like, no. We actually respect the Carolina Panthers. We do. We have a healthy history going against the Carolina Panthers. Some of our greatest went over there and excelled. That came from New Orleans and went over there and had great success. The great and legendary Sam Mills. They built a statue of Sam Mills in front of their stadium. That's the Dome Patrol captain. There was no Dome Patrol without Sam Mills. Jake Delhomme, who was with the Saints, went there and had a lot of success with the Carolina Panthers. Jake Delhomme. And there were others, but those two are the more legendary ones in terms of their contribution to Carolina Panther culture. So yeah, indeed. All right, yeah, but we have a healthy respect. What it do, Pippi? Shout out to Scoob. What it do? What's up, my boy? Good to see my brother Scoob in the building, man. Good to see you, bro. Hope everything's well. All right, Adrian Bond says, yes, he did. Building something special at the Jets. Yes, indeed. That's why I was like, man, been watching this Jets draft, and man, listen. And it wasn't just the draft, it was free agency. Like he had a plan. He ain't just like Geno Smith, a lot of people was talking about Geno Smith. Last year his numbers wasn't all that, but Geno Smith, even though he might be 35 years of age, but remember, there was a great deal of time that Geno Smith wasn't playing as a starter. He wasn't getting all that damage happening to him. Like he played his first 2 years when he stepped in the league for the Jets. Like he returned back to the team that drafted him. He was with the Jets for 4 years from 2013 to I think 2016. He played the first 2 years, and then if I'm not mistaken, the last 2 years of his 4-year tenure when he was first there, he didn't play at all. And then he went to the Giants for a little bit. Then he ended up going somewhere else out west, I guess. And then some kind of way he ended up with Seattle. But during that time, it was like a stretch of like 4 or 5 years where he was predominantly just a backup. And then somebody got hurt and he stepped in and it was over with. They say, oh, sure, Geno Smith could play. But it was a span of 4 or 5 years when Geno Smith was a backup. And he kind of resuscitated his career. So him at the age he is, he was not getting beat on and hit on like that. I think people be forgetting that Geno Smith is a good quarterback. Like he had a strain of like 4 years, the last 4 years or so of his career was like he had a couple of 4,000 seasons. He had a couple of 3,000 seasons. So he was really productive over the last 4 years. And Geno Smith can take a talented team and make them better. And I think that's what Coach Glenn is looking for with the Jets. Like Garrett Wilson, now he traded some people to get this going, and it's going to be work for him to kind of get his young guys on game, but we'll see how it all works. But that's got to give it to him, man. All right, the Packers got Brandon from South Carolina, the cornerback that KT liked. He's off the board, 5'11", almost 6 feet tall, 189. Explosive athleticism. Like I talked about him, I think he has good size, physical, gets a little handsy, but a solid cornerback for a second-round pickup for the Packers. So they adding in, getting some help there in the secondary role with him. The Eagles are on the clock. The Colts pick is in. Chargers, Jags, Bears, Niners, Texans, Bears, Rams, Broncos, Patriots, Seahawks, and then the end of round number 2 in the start of 3. So, like I said, tonight the Saints have 2 picks as it stands. Yesterday, Jordan Tyson, the phenomenal wide receiver, was the first pick. The second round pick tonight was Christian Miller, big defensive tackle out of the University of Georgia, 6'3", 320 plus pounds. Will plug in immediately at that tackle position. When you take a guy in the second round, this is a starter. This is a starter. This will be a starter. The Colts get C.J. Allen, fantastic linebacker from the University of Georgia, about 6'1", 230, sideline to sideline type player. Like, reminds me of a big safety, like a big safety. And that's like a lot of these linebackers kind of come out as they look like just big safeties. So the Colts get them a linebacker right there. The Eagles on the clock, followed by the Chargers. All right. No, the pick is in for the Eagles. The Chargers actually on the clock. But yeah, congratulations to Coach Glenn, man. What he been building up there. And that ain't easy because they haven't won anything in a while. They did that. They had all that much to do about getting Aaron Rodgers, and then he gets right. I think it was the first game. Everybody celebrating. I think it was the 1 play in or 2 plays in. He gets lost for the whole season. Y'all remember that? I was like, wow. They had to go back to Zach Wilson, who's currently on the Saints squad. That's crazy work how all this happened. But yeah, that big defensive tackle, Christian Miller, should plug in as a starter for the team, barring injury. All right. Anyway, let me hear from the fan. Who should we pick up next, fam? Who should be the next pick? Let me go ahead on and end out this poll right here because that poll has been eviscerated. The thoughts on the second round pick, Christian Miller, good pick, 89%, dumb pick, 11%. The good wins, 89% of the family members, they kicked the no people's backside. Let's just put in that poll, man. They eviscerated them. All right, so let me go and set up the next poll for the family members. Let me put this up for the fam. Let's see which position should we be going in the next round, fam. Let me get that up there. All right. All right. Polls up, fam. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Appreciate the voters on the poll. Got another one coming right on at you, fam. Let me know what y'all think. Who should be the next? I should be pick, but who should be next in the third round? I got cornerback, safety, defensive end, or linebacker. Please feel free to vote and do me a service by smashing upon the like button. If you had an opportunity to hit the like button, I swear you can smash it. It won't hit you back. You can also, if you're not subscribed, you can hit the subscribe button as well. And I guarantee you, just hit the subscribe button and I'll take care of the rest. I thought that was it. You know, they're selling you, you can't sleep, so you got the home shopping network on or whatever it is. Remember them old networks? You know, remember back in the day, they had the cable packages that they throw, and then they say, we got a package for you, and they give you a couple of channels you like and throw a bunch of them home shopping channels in it. You got like 20 home shopping channels on that, and then they'll tell you, hey, man, if you buy this right now, you get the Ginsu knives next, and you got a bunch of shit on that you know you don't need. But wait, there's more. If you get this right now, they got a little clock on the screen. You get this right now. Before this clock run out, you get another pair for free or half price. That's what they'll do. You get the next price for half price. Yeah, I can only tell you this. You know, you hit the like button or the subscribe button. I do the rest. It's free. We're throwing the subscribe button with it. You hit the like button, we'll throw the subscribe in it for free. It's a deal that can't miss, baby. Let me tell you something, the best deal in town. KT says Malik Muhammad should be the next pick. Thank you, KT. Shout out to you, my brother.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, let me take a look. Yeah, because we know Jermod McCoy is not coming off that board anytime soon, bro. He's after reading the report, and if he does come up off the board, it won't be until like day 3. You know, and you'll get a steal there, right? But Keontae Smith, we talked about him at the cornerback position. Malik Muhammad was another guy KT's talking about. He is, a player that a lot of people don't talk about, KT. That's how I know you study film, because there's a lot of other people that has flashier games that you'll hear people talk about. Like you heard a couple of family members mention Keontae Scott, or they talked about a few other people, even Will Lee III. That I studied tape on. I like how he played. Devin Moore out of Florida was another player. So there's a couple of people that you can look at. But Malik Muhammad out of Texas is a good call as well too, my brother. Appreciate that. All right. Boo Vadoon, what's up, bro? Says Harold Perkins. And that's another thing. Where do y'all think Harold Perkins goes here? Where does Harold Perkins go? You think the Saints will take a linebacker like Harold Perkins? Anthony Miller Jr. is looked at as being the top linebacker still available on the board. I think the most versatile linebacker you have on the board is Harold Perkins, but there's still other linebackers that some people will have ahead of him. Like I mentioned, Anthony Hill. What's the linebacker out of Alabama? I forgot the man's name, but Harold Perkins. To me, is another guy. Where does Harold Perkins go, family? Where does Perkins go? Y'all let me know in the chat. What round does Perkins go? Because if the Saints drafted Harold Perkins with the 3rd round pick, he can play that star position for you. Now he's listed as a linebacker, but he's really the guy's like a DB. He's like a DB linebacker hybrid. You get what I'm saying? That type of dude. That's what Harold Perkins is to me. Watching him at LSU, DB skill set, will come up and hit, can cover linebacker. He covered tight ends. He covered wide receivers. He's special, but it's like he's a bit undersized for the position, but people have, a confusion in their head of how will we fit a guy like Harold Perkins into our system? How would you use Harold Perkins? I think Staley would know how to use him perfectly. Clint says Pregnon or Keontae Scott in the 3rd. Yes. Would not be mad at it if the Saints took a offensive guard with the 3rd round pick. Emmanuel Pregnon is still available. I don't think he makes it out of the 2nd. There's still other guys there. Jeremiah Wright, Arnaz Cooper. What was the other guy the Saints looked at? They put on what was the dude? I can't think of the man's name, but he might be somebody further. Jeremiah Wright. Jeremiah Wright is another dude. I can't think about the other dudes, man. They got a couple of your boy from Texas A&M. Reed Adams. Amaj or something. Amaj Reed Adams is another dude. So they got a couple of people to my memory. Who that daddy says Q always had that hookup in the night. Okay. Shout out to you, brother. All right. Full Circle Saints podcast. What's up, brother? Said it's lots of cornerbacks left. Indeed, bro. I was looking at the a list of some of these DBs, man. There are quite a few still available that can go. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is a good DB. A lot of DBs out there, man. A lot of solid DBs still available. That's still out there, man. McNeil Warren is the top one. AJ Halsey, Jalam Kilgore. Saints scouted him and Zakee Whitley. So those are 2 guys the Saints looked at. We talked about Bud Clark from TCU. He's another guy. So, there are quite a few guys that's out there if you want to talk about it. Thanks. Shout out to you, my brother. All right, Brian. What's up, Brian? What's happening, Brian? Good to see you, my brother. Keontae Scott is the call. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much for picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Indeed, bro. Keontae, I don't know, man. We'll see where he ends, but man, we got a lot of picks between us now and then. Gabe Jacobs just came off the board. The Patriots picked him up. He was one of these defensive ends a lot of people wasn't really talking about, but he's off the board. Eli Stowers, who's the Vanderbilt tight end, goes to the Eagles. They get some tight end help right there. The what's his name? Mike Vrabel, the Vrabelist Patriots get Gabe from Illinois. Jags got the pick in. Bears on the clock. Bears have 2 picks in the next 4 selections. Still, we got Bears, Niners, Texas, Bears, Rams, Broncos, Chargers, and Seahawks close out the second round. Look like no trades as of right now, fam. No trades. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope everything is well with you, my friend. Brother Clint says 4th round for Harold Perkins. Indeed, bro. Tim says running back Mike Washington Jr. All right. Barbara says linebacker Torian York equals Sam Mill. Okay, that's a huge compliment there. Yeah, I've seen some tape. That's interesting. KT says Perkins in 4th round, also linebacker from Alabama, is Justin Jefferson. Q. Okay. It's from Alabama. It's Justin Jefferson. Is that's his name, KT? Okay. Is it Justin? No, it's something else. Is it Justin? No, it was another linebacker, KT. Hell, what I'm trying to think for. Let me go ahead and look it up. Hold on. I'll figure it out right here. Hold on. I'm gonna go and look it up myself and see if I can find it right now. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. All right. Okay, it's Dante Lawson. That's who it is, KT. Lawson. Dante Lawson. That's his name. 6'3", 230 pounds. Dante Lawson from Alabama, another dude there. Oh, yeah, Justin Jefferson is the other one. Yeah, I also like Barbara's pick too. Torian York is a good one too. All right. Shout out to you, brother. All right. Saints Full Circle Podcast. See, we need to go cornerback there as well. All right. Hold on just a second, fam. I'm sorry. Hold on here. Hold on here just a second. All right. Thank you, fam, for that. All right. Idris says, absolutely, Q. All right. Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you. Cajun says, McCoy from Tennessee's out for at least 8 months. He won't play this season. Thank you, Cajun. Appreciate you, man. I just seen a report I just played by a spooky doctor who did mention that did talk about him having that issue there as well. But eventually, he's going to get drafted. He's going to be at the bottom when somebody will take a flyer on him with a pick in the 5th or 6th round, stash him for a year, because he definitely is an interesting process. All right, Rose says Vikings trading Jonathan Grenier to the Eagles. Okay. James says, Q, have you seen Kyle Lewis out of Pittsburgh? He could play the star role. Kyle Lewis. Yeah, sound familiar, bro. Kyle Lewis. Yeah, remind me of that. Kyle Lewis out of Pittsburgh, the linebacker. Yeah. He's still on the board, matter of fact, I think. Yeah, safety. Yeah, he kind of one of them tweener guys, like a safety linebacker type. That seemed to be the craze. Like you see a lot of those type of guys, like big safeties that convert to the linebacker role, and some of them not big. It's like I said with the Harold Perkins, like they got DB skill sets, but they're listed as linebacker. Got linebacker mentality with the skill set of the safety. Them guys can do it. Like the ultimate example this year was Sonny Styles from Ohio State. Sonny Styles, one of those guys that was really that'll knock your block off. But he was one of these guys as well that seemed to be really interesting as well. So yeah, the league is definitely evolving. All right, KT says no one is talking about Lander, Barton, Shoalane, or Jack Kelly. Those are great options at 3rd and 4th. Thank you, KT. KT is the scout. All right, Brian says I wouldn't mind Mike Washington or Perk. Wouldn't be a poor man's Arvell Reese. Wouldn't be mad at the edge player. Thank you, Brian.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
It'll be interesting to see exactly where all of this goes. Do you family members think that the Saints will dip back in and see about going and getting another running back? That will be interesting all at the same time. All right. Shout out to the fan. Appreciate y'all, man. All right. Appreciate that, Mike. Shout out to Brother Brian. Yeah, the Mike Washington thing. I don't mean, do y'all think the Saints add another running back? I don't. Do you guys think they'll add another running back? What do you guys think? The Jaguars had Nate Borkircher, the tight end. They added him from Texas A&M. Bears, the pick is in. 49ers on the clock, fam. We got at least another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks before the end of the second round. Doesn't appear the Saints are doing anything fancy going on right now. Now, like I said, Jordan Schultz did report the fact the Saints did inquire about Kayvon Thibodeau. The Saints have, but ain't nothing shaking on that up to this point. We'll see exactly how that all works out going ahead. We'll see. All right. So, nonetheless, man, I just think it's fantastic, fam, to be honest with you. All right. All right. So, let me see here. Yeah, I'm looking to see him. I see him. That's the trade right there about Vikings trading Pro Bowl pass rusher Jonathan Gilliard to the Eagles in exchange for 2 third-round picks, this one and one in 2027. Okay. All right. They feel something. And they feeling good. And he's signing a 4-year, $100 million extension with the Eagles. So they trade for him. They give up some picks for him. And then 5 minutes ago, the Eagles, there's a report by Jordan Schultz saying that they're signing Greenard to a Greenard is his name, to a 4-year, $100 million extension with $50 million guaranteed. So they, but this guy, he's a Pro Bowl pass rusher. So the Eagles trying to do something here. But how that work with the Vikings? Well, you trading to the Eagles. How that? I thought those guys didn't like each other. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fan. Appreciate you. Like I said, ain't nothing much shaking on any front about the trade or anything dealing with the Saints. I've been keeping it up and making sure I get my notifications on that as well. All right. So anyway, all right, let's keep this thing moving the groove. And okay, the Bears still haven't announced day selection. Browns are on the clock. Browns have made some choices. They got a wide receiver and a few other things going on with the Browns. But you know how the Browns, they just stuck in a nasty Seward future. It's just, you talk about a poorly run organization. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate the super chat too, bro. Shout out to Kelvin Walsh from Phoenix, Arizona. Shout out to you, Kelvin. Big ups, bro. All right. James says, I think so. Mickey says, draft the year. Yeah, that's right. That's right, James. I always say that. That's my old saying there. Blaine clam chowder, and after that, I know. You always draft a need. That's the 2 favorite things I like to say. When you buy your clam chowder, don't buy it with seasoning in it. And the next thing is, I'll draft a year ahead of your need. That works. I know. Yeah, that's what Pibeke says. Jack says Mike Washington would be the best available in third round if he makes it, but needs still. I wouldn't hate it. Okay. Well, I mean, running back, you got a stack running back room, but you had a stack wide receiver room, right? So if you got a stack wide receiver room and a stack running back room, you draft the wide receiver with the first overall pick. Now you got 12 people in that position, even though nobody does what Jordan Tyson does, and the way that he does it. He adds to the room, so stuff could change quick if they find a better player. I think this Kellen Moore just like, man, I'm just going to find a good player and put him in a room. All right, we see the best center come off. Well, Logan Jones, I think Connor Lew could be, the kid from Alabama is mixed in there. Sergeant Slaughter, Jack Slaughter from Florida is another one. It's not a clear-cut guy, but who's the top center in the nation? I won't say it's Connor. Who has the trophy for being the best center? I'm thinking it's Connor Lew. It might be Logan Jones. I think it's Logan Jones. I forgot. But to me, despite the trophy, there is not a clear-cut best center in my estimation. Like it's a group of really good centers. And I want to say the best center to me that I like a lot on film, I like Logan Jones, I like Jack Slaughter, I like Connor Lew out of Auburn. So those are three guys that's kind of, I even like the kid out of Alabama whose names escape me right now. But Logan Jones is the first center taken over the board, off the board rather, by the Bears at 57 to kind of go and help their quarterback situation right there. So there you go. And then the Cleveland Browns make an interesting selection. They get the best safety listed on the board, Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo. He is headed to Cleveland. So Cleveland is another one of these teams that continue to accrue talent, but for whatever reason, they just can't seem to all put it together. That's the crazy part of the game. They have Shador Sanders listed as a starting quarterback. Deshaun Watson is listed as backup, but the team is starting to really put together some interesting pieces, right? You know, you're going to have to make a commitment to one of those guys. And I don't think Deshaun Watson is the long-term answer for Cleveland, right? He's been a disaster since he's been there. Shador Sanders' first season wasn't really all that. And we know that he's a rookie, had a lot of resistance, but he's slotted as that guy. We got new leadership in taking over the team that believes in him. Stefanski didn't. So you see him out, new regime in. They seem to be Shador friendly. So you have, but the weapons, they have some talented people. Quashad Judkins, who's coming back from injury. They drafted KC Concepcion to stretch the field, so that's a weapon there. Harold Fannin Jr. from last year was a phenomenal pickup for him, very talented. They're starting to fill out the offensive line as well. They did get Titus Howard. They drafted Spencer Fano yesterday. So they got a few pieces they got to continue to add. Myles Garrett eventually going to get pissed off and want to leave. You know, they got a phenomenal inside linebacker in Carson Swessinger. He's good. But they continue to add people to kind of help out in the secondary. So the Browns are kind of trying to get some offensive power. They added a few pieces, and now they add to the defense and Emmanuel McNeil Warren at the safety level. That's actually interesting. So I don't know where he'll slide at, either Grant Delpit or Ronnie Hickman at back there at the safety position. So we'll see. But it's interesting. The Browns get all these people, man, and don't know what to do with them. You know, at some point, you got to start winning and picking up some games, man. At some point, you got to find a way to win. All right. Anyway, Texans are the pick is in for the Texans. We'll see what they got going on. I think they just picked not too long ago. They might have switched out and went further down. That's what I think happened with the Texans. But yeah, they got the pick in. We don't know what it is yet. The Titans are on the clock here. Cam Ward could use some help on the offensive line. They do have some weapons that's still available in the offense for these people, if that's indeed the case. They still have Emmanuel Pragnon is available. Jennings Dunker is another dude there. We just seen his buddy go off the board not too long ago. So they got a few people that's there. And that's when he really started picking through the people as well. So we'll see which direction they'll decide to go in for the Titans to kind of help out the situation. Yeah, Mike Washington, I think, is listed as one of the best running backs still available. All right, KT says, Q and fam, go look up Nadam Tucker, edge rusher from Weston. I've heard of him. I don't remember me studying film on Nadam Tucker. I was, it's so many different people I was looking at, and sometimes guys get lost, in the shuffle, when we start talking about edge rushers, because you're looking at just everything. But let me see if I can pull him up and look at him right quick. Yeah, they got him buried way down there, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got him way past Patrick Payton and all these other guys. He way Jack Pyburn, our guys, way down there. Marvin Jones and Lucas. He's ahead of Max Llewellyn, according to these people on their board from Iowa. A couple of guys from Iowa getting drafted in this draft. Yeah, he's undersized, 6'2", 250, more like a tweener type. Athletic cut and has muscular build for his size. At the point of attack, he's not an overpowering force. Could develop a stronger punch. Flashes good use of hands. He's a bit inconsistent and will sometimes allow blockers into his chest. Tucker has some good tools, including a quick first step, but needs to further development from a technical standpoint, according to Scouts Inc. for KT's Nadam Tucker, senior, from birthplaces New York, New York. I'm trying to see what I can see what his statistics look like for this brother. Yeah, that's crazy work because he's literally a 1-year player. KT's guy. Look, this guy here, man, Nadam Tucker. This dude, 1 year. He spent 3 years at the University of Houston. Didn't bat a fly, but went to to Western Michigan for 1 year and had 14 and a half sacks and 65 tackles. He ain't bat a fly till he got to Western Michigan. Damn, that's the typical 1 year player right there. Yeah, he was a firefly in that 1 year, KT. He was a firefly in that 1 year, brother. He gonna go later on. All right, what's up, DJ? Shout out to DJ, man. State of the Pals. Ice Cold said, replace the salad. There you go. I started naming the salad. You got a chicken salad. It became but like I said, man, it's just strange, that whole little interview. That whole little interview, man, with Cesar Ruiz, fam. That whole interview with him sitting up there talking about he got to prove the Who Dat Nation or prove the doubters wrong. They don't think I can do it. I'm like, bro, you've been here for a while now. You've been here for a while. He's on his second salary. He's on his second contract. Ruiz been here since, isn't he on his second contract? He on his second. Isn't he on his second? I know he been here since 20. What was it? He drafted in 2020. Yeah, the salad's in here on his second contract. And I just don't understand why he's so. Yeah, he signed a 4-year, $44 million contract extension with the Saints in 2023 that keeps him under contract for 2027. The deal included $30 million in guarantees. With a $7.5 million signing bonus, the contract has a max value of $46 million and includes significant injury guarantees. That's crazy. Saints restructured his contract in February of 2024, converting the $8 million roster bonus into a signing bonus to create $6.4 million in cap savings. 2024 cap hit approximately $4.4 million. So yeah, this dude. So basically, they're gonna probably do something similar like this for Brian Bursey, because basically what they did was with him, they declined Cesar Ruiz's fifth option and then signed him to a long-term team-friendly extension. Now they did pick up for Brian Bursey the option to pay him what, $13 million, 13 million for Brian Bursey, picking up his option. But at some point, the Saints going to work out a long-term contract with Brian Bursey between now and then. But I'm thinking it's once they get Chris Olave's deal out of the way, then that kind of creates a lane for Brian Bursey's contract. And then, of course, the picks from tonight, you see with the defensive tackle that the Saints picked up, Christian Miller, works with Brian Bursey on the inside. That'll be your interior guys. Granderson, Chase, inside Bursey. In some kind of way, you'll see Vernon Brockton fit in this. Some kind of way, seeing him fit, he'll fit some kind of way in this because his skill set where you can kick him inside or have him out extremely aggressive. So yeah, the Cesar Ruiz situation kind of was really strange because he got 2 years remaining on that contract, and now all of a sudden you saying, man, they don't think I could do it, bro. You got 2 years left. What are you talking about? What did it? But I surmise, and I'll tell you the truth. I think that Cesar Ruiz wouldn't give a damn about what the family members and supporters are saying if it wasn't for Mickey Loomis saying that Cesar Ruiz, we expect better out of him. We expect, Cesar Ruiz, we expect better out of you. Yeah, you got guys calling you the salad, and just not respectable. Well, he didn't say that last part, but he did say, I expect more out of him. Why now, goddammit? So, hey, your boss said it, but they don't think I can do it. You wouldn't care if Mickey ain't say nothing, man, because you ain't been caring. You ain't been caring. We've been saying, people been saying this for a while, man. I know I've been saying it for a long time I'm like, man, this dude need to improve. At least the last 2 or 3 years in the Patreon, I've been like pinpoint, like he always flashes negatively on tape. He's getting beat. His hand placement is poor. His leverage is poor. He leans too much. I mean, I seen guys push Cesar Ruiz the hell down. I seen guys swim him with a simple move. I seen him get stuck on double blocks as opposed to climbing, sliding off, and going to the next level. We've seen that happen. So yes, not only the support base, but the writers are writing about him. Matter of fact, let me show you. Shit, I can say it and prove it up. It's like, oh, this just, the Who Dat Nation don't like Cesar Ruiz. They're going to slam, bam, all this kind of stuff. No. They have writers that wrote that Cesar Ruiz was the weak link. They got people calling Cesar. They say he's the weak link of the offensive line. Y'all heard it before. Y'all read these articles. Some of that stuff I'll be showing on the show. I done seen them. Let me see if I can pull some of these up. Here go one right here. Somebody posted from Facebook that showed that, yeah, Bob Rose. This Bob Rose's post. Yeah, brother Bob. Yeah. And let me see if I can pull Bob's stuff up here. Yeah, he talked about it. Here it is right here. Look at Bob Rose. Shout out to Bob Rose, man. Oh, hold on. I can't see it now. But here go the post right here. Well, you can see right here, he says, lineman Cesar Ruiz continue to be a major weak link for the Saints offense. He and there's a bunch of other articles too that show you what I've been saying about Cesar Ruiz is that, man, the dude's just not very good. He's decent when he needs to be, but he's not anything close to being dominant. And that's an issue that a lot of people pinpoint. But so I was like confused, like, why is this dude all of a sudden give a damn about what people are saying about him all of a sudden? It's because Mickey Lomas. It's because Mickey Lomas. Mickey Lomas said what he said about Cesar Ruiz. And there are other articles written in that and similarly to his, and that talk about his inconsistencies. It talks about him. Yeah, they got stuff. Well, it was this one that I'm looking at other articles right now, fam. Pardon me. I'm trying to show you all a few other ones. Here go one right here. Shout out to Saints Outlet from Instagram. Here go one right here, fam. That says, this was 9 weeks ago. The Saints Outlet says, trade or bench. It's no secret. Guard Cesar Ruiz has been struggling a lot these last couple of seasons. Well, while being our starting guard, I would test the waters and see what kind of compensation we can get for Ruiz. If nothing is good, I have no problem benching him and starting David Edwards, who I talked about earlier. Well, David Edwards going to start anyway. He don't start at Ruiz's position. He start at the left side. So Ruiz was a first round pick. So what good is trade value in y'all opinion? Then a family member said, move to center. That literally is position. He can't play that center position. The Saints know it. That's why they pulled him up off that position. If that was as simple, they would have been that under what's his face's name. Remember that the Saints didn't when the injuries hit Eric McCoy 2 years ago, when they knocked McCoy out, they didn't shift Cesar to guard. They used Lucas Patrick at guard and kept Cesar. I mean, they moved Patrick to center and kept Ruiz at guard. That showed you everything you need to know. That show you, could he adjust and be a center for you? I don't, because we seen him play center and he really wasn't all that at the center position. But really, the guard moving from center to guard for an offensive lineman, that's a lot of less responsibilities. As a center, there's a lot to keep up with. So he played center in college, so he's a smart guy. So I'm not challenging his intelligence. I'm challenging his work ethic because it don't look right. Whatever he doing is just not working. It's just not working. And that's just what it is, you know? So, I mean, I just wanted to show a few things like, man, Cesar there. I was confused by it. Like, man, what are you talking about, man? Prove to who? I got to show them. What are you talking about? You almost got traded last year. I know they were looking for, there were rumblings about trying to trade him, but there was nobody order to make a trade with somebody. Somebody got to be willing to take you. And there was his value in terms of getting a trade was not what it's supposed to be. And that's crazy because we traded Penning, but could not find a suitor for him. Roll that around in your head. But they very well might take his replacement in this draft, man. All right, KT says best corners available: Keontae Scott, Keith Abney, Julian Neal, Malik Muhammad, Takaro Davis, Willie Lee III. Yep. Davison Obogshin. I hope I'm saying I probably butchered the hell out of that. Devin Moore, I know him. Charles Demings. Yep, Demings too. He's on there. Chapman says it's a good center class as a whole. We need one in round number 5. We could use one. English says if you draft next year's need, we better be working on Cesar. I'm ready. Say people, Cesar Ruiz will be mad at you. You say, I'm right. I'm working right now. I'm ready to go right now. I'm ready to go right now. Ready to go where? Where you going? Where you going? What you gonna do? I'm ready to go right now. I'm ready to play right now. Okay, I hear you, brother. I hear you. Let me see what you look like when it hits. Let me see if you're telling the truth. Tragic said I wouldn't be mad at center or guard right now. Indeed, bro. We definitely can use a center. Like I said, I don't know what the plan is for the Saints because, well, they asked Kellen Moore about this just to let the family members remember this. Kellen Moore, they asked him about this in a interview weeks prior to the draft. And the reporters asked a question about the center position, like, the backup center position. Like, we losing Luke Fortner to the Carolina Panthers. That's another move that they got. They signed Luke Fortner to a 1-year prove-it deal, but it was it doubled hours, right, from last year. So they bring him out there. So what's the backup center plan? Kellen Moore basically said that, he'll see if they can address it on team. Talking about, prior to the draft, obviously we didn't sign one in free agency, the first layer or two of it. But could there be a plan like there is a plan for a potential star player in the defense that's currently on the team? Like I did mention the fact that unofficially have Jordan Howden listed as a nickelback at the position that Alontae Taylor is. Do you realize Kool-Aid McKinstry changed his number from number 4 to number 1, which was Alontae Taylor's number? Is there a plan there? I don't know. We don't know. That's still things that's unanswered. Who plays the nickel? Saints might address it with the 3rd round pick and close that door. We don't know. We just have to wait to see how the next several picks play out to get the answer. But at the same time, like I said, the center position is interesting because you don't have anybody there. Like Will Sherman is the agreed upon backup for Cesar Ruiz on the team currently. The only guy that I could see that could possibly be considered a backup center is Torrey Sally Simpkins III, because Will Sherman beat him out the right guard backup position. And Will Sherman actually did a pretty good job playing the right guard position while Cesar Ruiz was hurt. So he came in, did a pretty good job there. Torrey Sally Simpkins kind of lost his momentum. He was strong at first, but lost momentum to Will Sherman. And I'm thinking Torrey Sally Simpkins could be the guy that they're looking at to cross-train at the center position. If y'all remember, Torrey Sally Simpkins played some center for the Saints. So could Kellen Moore be thinking about that as well? But I still see maybe they draft somebody as well and perhaps cross-train them, but a backup center is important. I would dare say, fam, like we had that defensive tackle that added that nose tackle in the 2nd round. In the 3rd round, I would not be mad if the Saints drafted a center, because that center could potentially be the replacement for Eric McCoy in a couple of years when he leaves the team. We see he's under contract for the next couple of years, missed 20-something odd games over the last, 4-something odd years. A lot of games missed. At some point, just like I know, that this is when you want to start looking at McCoy's eventual replacement when McCoy gets the next couple years. I don't see the Saints re-signing Eric McCoy after 2 years. With all this injury history, I could see them easily drafting somebody in the 3rd round, maybe the 4th round, and then having them in as a center, learning the position while McCoy is still here. And then ultimately, that'll be idyllic for McCoy once once his 2 years is up. That center they drafted moves right into that position. You see what I'm saying? We'll see. We'll see what it is, because it's definitely a position of need, to be honest with you. It's a position of need like a dog. I should have put that on that. I ain't even put center on my poll, man. I'm tripping. And we need a center too, fam. Let me refresh my button here with the Texans and Titans to make sure my things is here. Yeah, we starting at the we're at the top of the 3rd, and I had to refresh my button, but hold on here, fam. Let me get the last couple of picks in rounds number 2 and see what they were. Hold on. It's saying they're not available. All right, here we go. The last couple of picks. We in the 2nd round now, family. Okay, so Anthony Hill Jr. Well, I started with Emmanuel. What was it? Emmanuel. Hold on, they moved on me. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on, let me get it straight. Emmanuel McNeil Warren ends up going to the Browns. The Texans get a tight end out of Michigan, Marlon Klein. The Titans pick up the best available linebacker, Anthony Hill Jr. That's a solid pickup. Another tight end comes off the board for the Rams. They get a quarterback in the 1st round. They get a tight end from Ohio State, Max Clare, in the 2nd round. And really, they committing to, to their veteran quarterback there. And I think it was the Sneed's pick to get that quarterback in there. But they kind of recommitting to Matthew Stafford. They're saying it's his team right off the bat. So Max Clare is the tight end they bring in, and the Rams just keep it moving. McVay is just awesome, so awesome as a coach. Davison Igbinsum. All right, chill out, KT. I know I butchered that, but he's the cornerback picked up by the Bills, and then Sergeant Slaughter, man, Jake Slaughter from Florida. I just talked about him. The Chargers said we'll make you the center, right there. So there you go. And the Seahawks, according to this, have not made their selection. But it's good pickups at the back of the draft. So we see 2 really good center prospects go right off the board. Logan Jones, Jake Slaughter is one of my favorites. You still got guys like Connor Lew that's available. And we'll see what happens in the 3rd round, man, as we keep this thing moving and grooving. All right. Anyway, shout out to y'all, man. Y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as well. As we push on, man, we getting close. KT says Torrey Simpkins has the experience. I know. I seen. Remember, he played center for the Saints. So, but are you comfortable with him being the center? Absolutely not. I know you're not comfortable with him being the heir apparent to McCoy. You probably will want to have you definitely want to have a more. I ain't gonna say the man ain't talented, but in the 3rd round, you usually pick up starters. So whoever the Saints, if they're still centers or guys available right now in the 3rd, that's going to be coming up on the 3rd round, where the Saints could actually pick up a center and bring him on to the team to be the guy. Because like I said, you want the Eric McCoy thing is a problem. Now I know we don't like Cesar Ruiz. Bud Clark is the pick. That is, fam. Bud Clark is the pick for the Seahawks. The Seahawks just sitting there at the back of the rounds, just picking up players. They got Jadarian Price from the Notre Dame team with the end of the 1st round pick. They pick up safety Bud Clark from TCU with the pick at the back of the draft, and they just sitting back there just making choices. So they picked that up. Now, like I said, there's still quite a few players. Emmanuel Pragnon is available there. We talked about Keontae Scott. Who else we got here? Malik Muhammad. There's Mike Washington Jr. That's a running back. But as far as the needs of the Saints, there's still cornerback help that we can reach to. You know, AJ Halsey, if we need a safety, that could still play from LSU. We ain't get our other guy. Maybe Halsey's on the board for the Saints. I don't know. You know, Malik Muhammad from Texas. He's another one of these guys that we could be looking at. The Saints still looking for a cornerback. KT mentioned Keith Abney. Do we dip our toe in the Arizona water twice? I don't know about that because Keith is a baller. He's a bit undersized though. Will Allen III from Texas A&M, big cornerback, 6'2", 6'3", 200 some odd pounds, physical cornerback. KT did mention Takaro Davis from Washington. He's another one. Let me see if I can put some of these guys up here too. Ephesians Prysock is another one. KT, big guy. He kind of, I ain't gonna say he's stiff, but he's a big physical cornerback that nobody really talks about him. He's one of these old school cornerbacks. He's like one of these old school guys, like Hezekiah Massis. You got old throwbacky players that's in this draft. He'd be like, what, Q? Yeah, they got players. Got old school biblical names. You got Ephesians Prysock from the University of Washington and Hezekiah Massis from University of California. Old school throwbacky people. Yeah, man. Ephesians, what's going on, bro? I'm chilling, bro. I'm about to get this Bible study on. English says good call on the center queue. We got one. Yeah, I know the Eric McCoy thing because we so fixated on the salad, but McCoy has not been there. He ain't been a real McCoy. He been a cheap knockoff of his former self because the reality is we have not been able to count on Eric McCoy. And for the Saints running attack to remain strong, we have to be able to count on Eric McCoy I say we need to find this replacement in this draft, or a guy that can learn up under Eric McCoy. I love Eric McCoy, but I think at this time, we need to consider the obvious. If you can't count on the player, at some point we need to see about moving. But anyway, Adam Schefter's reporting, fam. Let me see if I can get this to you right here. And then there's a breakdown from Baldy, kind of showing us a little breakdown on this. So hold on, let me give y'all this. Adam Schefter says Giants have no plans to trade Kayvon Thibodeau. So there you go. Adam Schefter just released that hour ago saying that they're not going to trade him. So that trade situation is off for the families worrying about it. And also here's a breakdown from Brian Baldinger on our new defensive tackle, Christian Miller. Y'all put one in the chat if y'all can hear this breakdown. Here we go.
Christian Miller from Georgia, the Saints' second-round pick, can really play anywhere on the defensive front. Here he is at the zero technique, the nose tackle right here. Just run and chase, all right? Gets off a block like you just watch him move. And here he comes. Like that's a nice chase, right? Woo! That's effort right there. That's what you want to see. Sideline to sideline from the inside out.
That's a 320-pound man doing
that. Can run. Like you watch the power right here. Just crushes the guard, backs him up right into the back. All right? You love that. Being able to push the pocket, collapse the pocket, those kind of things. Now, he's hard to cut off. Like you watch him right here, and here he comes. Like he's hard to cut off. They tried, but very athletic. Can lay out for tackles over and over again. I like to see him off the ground a little bit more than sometimes I do see him. But here he is. All right, recognition right here. Now, get after the quarterback. All right, get to the pocket. Now, he gets away right here, but he gets there and helps to get him down. Christian Miller is going to give you some push. He's going to give you a lot of plays at the line of scrimmage. He's going to protect the linebackers like Caden Ellis inside.
All right, that's Brian Baldinger. Shout out to Baldy giving us a scoop on our new player, man. And, yeah, a lot of the family members say, hey, Q, man, I like this selection, man. This was a good pickup by the Saints to get a defensive tackle. So we done with the second round, fam. Bud Clark was the final pick there. We now start the third round off, the final round off as the Cardinals pick is in. We see the Cardinals pick is in. Don't be surprised if the Cardinals look at a quarterback here. It'd be interesting to see because we haven't talked about the quarterbacks because it's the position is not all that good. But Garrett Nussmeier is at the top of the board. Does he leave here? Is it Nussmeier? We heard talking that the Miami quarterback, I think he's already gone, fam. Did somebody already draft? Where did he go? Where did the Miami quarterback go? Let me see if I can pull that up. I think he got past me. Where did the Miami quarterback go? Hold on here. Let me look it up. Where did he go? Let me see. Let me see. Y'all let me know where the hell did he go at? Yeah, hold on here. I know he ain't going to first. He had to sneak out of there in the second somewhere because I don't see him on the board. I don't remember them drafting that guy. There no quarterbacks was taken. Yeah, he's still out there then. I know they ain't sneaking get no quarterback in the second round. Yeah. Yeah, he's not on. So he'll be there in the third quarter. Third he'll be there. Yeah, Carson, there he is. I was looking for him because they just drafted him. I was thinking about the Cardinals just drafted Carson Beck. That's what I was looking. I was like, I know they ain't just drafted him. I was looking for his name on the board, and he off the board. I like because he just drafted him. So Carson Beck played a lot of football in college. He's the Arizona Cardinals quarterback in the third round. Smart call. You buy them. And of course, does it stop them from going after quarterback next year? Not at all. It's a third round quarterback. Carson Beck goes before Garrett Nussmeier did. Carson Beck won a lot of football. You know, he played really good for Miami last year. Prior to that, he was with Georgia, wasn't he? So he was doing a lot of positive stuff, period. Guy is a hell of a player. You know, seen a lot of the guy is a good player. Now he has some injury history concerns that you want to be concerned about, but the Cardinals have issues at the QB position, and you got Jacoby Brissett who wants more money, so that's a problem within itself. We'll see how that kind of works out for them, but I don't know. It'd be interesting. Yeah, Jacoby Brissett waited just long enough to give him some problems. He waited long enough because the top quarterbacks are Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. That's the two veterans. They added Jeremiah Love to go along with Tyler Algieri. They still have James Conner and Trey Benson. So they have four really solid running backs. Jeremiah Love is on another level. Marvin Harrison Jr. is still out there, you know, so they're trying to put something together. Trey McBride is a baller. Jeremiah Love, Marvin Harrison. They got a good three punch. Now you add Carson Beck in there to kind of play, depending on what Jacoby Brissett does if they pay him. They added some offensive line help. Isaac Samalo was added there. They got Elijah Wilkinson and all these other guys. They still got a few other people they can add in the draft to help out to go along with the defense. Guys like on the defensive sides, Josh Sweat and Xavier Collins and all these other guys. They got Buda Bakers, Denzel Burke, and a few other guys there. They got a few guys on defense. So this team looking to kind of improve. They won just 3 games last year. They got their new coach is the brother of Green Bay's coach. You know, so the Green Bay Packers coach, Mike LaFleur, his brother is out there coaching Arizona up. So we're going to see if that LaFleur magic can happen in the desert. But my goodness, them picking up some talent like Carson Beck to go along with Jeremiah Love, man, it's a lot of talent out there. So, you know, even if they double their win total, is a plus because they can add on to what they do. And we'll see what they do going into the future. But they got a good offensive system. And you'll see what Carson Beck is. The Broncos added a defensive tackle to the mix here today. They got end up getting the big defensive tackle from what was he from? That's the brother from whatchamacallit, isn't it? The big defensive tackle. What was his name? Hold on here. Let me make sure I got it right here. Okay. The Broncos got Tyler Oyedem. Is that the proper one? I think they got him. And then the Raiders get Kieran Crawford, 6'4", 250 pounds from Auburn. He is a edge rusher. So they get the Auburn edge rusher. The other guy, not named Falk, is being selected by the Raiders in the top of the third to help out with them on that side of things. All right, so there you go on that. Broncos picked up a defensive tackle. And then next on the board, we got Eagles, Bears, 49ers, Commanders, Bengals, and Saints coming up again. The Saints just standing pat like we thought they should, fam, and they just standing on business, not trading and doing too much up. They just letting the draft come to them, and currently right now. So that's what it is. Let me kind of refresh my board right here. That is Tyler Oyedem, is the defensive tackle from Texas A&M that they added. Sean Payton trying to get some help interiorly. Kieran Crawford, the edge rusher from Auburn, is going to the Raiders. The Eagles got their pick in. Bears on the clock. 5 picks until the Saints select with that 3rd round pick. All right. Big ups to the fam too, man. Thank y'all for being here. Y'all hit that like button as we keep this thing going. I'm going to revise that poll momentarily because I know we, in a few selections, we'll be we'll definitely be getting that selection, and I would love to know what it is. I so didn't have center on there, but I'm thinking it might be the center. Come think about it. I don't know. Boy, I tell you, man, it's interesting seeing how the Saints is kind of moving this thing in that direction, family, to be honest with you. Because there is some smart movements going on by our club, man. To be honest with you, getting a defensive tackle, it's just it's smart. That's smart. I can appreciate all that, man. I can appreciate all that. And as soon as I get a interview from Christian Miller, fam, I'm gonna post it for y'all and play it for y'all as soon as I get. I'm keeping my eyes on it right now and see if when I get something from him, we'll play it. All right, the Saints are the Eagles pick is in. The Bears is on the clock. The Niners, Commanders, Bengals, Saints. So we got a wide receiver. We got a defensive tackle. Now, do we address the edge? Do we get a cornerback, or do we go offensive line? That's the next 3 selections for the Saints. So we kind of marking them down one at a time, to see where do we go with our selection. So anyway, right now we're doing pretty good. All right. Anyway, shout out to you guys. Rashawn says, take Jeremiah McCoy available. Do not overthink it. I don't think they're going to take him with that 3rd pick. I think he will continue to fall in the draft. I think you wouldn't be comfortable until taking him like in the 3rd day. If he's not going to play this year, he's talented, but yet you probably want to wait on that. You remember they had a player that the Dallas Cowboys did that with. They had a linebacker. I forgot the man's name. He had some type of microfractured surgery. Y'all put his name in the chat. They waited to day 3, I think it was, to select this guy, and they held him out the first year. And then he actually had decent play for him. I'm not saying it's the same thing with Jeremiah McCoy, but ultimately, I think he's a day 3 guy. Not even a 4th rounder. Maybe you take one of your 5th round picks. Because you got a 3rd round pick this draft, and then you got 2 4s, 2 5s, and a 6. I would probably say you probably would take him on one of those day 3 picks, not too high. There you go, Jalen Smith. There you go. Thank you, fam. Appreciate you, Louis Animal. My dog, what's up, my dog? All right, Dr. Gregory, thank you, brother. Big ups. All right, Goonie says we taking Keontae Scott, the cornerback. I like that. Clint says Emmanuel Pregnon will be a steal at 73. It pushes the salad. It sets up a heir apparent to the salad. It puts, and him talking about he ready to fight. Well, that'll give him a reason to compete. Right now, Will Sherman ain't scaring nobody, man. We know Will Sherman is a backup. But man, let me tell you, you get that guy Pregnon there, and we got one of the selections is in right now. Markel Bell, 6'9", 350-pound offensive tackle from the University of Miami, is the picks the Philadelphia Eagles make. So there you go. And it's an interesting situation, to be honest with you. Markel Bell, this dude almost 6'10", a 6'10", 350-pound left tackle, is off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles. Bears on the clock. 49ers, Commanders, Bengals, Saints. Yeah, Eagles pick up Markel Bell, huge offensive tackle, huge. Guy need to be dunking basketball somewhere. He playing football. All right, yeah. I was looking at family member say, yeah, Q, he just went there. I was looking for him on the board. Like, what ass Carson Beck? First pick in the third round, Carson Beck. Not a bad pickup for Arizona. Arizona is another team that's actually trying to put together a solid draft. Like I said, the Jets to me, they've with all the picks they have, the Jets have been really just amazing how the Jets been picking up picks, man. The Jets been really just taking these picks and just handling the business. And Arizona tried to get trades, but I like the players. Arizona got Jeremiah Love with the first round pick yesterday. The second round pick today, they got Chase Basantis from Texas A&M, the big guard. They help improve that offensive line for Jeremiah Love. Then they get Carson Beck to be a third round quarterback, which does not stop them from taking another first round quarterback next year, getting that guy in the third. So very well done by them. Just to be honest with you, man, they did a pretty decent job. The Carolina Panthers had two picks. They got Monroe Freeland from Georgia and Lee Hunter from Texas Tech. They want to take two, so they got offensive tackle and then a defensive tackle to help. So they're working on a line, getting the line together. So we'll see how that works looking. But like the Cleveland Browns, another one of these teams always got a bunch of picks. Don't know what to do with them. They won 5 games last year. Spencer Fano they had 2 first round picks, 2 seconds, and a third coming up. But Spencer Fano, KC Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, those are all solid players. What do the Cleveland Browns do with those players? What do they do with them? They always have all these players. They can never seem to put nothing together. Them Cleveland people got to be just like, damn, man. Just stuck in perennial lose mode. And then, of course, you look at what the Chiefs missed out last year. They were 6-11, a lot of injuries. But they get Mansour Delane. They traded up to get Mansour Delane from LSU. They drafted with the 29th pick in the back of the first round, Peter Woods, arguably one of the better interior defensive linemen in the draft, and then got a pass rusher in R. Mason Thomas in the second. So the Chiefs are doing some good drafting as well, trying to put it together. It's interesting, man, to see some of these teams. Like I said, I really love what I seen from the Chiefs, how Aaron Glenn is drafted. I hope he put it all together, though. All right, anyway, to keep it going, we know the Eagles are still on the clock right here. Let's see what the pick is in. Let's see who they're going to roll with next. Man, I tell you, man, a lot of stuff happening in this draft. There's good speed on this draft. Yeah, the Bears took Sam Roche, the tight end from Stanford. So the Bears they got a tight end there. The Bears been making some moves too, fam. Bears get their a tight end to go with Caleb at the quarterback position. All right, they keep it rolling. The 49ers take Romello Height, the other Texas Tech defensive line. Like I said, the entire defensive line for the Texas Tech Red Raiders are going to be drafted. We seen your boy, what's his name, go high at number 2. You seen Romello Height, the other defensive end. He went to the Niners. We seen Big Lee. Didn't he get drafted in the second round? I think we got one more left. There's one more interior guy left. That's on the board for Texas Tech. Yeah, all they guys, man. All them damn dudes, all those Texas Tech defensive line, whole damn line gonna be drafted. I think there's one guy left from Texas Tech that hasn't been the other defensive tackle. Forgot his name because I know Lee went in the second. What's the other Texas Tech guy? He might have got. Oh yeah, Skylar Gill Howard. He's the other guy. He'll probably go later because he undersized 6'1", 280. But yeah, but he gonna eventually get drafted in day 3 too. Watch. The Washington Commanders are on the clock for us. We've seen what they're doing here. The 49ers. So it's Commanders, Eagles, and Saints. That's next up. Let me kind of Yeah, there you go. Had to kind of refresh my thing right there so y'all could see. See Romello Height, the other edge rusher for Texas Tech, Bailey's buddy. So he's going to the Niners to help out. Commanders is there. All right. Let's see. 2 picks away, fam. Who we getting? Talk to me, Who Dat Nation. Who are we getting? Who we getting? Y'all talk to me. Shout out to FanDuel, the official sponsor of the show. Much love to them for the prop bets. A lot of this going on. People making some money picking up on these players. Y'all hit the like button if y'all hadn't had an opportunity to hit the like button. Hit it. According to the poll, I'm about to finalize the poll, fam. 120 plus people voted at the poll. They believe that the next player that will be picked in this, coming up in a couple of selections, will be a cornerback. It's 67% of the people talked about that. 13% says it'll be defensive end. 11 says linebacker. 9% says a safety. 67% of the family members believe it will be a cornerback. So when we finalize that draft, that poll rather, I see y'all talking about get Harold Perkins, Keontae Scott or Harold Perkins. I got you. I'm not mad at either one of them, fam. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not mad at either one of them. I like Keontae Scott's game. And we'll see what it do, man. We'll see how it do and when it do. But yeah, there's some guys 2 picks away. The Saints gonna get somebody. How about an offensive lineman? Emmanuel Pragnon. Would y'all be mad about Emmanuel Pragnon? The offensive guard from Oregon. Would y'all be mad at him? There's a couple of places they can go, man. You know, I see Zachariah Branch sitting up there, and the Saints was in love with Zachariah Branch. Yeah, it could be a wild card pick if you're talking about getting the best player on the board. The Saints they were in love with Zachariah Branch, and he's sitting up there. Unless I ain't gonna throw a little badness in there. Unless them rotten Bengals or the Washington Whataburgers, unless they looking at them. And the Washington Whataburgers might be looking at them. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what it's 3 more picks. Washington, Cincy, Saints. And like I said, Saints got that pick, and then that's the end of the night. And we'll stay on the monitor to see if they indeed, decide to move up or do anything. We're going to be in the building, making sure we monitoring that whole little thing. A lot of stuff going on, man. Let's see who the Saints pick is. All right, Commander's still on that clock. Let's see what the Commander's going to do, man. Be interesting. All right, yeah, team cornerback. Yes, indeed. KB, what's up, fam? Says, yo, Q, just getting home from work. Got caught up on Miller from Georgia. Okay, 3 flames. See a dog. Go pull up the interview he just did. He going to be good for the city. Yeah, I'm looking at it, bro. I knew they got an interview somewhere. I see they got one where they said he gets the call. Yeah, he got the call. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can pull up there. I know they got one where they're showing that he got the call from them. That's the only one I see with him doing an actual interview, with him standing up like he about to start rapping. In 55-second one saying he got the call. I know he excited, man. I can see the breakdown right there, man. Yeah, I could tell him, man, excited, man. Good for him. Shout out to you, KB. Appreciate you, man. All right. Oh, there it is. Okay, I just seen it. I mean, literally 50 seconds ago. Hold on, let me see. I just seen it. Hold on here. Let me get it up for. I'm gonna play it, fam. I'm gonna play it. But hold on. Let me. Yeah. Oh, that's this is Nick. Shout out to Nick Underhill. I think Nick Underhill It got him on the phone. It's showing Nick Underhill. I want to make sure he get his credit for it. But yeah, I think Nick Underhill was the one that kind of did it. It's a 10-minute interview from Nick Underhill's side of stuff. But I'll play it, fam. Let me first see with the draft. We're getting close to it. Maybe I could play a little bit of it right quick of it, fam. Hold on. Let me give a little bit of that to you. And let me give my credit to Nick Underhill on here. Hold on. Here it is, fam. We're going to listen to a little bit of it from the brother, man. Christian, he happy too, boy. He happy. He happy, man. He a happy little guy. All right, here we go, fam. Let me get it up here. Here it is right. Here's a little bit of it right here. We'll listen to a little bit of it from Christian Miller. Here we go.
Yeah, you got to be. You don't got no choice. Let's go.
Y'all put one in the chat if you can hear it.
Yeah, well, I mean, how much have you talked to this team, thought about this team, and how do you like the fit?
Man, to be real with y'all, I talked to the Saints at the Combine. We had a great interview. They challenged me a lot. Very challenging. Stood on 10. I love that they challenged me. It kind of felt like Georgia being in that room. They run the same defense like Georgia, so it's a no-brainer. Day one, easy learn, easy cleanup, and yeah, we really talked the whole time. We barely talked. That's why I was just like, it was a happy surprise. I'm like, dang, I'm going to the Saints. Let's go.
Christian, during the draft process, you said that running through somebody's face was your favorite part of the pass rush. What else do you like when it comes to your style of play on the interior?
Man, I just like being a Swiss Army knife. I feel like anything my coach tell me to do, I can do it. From being dominant, in the inside at nose, from being dominant at the 3-tech position, dominant at 4-eye, dominant at 5. I can just do everything. And I think I just bring that versatility to the game and just my mindset. I think my mindset is just second to none. I think I got the best mindset in the class in terms of just like I want to run through somebody's face. I seek physicality. I want physicality, and that's just what I was taught. That's how I always been, and that's what I'm on. That's what I live by.
Christian, you've been down here for the Sugar Bowl. What's your thoughts on the city and the fan base down here?
Man, I love the city. I love them glazed beignets. I gotta stay away from them though. I gotta stay away from them. I'm gonna kind of just portion that out a little bit. But I love the city of New Orleans, man. It's a city of camaraderie. I think the whole city come together. I was just telling one of my homeboys a couple weeks ago. I said, man, next year I cannot miss Mardi Gras. And guess what? I'm gonna be down there, so it's perfect. I'm gonna be right there in the building. But it's just the culture down there. It's special. It's not like nobody else. What they building is special down there with the Saints, and I get to play against some dogs in that conference, and I get to play with Brian Brzee. So I'm excited.
What stands out to you about Brian?
Man, he a dog. I've been watching Brian since high school. Like, when I say since high school, throwing kids around in them highlight videos that was going viral every week, just like he a dog. His mindset, he's just relentless. And I think us two together, it's going to be a movie. I'll tell you. I ain't going to do too much talk about that, but it's going to be a movie. So,
Christian, what's your day been like here leading up to this? And where you at? Are you celebrating with it?
Say it again, sir.
What's your day been like leading up to this?
Man, my day been a blessing. I woke up this morning, had a good breakfast. I went to go work out. Went to the mall, had to get some more little tweak-ups for my fit. And came back now with the family. We having a good time. We turned up. I can't complain.
You said the Saints challenge you. How do they challenge you?
They just want to see where my mind was at. I think the Saints is they're big on mentality, and I think that's why I'm here. No thanks. I know that's why I'm here. Mentality. I think they want to see where my mentality was at. They want to see can I withstand hard conversations? Can I withstand hard topics? Can I take hard coaching in that meeting room? I think I stood on business, and I think that's just who I am as a person. I want to be coached hard. I want to learn. I seek learning. I think that's just what I bring to the table, and I think that's what they value. That they value me at.
Man, Christian Miller, man, welcome to the Saints, bro. Shout out to that young man. Christian Miller, welcome to the Saints, man. And Saints are on the clock. So, fam, shout out to you guys. Y'all hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, as well as we keep this thing moving. Day number 2, man. We in round number 3. The Commanders made their selections, man. Of course, we see, and the Saints picked up theirs. They got a tight end out of the unit. So they went back-to-back Georgia. The Saints drafted tight end Oscar Delp with the pick, 6'5", 245, tight end from the University of Georgia, back-to-back Georgia picks for the New Orleans Saints. They get Oscar Delp, the big, and the Saints were looking at Delp as a tight end that they were interested in. We knew at some point they would have to address the tight end position. I think there might have been a bigger need for us to kind of go after, but the Saints made a move and they picked up a tight end. His name is Oscar Delp, 6'5", 250, Delp has experience working from different alignments, including as an inline player. As a receiver, he's mainly a short to intermediate target, but flashes enough speed to threaten the team vertically or the seam vertically. Delp displays good hands and body control to adjust to passes outside his frame. He can be effective with the proper hand placement and a good base as a blocker. However, he needs to add more mass and strength to improve in that department. Overall, Delp doesn't excel in any one aspect, but could be a well-rounded depth player in the NFL. So the Saints go back-to-back Georgia picks, getting defensive tackle Christian Miller with the second-round pick and tight end Oscar Delp from the Georgia Bulldogs. So what do you guys think about that back-to-back Georgia selections? Saints grabbing a hold of another Georgia player. So the last three picks after the Romero pick that the Saints had, let me get it full screen for the family members. As you could tell, man, was Antonio Williams, the wide receiver from Clemson, Takaro Davis, the cornerback from Washington, and Oscar Delp. Let's open this one up and see what they say about Oscar Delp. Delp is a fluid athlete with a forward lean, short area quickness, pure speed to beat the linebackers on intermediate routes, soft hand, smooth catch, skills show up in the move. He does. I seen, and I'm gonna play some footage of Oscar Delp family for y'all to see, because Oscar Delp catches the ball with his hand. The guy is good, man. So he's a solid pickup and player for the black and gold, man, to be honest with you. But I don't know if I would have went on and said, you know what, I'm going to just decide to go with a tight end in the third round pick. I think backup center, maybe the star position, the cornerback position, there are players available. Saints go tight end. Best that Delp could be is possibly a third tight end, right? He could be, that's basically a third tight end for the Saints. Unless they're doing a lot of three tight end, what you call it, alignments and lineups. I'm interesting pick for the Saints to go after, to get a guy like this, man, Oscar Delp. I ain't mad at the pick because he's talented. But how do you guys feel about it? The Saints take a tight end with the third pick. Are you guys good with that? Let's see what the Who Dat Nation. Matter of fact, let me get the poll up so I can hear what you guys say. I want to hear what you guys got to say. All right, hold on here. Let me get my poll up right here to make sure you guys get y'all thoughts in here. All right. All right, let me hear from you guys. Thoughts on Saints tight end, taking the tight end in the third. Good pick, bad pick. Let me put it up right here. The poll's up for the family members. Almost 300 in the building. Y'all feel free to get y'all worded on that poll. It's the third poll on the night. Trying to figure this thing out and see what you guys think about this particular player here. Now, like I said, I just read his breakdown, his boil down about Oscar Delp. And like I said, I've mocked Oscar Delp before. He is definitely an interesting player for the Saints insofar as big tight end, very soft hands. He ain't the meanest block in the world, but I can see what the Saints trying to do, boy. They're trying to give Tyler every possible advantage that he can get, boy. I tell you what, man. They're trying to get him every possible advantage. But we are, like I said, the tight end room is deep. We have Juwan Johnson, obviously, he got 2 years. Noah Fant, they picked up a free agency. There's not a clear-cut person to take the reins after the 2 years is up. But, it's interesting that they go with Delp. Delp's a good player, but obviously the Saints kind of moving on that board philosophy. Here it is right here, fam. This is the NFL Network's breakdown of Oscar Delp, the Georgia tight end, 6'5", 245 plus pounds, 6.13 grade, good backup with the potential to develop into a starter. And it'd be 2 years before he gets there, and that'll be fine. You'll see him in lineups and rotations with the Saints. The player bio is as follows. Played in 13 games as a reserve for the national champions, caught 5 passes, 61 yards, averaged 12 yards per catch with a touchdown. That was in 22. Played in 23, played in all 14 games, had 10 starts, 24 catches, 200 plus yards, 12-yard catch average, 3 touchdowns, 24, played in 14 games, 10 starts, 21 catches, over 200 yards again, almost 12 yards per catch, 4 touchdowns. And then last year started all 14 games, 20 catches, 261, 13 yards per catch, 1 touchdown. His father, Chris, played lacrosse at Rutgers. Oscar thought he might play lacrosse too until becoming a major football recruit. His junior year of high school, brother Harry walked on to the Georgia football team as a tight end back in 2024. But he is projected in the 3rd and 4th round. So the Saints, he fell exactly where the projections indicated him. Here's the breakdown. Delp is a fluid athlete with forward lean, short area quickness, pure speed to beat linebackers on immediate routes, soft hands, smooth catch skills show up on the move. Though his short arms and inconsistent finish through contact limit his reliability, he has enough toughness and technique to help in the run game as he improves his strength. Delp projects as a day 3 prospect with 3 down potential and untapped upside as a pass catcher. His strengths are good forward lean, early acceleration into his routes, short area quickness with the ability to uncover on outs, stop routes and crossers, pure speed to beat linebackers matched on him in main coverage, catches with soft hands, adequate extension to meet the throw, uses choppy, settle steps and good hand strikes into base blocks, creates leverage with proper bend and lift technique. His weaknesses are short arms leads to challenges rescuing off-frame throws, inconsistent finishing catches through heavy contact, average elusiveness to add yards after the catch, needs to get stronger in his upper body for blocking duties, caught leaning too far forward when getting into blocks. So his pass catch potential is what really kind of helps him, even though the University of Georgia didn't really even use him like that. As you can see, he averaged like 20-something grabs a year when he really got to start. So he really wasn't a major part of the offense. So the Saints kind of looking at it and kind of saying, hey, man, we need to use our imagination with this guy, but he has the propensity to be something special for the Saints. So Oscar Delp is your 3rd round pick. Who Dat Nation, man. So we give him a round of applause. The poll is in the chat. Oscar Delp is a New Orleans Saint, man. He's picked up with pick number 9 in the 3rd round to go along with our other pick, Christian Miller. So there you go with that, fam. So this is interesting all at the same time, isn't it? Very interesting moves that the black and gold are now doing. So let me kind of go to our main screen and kind of give us a brief synopsis of what we looking like. All right, round number 1, fam. Jordan Tyson from Arizona State yesterday was the man, 6'2", 6'3", 203 pounds, wide receiver the Saints picked up in day number 1 to help out, to complement Chris Olave. Solid selection. Day 2, round 2, Christian Miller, the big defensive tackle from the University of Georgia, 6'3", 320 plus pounds, is the pick in the 2nd round. This really heard him saying on the breakdown we just played, with him playing next to the likes of Brian Bresee. He's excited about that. That is the future interior position players for the Saints. And then, of course, the tight end. Saints operating using 3 tight end packages coming up in 2026. Family, is that what's going on? Is that what the Saints are looking at? 3 tight end packages: Juwan Johnson, Noah Fant, and now Oscar Delp. Because with the 3rd round selection, he won't be at the back of that tight end room. He's going to be positioned right there at that 3rd tight end position. Oscar Delp, right? 6'5", 240 plus from the University of Georgia. Saints back-to-back Georgia picks. When the last time we seen something like that happen, right? All right, anyway, let me get to some of the family members there, and might as well, man, as we moving this thing along. Let me see if I can kind of get the scouting report as well. I know I read the other scouting report from Delp. Let me see if I can kind of get the one for Christian Miller to give to the Who Dat Nation as well. Hold on, let me see if I can get his report. I don't know if I can get his report here. What the hell I did with it? There it is. Hold on, I'm going to look for it. But anyway, let me keep it moving and grooving, man. Let me see how y'all feel about it. Let me go to the poll and see how y'all feel about it on the poll. All right. Okay. We got almost 100 people voting at the poll right now. 61% says good pick. 40% says bad pick. Okay. That's more of a closer poll right there. 60% says good and 40% says bad. They don't like the tight end pick in the third round. You know, who y'all want? I think the family members want a cornerback. All right, Kevin, shout out to Kevin, says a grade B on that. All right, yeah. Alex said, what the, I get y'all. I got a couple of people mad there. Yeah. What the hell? Huh? Yeah, they got a couple of them in there. Yeah, Alex don't like the pick. Yeah, Jack says Delp was high on my list, but not here. Yeah, perhaps we could have got him in the fourth, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, 1 through 3 grade B. Okay, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. All right. Miscellaneous mail says got Fant, Jawan, and Matava. We need a cornerback, defensive end, and a guard. Yeah, and then the people that the Saints left on the board to select. The people they left on the board to go after a tight end, and really there were other tight ends that were, that would have been comparable to Oscar Delp that could have been in a day 3 pick. There were a couple of those guys. But my goodness, to leave the kind of people on the board the Saints left on the board, my goodness. They could have got any one of these guys. I mean, Emmanuel Pragnon was sitting there. Keontae Scott was sitting there. AJ Halsey is sitting there. Malik Muhammad is sitting there. Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina is sitting there, right? Keith Abney from Arizona State is sitting there, right? We got a couple of people here. Zaki Whitley is another safety we could have used. There's a couple of people that could have really helped the Saints in depth positions that are currently just sitting there that we passed up to the tight end. Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State, he's sitting there. Who else we got that we could have used? Connor Lew from Auburn, the center, he's still sitting there. Will Lee III from Texas A&M, he's sitting there. Harold Perkins, you gonna take Delp over Harold Perkins? He's sitting there. So I mean, there's quite a few people, that we could have used. I like Delp, but I don't think Delp's that further. And listen, I understand the pick. I get it. I understand because they're trying to give more weapons they're trying to give a bunch of weapons to Tyler Shuck. Obviously, they're trying to run 3 tight end sets in the red zone to kind of make things. You got big guys like Jawan 6'4", 6'3", 6'4". You got the same with Noah Fant. He's 6'3", 6'4", and you have this other guy, Delp, who's 6'5". So you got Matavo 6'6". So you got big guys in the red zone here. But I don't see him, better than Joe Royer. I actually like Joe Royer. Delp and all them right kind of grouped them together, Joe Royer, Jack Andres, even Justin Jolly. It's a couple of guys that's still covered that's on the board that I probably would have, taken, or if I wanted to address the tight end position later on than what I obviously see from them. So, I mean, it is what it is. The pick is already in. We got to live with it. Oscar Delp is the pick, and I think that's pretty much what we got going on here, fam, going into it. So, and then right behind the pick, you can see some moves being made. You can see Malachi Fields, the Notre Dame wide receiver, was picked up by the Giants. So the Giants get some help, too, in the wide receiver core to go along with Malik Neighbors. So they get Malik Fields to go up there with Neighbors. He's the big, physical, tall wide receiver. The Dolphins get Caleb Douglas, the wide receiver out of Texas Tech. Another quarterback comes off the board. Drew Allar from Penn State joins the Pittsburgh Steelers with pick 76 in the third round. Christian McKellen, a big defensive tackle from Missouri, is heading to Green Bay. The Colts and then the Falcons are coming up next. So we have picks, and they're going to roll pretty fast to finish out the rest of the third round. So we got Falcons, Ravens, Jags, Vikings, Panthers, Bucks, Steelers, Chargers, Dolphins, Jags, Bears, Niners, Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, and then the Jaguars close out the third round. So we're hanging tight in there to see if the Saints will do, try to get back in the draft and do something else. But that's pretty much what it is and how it is, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So that's that poll right there. Okay, it's getting a little bit better. Now it's 63% and 37% on the poll. Y'all hit the like button, fam. We up in this thing. Y'all fill in the comment section. Let me know. Let me know y'all thoughts on what's going on here, man. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts on this thing, man. Going forward. Yeah, I don't know. We got a guy named Oscar on the team now. Yeah. Oscar Delp. Like I said, I watched footage of Oscar Delp, and I actually scouted Oscar Delp, but I think I always was a pick that was in day 3. It wasn't like something that we were looking at to kind of be the guy, to bring in here. But just look at it like this for my family members who just don't like the selection. Just look at it like this is a pick where the Saints are attempting to get more weapons for Tyler Shuck, right? That's what I think it is. They're trying to get more weapons for Tyler Shuck. That's what I really do think it is what's going on here for the black and gold. All right, anyway, let me give y'all an opportunity. And this is just from the draft. As Marcus Colston announced the draft, fam. So here's Colston giving us the pick. Let me go a little closer to it right here so y'all can see it. Marcus Colston giving us the pick for Oscar Delp. Put one in the chat if you can hear.
With the 73rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Oscar Delp, tight end, Georgia.
So there it is, man. They're just trying to give the Saints weapons. I mean, Tyler Shuck, you see a lot of hugging going on in the camp. You got a lot of hugging going on. They have every time they make a pick, we got this guy, hugs. But yeah, the bottom line is you take a look what the Saints are building offensively. They're trying to get, and as you can see, the Oscar Delp is a tight end, but he doesn't look like a traditional tight end. He's long, he's athletic. He has, even though he's like over the last 3 years, he averaged like 20 something catches per season over the last 3 years. But you can see the potentiality in how you use him. Like you can, inline type of guy, or you kind of spread him out. He's a matchup problem, soft hands. And of course, the Saints will work on developing his blocking ability, getting him stronger. But for the family members, it's like the priority is to give Tyler Shuck as many weapons as they can, right? You can see the graphic that they're showing. Travis Etienne, or A-Chain rather, Jr., he's RB1. Elvin's RB2. Chris Olave's wide receiver 1. Jordan Tyson's is wide receiver 2. Oscar Delp, it will be your third tight end with Juwan Johnson, Noah Fant, and him, which means the Saints are going to be using 3 tight end situations. And either way, you see how versatile our tight ends are. They have a lot of that. Even though they're tight ends, they have this kind of this big wide receiver thing going on, right? With them. Like they don't look quite like tight ends. These guys have good ball catching ability, So Oscar Delp is the future of the position. Him and Tyler Shuck will be working together. And it is more weapons to the Saints, not to mention they're just showing the skill set players. We ain't talking about the guys like Edwards, the offensive lineman they added, the extra running back they added, and Ty Chandler, who's also in the mix here to go along with the Saints have. So the Saints upgrading offensively speaking, just getting more weapons for the quarterback. And that's a positive, right? It's a positive. It's positive. Defensive wise, they're trying to stop the run and add some more stuff there. We still got a third day remaining to see if the Saints address the remaining needs of what they got going on moving forward. So that's what it is. AJ Hawsey, I just talked about them. The LSU safety is off the board. He is going to the Colts. The Falcons were on the clock. Their pick is in. The Ravens is now on the clock. So y'all let me know after seeing that little footage of Oscar Delp. Does it make you feel better? For those who were kind of upset about it, does it make you feel better knowing that Oscar Delp, what he looks like and what he could possibly bring to your offense? Y'all let me know in the chat how y'all feel about that. I know the poll right now is getting close. Well, actually, it's spreading out. They're looking at 63% of the family members are saying, hey, I'm good with this pick. 37% says, hell no. All right. Anyway, shout out to Brent, man. Thank you, Brent, for the super chat. Says good, both good picks. We needed a fresh tight end. Thank you, Brent.
Say thank you very much for picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Indeed, man. Bird Talk says I'm cool with it. I'm cool with that. Like I said, the Saints need it. Let me see if they address the unofficial depth chart, because it just makes more sense when you see some of the stuff they're doing. You add free agency and the draft together and see how it is improving upon your team. And they don't have them listed yet. But like I said, man, it's just one of the situations, and we're not done yet. We still have a bunch of selections. We got picks. We got 2 4th rounders, 2 5th rounders, and a 6th rounders, and 1 6th rounder. If we just stay patient and still, we can still get a defensive end and a cornerback, or a DB and a DN in the next 2 picks in the top of the 4th. We can still do that. We can still get us a center. A good center somewhere along in there. We can still get it. They still got quite a few people that's available. That's there. Zachariah Branch is the call for the Atlanta Falcons. They get Branch. That's a good pickup for the Falcons. They end up getting him. And of course, they were paying attention to Branch. And I think the Falcons, they took a wide receiver before, didn't they? Didn't they take a wide receiver? What's going on with these people? Didn't they take a wide receiver earlier with the other pick that they took? Let me see if I go look up at the Falcons picks. I want to make sure, because I thought the Falcons, hold on here, fam. Let me look at what the Falcons. Yeah, the Falcons, oh no, they took a cornerback. So they took Clemson cornerback, AJ Terrell's brother, Avion, and then take Zachariah Branch, the wide receiver from the University of Georgia. So, they're doing their due diligence. This is a close situation for the Falcons, and they just bringing it up. So Michael Penix, whenever he come back, they got Tua there, Bijan Robinson. Brian Robinson Jr. is also the guy they picked up. Drake London's the top wide receiver. They still have Pitts. He's in trade rooms, but he's still on the team. Jahan Dotson, they still have him. Now they add this wide receiver there. He more than likely will be, through into the top 3 mix as well. But, I've seen a report on James Pierce Jr. that he's going to avoid those charges if he goes into something like therapy or whatever it was called. And I was like, damn, where they do that at? All that stuff that boy did, he ain't going to do no time. All he has to do is go into some therapy or whatever it was called, but it was no jail time. I think the woman is not pressing charges anymore, whatever the case may be, but he going to make it out of that. I thought his career was over with, but he going to make it out of that. So they still have a few people on the defensive side: Jelani Walker, Devine Deblo, Christian Harris, James Pierce look like he'll make it out. AJ Terrell, you had his brother Avion with him, Jesse Bates, Xavier Watts, Billy Bowman. So the defense is still, a good unit. They just got to get healthy. So that's some of the stuff dealing with the Falcons on their pick. And then right after that, wide receiver from USC, Jacoby Lane, goes to the Baltimore Ravens to help them out. Lamar Jackson, give him another wide receiver in the 3rd round. Jags, Vikings, Panthers, and Bucks, both NFC South. Compadres come up into the 83rd and 84th pick. So Vikings, Panthers, Bucks, Steelers, Chargers, Dolphins, Jags, Bears, Niners, Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, and Jags close out the 3rd. Got still a lot of picks left to go. Is there anybody else the Saints want to climb back into and see if they can go about getting? I don't know. All right, MA, Angelo Jr. says Kellen really likes his Georgia Bulldogs back-to-back picks, bro. Yeah. Back-to-back picks, he really does. KT said we still need a corner and edge. All right. Yeah, indeed. Juwan Johnson days a number. 2 years remaining on a contract for Juwan Johnson and Noah Fant. They have that 2-year window situation going on, don't they? Jerome says, how many offensive players do we need? See, this is the type of question you won't truly appreciate until the game start, and then you have a 6'5" target in the red zone. Saints roll out 3 tight end packages. That's what I think this is supposed to be. All right, Jaguars take a pick. They get defensive tackle Albert Regis, 6'1", 300 pounds from Texas A&M. So a Texas A&M player ends up going to Jacksonville, who'll be playing out of Orlando this year as their new stadium get built up there. Michael says Fant only a 1-year deal. No taste of false man. Is he a 1-year deal? I thought Noah Fant was a 2-year arrangement, bro. You sure? I thought I remember them signing them to a 2-year deal. Could be wrong, but I want to say Fant's deal was 2 years. Oh. Ain't nothing to do but to look it up. No, it's a 2-year deal. It's actually 2. Noah Fant agreed to a 2-year contract with the Saints in March of 2026, valued at $8.75 million, with a $4.5 million guarantee. The veteran tight end joined the Saints to bolster the tight end room, along with Juwan Johnson, providing a reliable target for quarterback Tyler Shuck. Reference is for you Saints Wire, but it's a 2-year contract worth $8.75 million. So it does mirror Juwan Johnson has 2 years remaining on his contract as well. Let me make sure of that for the family members, just to make sure, because I often go over this stuff and I just want to make sure I give you the right information. All right. No, he signed a 3-year extension in 2025. Yeah, but let's see. He got 2 years. Yeah, he signed the extension last year, or was it this year? Yeah, he got 2 years remaining on his contract, according to Sport Track. So he signed the extension, 3-year, $30.7 million deal. In 2026, Johnson will earn a base of $1.2 million. They restructured it, but yeah, 2026, and 2027 is the contract, and then in 2028 he turns 32. The contract is voided, and then he's unrestricted free agent in the year of 2028. So he has 2 years remaining. So Noah Fant and Juwan Johnson have 2 years remaining on their current deals. Oscar Delp will be waiting on the wings. Waiting in the wings. All right, Clint says there were better players while Scott or yeah, I just mentioned that. Yeah, I just looked at the board. What's up, Collinator? What's up, man? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you in the chat, man. What's up? S Camp said it's a good value. Like it. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, man. For the commentary. Rashawn says this will make DC resigns for not looking out to make the defense better. We got a big nose tackle to stuff up the run. We still need another edge rusher. We could also use a defensive back, and there are quite a few still out there, for the family members to kind of look at. All right. So anyway, like I said, Albert Regis, the big defensive tackle, was picked up by the Jags. The Vikings are currently on the clock, right? And their pick is in. But yeah, the best available players, man, I'm going to pull up the list momentarily and show it to you. And we'll go down the positions that we feel like we might need here momentarily. But yeah, it's looking interesting. Bird Talk says, I think it's a late third and Saints don't pick again until damn near the 5th. No, I think the Saints pick, let me get their picks on the screen. It's the 32nd pick in the 4th round. That's when the Saints pick again. They pick again. The 32nd pick in the 4th round is when they pick. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull it up on the screen. I know these guys are picking. I'm just making sure we don't sneak in the back of that 3rd round to go after somebody. I don't know if there's a pick. That's an interesting pick right here, that Drew Allar going to the Steelers, man. That's an interesting pick right here. This guy was arguably last year, that guy was like supposed to be a first round pick, and he had a disaster season at Penn State last year, dropped his stock, made him a third. He still ended up being a third round quarterback in a bad QB class. But nonetheless, Garrett Nussmeier is still on the board. There's some interesting options here in terms of players that's still on the board. Dominique Orange, a defensive tackle from Iowa State, is gone to the Vikings. Panthers picks in, Buccaneers on the clock. So there's a couple of teams that could use a quarterback, I guess. Right? A backup quarterback, I guess. But Garrett Nussmeier, he might, we'll see. Some tell me that Harold Perkins is going to go off the board sometimes between now and the end of this round. We might see Harold Perkins selected, and he probably going to get picked up by the Cowboys. Watch. I hate to say that. I seen Caleb Downs' face, fam. Y'all watched that interview. Y'all seen Caleb Downs' face when he had to meet the Dallas Cowboy press. He did not look, even though you could see him putting on airs, he was happy he's drafted. Something tell me that young man wanted to be a New Orleans Saint. And if you're a New Orleans Saint a supporter, you can't stand the Dallas Cowboys. You can see it all in his face. When you can see it all in his both. I was sitting up there seeing it, man. I was like, oh, man. He was sitting up there just like, yeah, I'm just so excited. You can see in his face, because the man said he grew up a Saint supporter. And it was Saint supporter, you happy you drafted, but you're like, man, I was right there. They could have took me, man. I was, and then you go to the Cowboys and you're a Saints person. Please. Oh, man. I seen it. I was like, oh, man. Oh, man. But it is what it is, fam. It is what it is. Right? Anyway, we seeing what the Panthers pick is, what they're going to be. The Panthers be doing a pretty good job selection-wise here, man. But like I said, fam, it's one of those situations, man, where you just look at it, it's like, damn. But credit to the Cowboys. Cowboys had some good picks. Malachi Lawrence, Caleb Downs, they're addressing that defense. And they've been doing some pretty positive stuff. They're trying to, build up their team. And those are solid pickups, to be honest with you, man. I give them credit for that. All right. So anyway, let's take a look at who's remaining here. The pick is in. The Panthers pick up another wide receiver. They get Chris Brazil. So Chris Brazil goes to the Carolina Panthers, man. So the Panthers building up. I told you the Panthers are having a beautiful free agency. They're serious, man. They was fumbling and stumbling for a little while, but the Panthers are serious, man. The Panthers are serious. Panthers picked up on Chris Brazil, the former Tulane and Tennessee wide receiver. So they got them an offensive lineman in Monroe Freeland. They got to help out on the line at the tackle position. They got Lee Hunter to help stop the run on defense. And then they get Chris Brazil, the second, 6'4", 6'5" wide receiver, 200 plus pounds from University of Tennessee. So you got Ted McMillan, who's got good size, and now Chris Brazil, who will be, that guy, great speed on him, 50-50 ball catcher. You can see all SEC honors last season after posting 62 catches, over 1,000 yards, 9 touchdowns, has deceptive good acceleration off the line of scrimmage, using long strides to eat up defensive backs' cushion. He's not as efficient getting out of the breaks on routes as expected someone with his length, but he has flexibility to drop his body and break down at the top of his routes. Brazil's balance and body control to contort and make a catch outside of his body showed up on tape. He's not exceptionally physical for a taller receiver, but he has hard stop on deep balls last season. So Christian Watson is his player comp. But yeah, this is these are good selections for Carolina. Trying to give Bryce Young some more tall wide receivers, because being he's so short, you want to make sure you get a player that can actually, get up and catch the ball for him. And good selections, man. The Buccaneers pick also is in. They haven't said what it is yet, but their pick is in as well. But man, it's Buccaneers doing a good job too, fam. I mean, we got some really good drafting going on by the Buccaneers and the Carolina Panthers. Even Atlanta to a degree, those two picks I'm not mad at. Getting AJ's brother Avion there as a slot guy, and then addressing and getting a wide receiver like Zach well, I forgot the man name already. Zacharias Branch. Getting Zach Branch in there as a everything. This skill set player, you can use him all kind of ways. Not bad, man. Not bad at all, Atlanta. Atlanta trying to keep up with the rest of the gang, I guess. All right. Big ups to y'all, man. King Logic says, I like the pick. Jawan Johnson was okay, but not consistent enough. And Noah Fant in FA was good, but he's not a long-term answer. Heard Delp was a good blocker and quick. Thank you, King Logic. Shout out to you, brother. All right. Jack says Delp was a 4th or 5th round talent. I like him, but not the best available or a need. Thank you, bro. Hemisphere says tight end is one of the biggest needs on offense. I'm not mad at the pick. I just don't think what they are thinking about edge rusher Cam Jordan is up in the air. 504 Coach says, I believe that the draft tells us Cam Jordan will return. That's interesting. You think so? That'll be fun. He says, Q, what about the kid from UCLA? What we doing with him? The kid from UCLA. What we doing with him? The kid from UCLA? Hold on. I got to think about who you're talking about. You talking about the only person that's from UCLA is Christian Boyd. You talking about Christian Boyd? If I'm not mistaken, I think Christian Boyd is the only player from UCLA, isn't he? Isn't he? No, Christian Boyd's from Northern Iowa. Who's from UCLA? Who we talking about here? Who we talking about here? Y'all help me out. Let me throw a lifeline, man. Give me a lifeline. What kid from UCLA we talking about? What we gonna do with him? Y'all throw me a lifeline here. I'm trying to figure out who it is. All right. Y'all throw me a lifeline. Y'all I got a lifeline, man. Y'all know we hit that button. Back in I forgot the name of the game show. I'm gonna hit the light. I need a lifeline. Y'all gonna have to help me out. Which player we talk about from UCLA? Y'all let me know in the chat, man. All right. Anyway, just the programming update, fam. That we'll be going. We'll have Kellen Moore press conference, the post draft press conference from Kellen Moore. That'll be coming up at the end of the stream. And we'll be hearing what his thoughts on it as day 2 is concerned. If we get an interview from Oscar Delp, we will also play that interview as well. We'll get the post game breakdown from you guys from them and see what they think as well. So y'all let me know how y'all feel about this here thing as we keep it moving and grooving, baby. Much love. All right. Ted Hurst. We go wide receiver back to back, big wide receivers, fam. The Carolina Panthers take Chris Brazell, the second from Tennessee, with the 83rd pick. The 84th pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers go with Ted Hurst from Georgia State. That's the 6'3", 6'4" wide receiver that we were looking at. He's very productive. Now he'll be playing for our NFC South competition. Yeah, so you got some interesting moves here. And listen, Tampa Bay is not doing much at all. They just sitting back, letting good players fall to them. Now they got Ruben Bain with the 15th pick. Ruben Bain was mad too. You can see he got a chip on his shoulder for sliding all the way to 15. I seen the interview with him. He was pissed. The second round pick, I thought they could do better than Trotter, but they got Josiah Trotter from Missouri with the second round pick. And then they get a wide receiver, a big wide receiver, 6'4", 206, Ted Hurst from Georgia State to go into that offense with what's his face, Baker Mayfield. So Tampa Bay is trying to kind of change things around. They had a literal they imploded big time last year. But they're trying to build Baker Mayfield. They have decent, really good running game. Bucky Irvin. They brought in Kenneth Gainwell from the Steelers with Sean Tucker, strong running game. Chris Godwin is healthy. You know, you got a Mecca who's really the stepping out being a stud. Jalen McMillan is stepping up as well. So you add another wide receiver in Hurst that brings side. They re-signed Cade Otten, the tight end. Their offensive line is together. Tristan Wilf's still one of the solid ones. Luke Gadecki. They still have Graham Barton, Ben Bretterson. They got a few other people they feel good about the offensive line. Defensive side of it, Kalaja Cansey, Vita Vey. They added Hurricane Bane to the situation. Alex Anzalone was brought in there. They still have Yaya Diaby, who was having some promising stuff going on. They added El Kadim Muhammad, who, you know, bringing him over there on a 1-year deal as well. Then a secondary, Anton Winfield is healthy, you know, so they got a few pieces they got to add there. Benjamin Morrison, you know, it's going to be good for them. So they're trying to kind of keep things together and kind of improve. And there was some changes from the offensive staff. I mean, the coaching staff that happened, you know, with them. And they call in the coach Tidy Bowls or whatever. Coach Toilet Bowls. That's what they was calling the boy. Y'all Tampa Bay people wrong for that one. That I can't get that one out of my head. They called their own damn coach, Coach Tidy Bowl or something. What? What are you talking about? That was some funny shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Coach, what they call him, Coach Tidy Bowls, because he ain't nothing. Hey man, I like Coach Bowles, man. Yeah, y'all wrong for that one, Tampa Bay folks. How y'all bash your own coach like that? All right, Browns, Dolphins. Next up, Jaguars, Bears, Niners, Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, and Jags close out the third round. We're seeing what the Saints is going to do. Are they going to jump back in there anytime soon? You know, we'll keep an eye on that thing. All right. Oh, he's saying Matavo. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, fam. I forgot all about Matavo. My bad, man. Damn. A lot be going on up here. Yeah, thank you, fam. Yeah, Maliki Matavo. Yeah, that's right. But you remember, Matavo was a 7-round selection, though, family. Go back and remember that from last year. He was a guy that is considered a long range, I guess, whatever you want to say. But it's different than you take a guy in the third round. He will be the third guy behind those two veterans. And then Matavo is there, but you still have guys like Mitchell Payton, who is still in the rotation. But the Saints have a bunch of practice squad tight ends, Trayton Welch and others. The kid that got hurt that we pulled over from the Vikings, from the 49ers, he's still there. So they have a long tight end room. It's a lot of talent everywhere, man. Matter of fact, I list all the tight ends the Saints currently have. Oscar Delp, Noah Fant, Juwan Johnson, Maliki Matavo, Zaire, Mitchell Payton, Trayton Welch. And those are all of them. I thought they had another one, the guy from he must still be on the injury list. Yeah, it is. Let me see if it mentions some of the practice squad guys. But he might be off the team. His contract might be up. Matter of fact, that's probably why he ain't on here. The guy we picked up from the 49ers, I think his contract is over with. So, very interesting. Yeah, but it's a deep tight end room. Yeah, but Matabo is a guy that's kind of seen as a project. He came on later on in the year when injuries started kind of mounting up, and he had an opportunity. But with them adding Oscar Delp, and then you have Zaire Mitchell Payton, Trayton Welch is still here. It kind of makes things difficult. I don't know exactly where Matavo falls at. I would think he would probably been like 5th amongst the tight ends now, or 4th or 5th, depending on how you see him versus Zaire Mitchell Payton, who the Saints brung in. They actually want to take a look at him for Florida Atlantic. He's been in the league for 2 years now. You know, so we'll see. He's still, if anything, a huge target like Matavo, man. I like Matavo. I think the potential is there. I mean, he's the biggest tight end you have. I mean, all these guys average 6'4", 6'5". I mean, he's 6'6", 6'7". huge target, and especially in the red zone, and has soft hands. So yeah, I think Matava would be should be looking at being developed more. All right, we have a couple of more draft picks. Dalen Everett, cornerback from Georgia, hitting the Steelers at 85. The 86th pick, Austin Barber, offensive tackle from the University of Florida, to Cleveland, trying to help out on that offensive line. The Miami Dolphins pick up a tight end in Will Kakmarek, a tight end from Ohio State. We see Max Clare go off the board early, and here go Clare's teammate going to the Dolphins with the 87 pick. Jaguars pick is in, Bears on the clock. Niners, Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, Jags, end of the third round. So anyway, all right, let me get a few more questions in the chat, fam. Y'all feel free, as well. I'm probably going to put up another poll momentarily because 66 to 65 to 35 right now in the poll, 140 plus voters. Is the tight end with thoughts on the Saints taking the tight end in the third? Good pick, bad pick. 66% says good, 34% says bad. So you see the good picks are winning. They are winning. All right, big up, Stan. Michael says the PFF mock draft simulator is fooling us. Their rankings is off. Yeah, it depends, man. On them rankings, depending on how they ranking those players. Like you see NFL, some of the top maybe 30 or 40 prospects universally kind of similar to what's going on. But then when you kind of get, into that third round, things kind of go all over the place. That's what people be saying. Why did they take Delp here? They must have had Oscar Delp high on that board. KT says, Q, remember that this regime did something similar, passed on players, then started reaching in later rounds. Do we consider Oscar Delp? Jack says Oshner Delp. As long as his name is not as long as it's not Oshner Delp. Yes, indeed. Oscar Delp. But yeah, last year they was pretty solid because every draft pick made the team. This year, I don't know if the Saints keep all 8 picks. They could. I think probably at some point they've been looking to move around and make a trade. I think sometimes tomorrow they might end up doing that. I don't know if the Saints take 9 picks. They had 9 draft picks last year, wasn't it? And 8 this year. I don't know. I don't know. That seems like a lot. All right. Wild says we should have got a center, like you said. Yeah, I mean, let's look at the board. Yeah, that's a good thing. Let's start right there because, there's a lot going on currently right now. I know we still waiting for our pick here, but let's take a look at what's left on the board. We know Jemiah McCoy is not going to get drafted. It's to somewhere in the third day, probably in the 5th round, something like that. Let me refresh because Chris Brazzell is gone. He's off the board. But you see, some of these guys are gone. Emmanuel Pragnon, the best offensive lineman left in the draft. Keontae Scott is there. Jennings Dunker, another Iowa offensive lineman. They got a couple of those guys already drafted. You see cornerback Malik Muhammad, running back Mike Washington, John Kilgore. And speaking of which, Emmanuel Pragnon just got drafted. He just got drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars. So he's gone. So Emmanuel Pragnon, 6'3", 6'4", 350 plus pounds, 300 plus pounds is gone to Jacksonville. So there you go. He's off the board now. So you might as well forget that. We just was talking about him. He's gone just like that. So Keontae, and I'm going to go like this and just go in terms of what we consider a position of need, which we'll start with offensive guard. So we look at the guard position. These are the top guards remaining according to ESPN. Brian Parker, the second from Duke. Inez Cooper from Miami. Jalen Farmer. I know the Saints scouted a couple of these guys. They scouted Jeremiah Wright out of Auburn. They scouted him. A few of these guys, I remember them scouting. What else is another one that they scouted? I think I seen. Yeah, somebody else. There's a couple of them here. But there's some interesting offensive linemen here that you can. I know the Saints like. I remember hearing word on streets they like Jeremiah Wright. Might be able to pick him up in that round. But you do have a lot of good offensive linemen: Cooper, Brian Parker, Billy Sheriff from Notre Dame, the Bo Stevens, another Iowa. They got a bunch of Iowa guys that's going to get drafted. Armaj Reed Adams is another good one to talk about here. Roberts from out of Alabama. We know them. Dewberry from Alabama is another guy that you could talk about. Where's the other guy? Josh Getsky. Getsky was one that the Saints had looked at. He wasn't invited to the combine, but they went up and did a personal on Josh Getsky. But a lot of these guys here are what you would consider day 3 picks. Some of these guys can probably, maybe a couple of them end up leaving. Xavier Thomas from LSU is gone. The do-it-all, fantastic player is headed to Chicago. Xavier Thomas, congratulations to you, LSU brethren, is gone. 5'10", 190, does it all. Fantastic 40 time. And the Chicago Bears said, we're going to bring this guy and make him one of our players. So Xavier Thomas is headed to the Chicago Bears. So that's LSU's off the board. Looking at the center position now. Connor Lew, some consider, I like Connor Lew. Like I said, I talked about Connor Lew. Parker Brallis from Alabama is another one. Matt Galbin from Michigan State. Pat Coogan from the champion Indiana Hoosiers is another guy that you could talk about. But there are a couple of guys that's still on the board here as well. And Connor Lew's there. Sam Hite from Kansas State's another guy that's there. If you're looking at center, there are quite a few center prospects that's available on the board, but a lot of these guys have a day 3 grade on them. And the edge position, a lot of people want to know, what about the edge Q? Jashawn Barham from Michigan, the edge rusher there. Got another Michigan guy. Danny Dennis Sutton is probably one of the good ones. And I think KT like Joshua Josephs too, 6'3", 240. It's another dude that's got a high motor that a lot of people don't talk about. Danny Dennis Sutton is a guy that a lot of people talk about because production, 8.5 sacks, and his size, 6'6", 250. You know, he's another interesting character to keep an eye out on. There's LT Overton from the University of Alabama. We see Kaline Black, the running back from Indiana, is off the board, going to the 49ers. It's a scat back. I ain't going to say scat back because I did see him run powerfully for Indiana. But he's mostly like, he was the backup running back for the other run. I forgot the man name, damn it. I think he might be gone already. Was he? I think Kaline Black was, I think he was the complimentary back with Roman Hemby. Here go Hemby right here. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of split time with each other. But they use him like a combination style runner, but he is a scat back kind of dude, but got power in his game too. But yeah, they had a really interesting class of running backs, them two guys in Indiana, man. Indiana has something special going on. Hemby and Kaline Black. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, the Saints scouted Black, man, if I'm not mistaken, but he's gone now. But back to our defensive end. So these are a couple of the guys. Caden Curry from Ohio State, 6'3", 260. Curry, you take George Gums Jr. from Florida, 6'4", 245 plus pounds. You got Fano's brother Logan in the mix. A lot of people don't really talk about him too much. Pat Payton from LSU and Pie Barn. These were two defensive ends that we had last year. I like these guys enough. They just wasn't very productive, although they are specimens though, but they just wasn't very productive for us last year in that defense. We know KT talks about Nadam Tucker, Oklahoma's Marvin Jones Jr., 6'5", 240 plus, you know, defensive end size, linebacker need to gain some weight. Max Llewellyn is another big Iowa State player who is just a football player, doesn't have the athleticism, but he's there as well. These are day 3 picks as we get further down. So yeah, that's a couple of the edge rushers there. You know, interesting. We'll see Michigan Jason Barham is the top guy, 6'4", 240. The opposite pass rusher to forgot the man that went earlier in the draft. Trey Moore out of Texas is another good one too, 6'2". I talked about Trey Moore, very productive, very, you know, he just doesn't have that size, 6'2", 240, more like a linebacker type. But the edge guy fires off there. Trey Moore, interesting tape, Trey Moore. Interesting tape on him. I mocked him. And then, of course, we go to the cornerback position to see what we got here. We know McCoy is a Keontae Scott, Malik Muhammad, Abney from Arizona State. Do they dip their toe in the Arizona pool again? They did back-to-back Georgia. Why not Arizona? Will Lee the third from Texas A&M, Devin Moore, Charles Demings from Stephen F. Austin is another good cornerback we talked about. And then we got two guys. Julian Neal from Arkansas is an interesting guy, 262, to a big, tall guy. Thaddeus Dixon from North Carolina, another cornerback that's pretty physical, gets his hands on you, you know. And then, of course, I talk about TJ Hall, Iowa, another guy. And then my two biblical cornerbacks, Ephesians Prysock, 6'3", 200 pounds as well. You know, he got some, big physical guy, got a little stiffness going on, but you could tell the man read his Bible. And speaking of Bible reading, Hezekiah Massis, 6'1", 180 pounds from California, athletic cornerback, 4.46 in the 40. Can produce at the next level. Led the nation in pass defense last season with 18. Also finished with 5 picks. Massis has very good balance, body control, keeping smooth, fluid hips in transition, in coverage. He can be effective in man or zone, processing good anticipation and raw recognition. Plays competitive with the ball in the air to the contested catch. As a run defender, he can set the edge and pursue with confidence. How about a good biblical cornerback for y'all, Hezekiah Massis? That's double biblical. He got Hezekiah and Masses. Come on, man. That dude right on up out the Bible. And but I don't know. It's a tie between them, man. Which one y'all think? You got two hardcore biblical names. I think which one has more so of the true nature of it? Ephesians Prysock or Hezekiah Masses? You know, these are two interesting cornerbacks. Prysock does a good job mirroring receivers, but he could improve his using his length more to disrupt routes and limit timing at the line of scrimmage. He relies on a gather step when getting out of the breaks, long strides, which can affect his ability in coverage. Prysock will also have issues with idling down when he gets going vertically to come back downhill. At the top of the routes, he tries to play with physicality, but can get too handsy. When the ball is in the air, he does a good job turning his head to locate or play through the receiver's hands. Against the run, he will set the edge, but struggles to bring down ball carriers. He got to get stronger. Overall, Prysock has length and athleticism and can be molded into an effective corner at the next level, according to Scouts Inc. So there you go. Ephesians Prysock, man. Terry's on the third, the center from Texas A&M, 6'7", 312 pound center, a 6'7" center, has been drafted by the Raiders with that pick. So there you go, fam. We see the Raiders getting some help on that offensive line. But them hardcore biblical names right there, fam. I ain't gonna the Cowboys is on the clock. Rams is there as well. Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, Jags, end of the third round. So we got a couple more picks going down the roster. All right. Fields is KT's guy. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, KT be dropping some good ones. Clint said we need to trade back to the third, grab a starter in Keontae Scott or Pragnon's gone. Mont says Big Country. Low probably going through it right now. I think Low probably happy with the picks. Jack says as long as his name ain't Oscar, yeah, I covered that. Let me go on down here a little further. Yeah, KT says, why waste the pick on Bell? He's injured and runs limited route tree. Yeah, I don't think Bell is going to be a selection for the Saints. I don't think they go with Chris Bell this year I think the Bell ship ended once they drafted Jordan Tyson. Hemisphere says, I'm upset with the pick. I just don't understand why we're passing up premium position like edge rusher. All the top edge rushers were there at 8. Yeah, I hear you, Hemisphere. The Saints are trying to give Tyler Shuck weapons. That's what it come down to. They're prioritizing the offense. You know, and the strength of your unit can't be your defense. We done seen how that worked. It has to be the offense. You got a quarterback and Tyler Shuck. Remember, his timeline is expedited, meaning he's an older quarterback. You know, Tyler's 26? When does he turn 27? Or did he turn? He's an older quarterback, which means he got a shorter window, so to speak. I hear the Saints saying that he could play into his 30s, and that's very well, believable. I mean, you get one guy like Drew Brees, and then they think that some of these guys can do what Drew do. No, you didn't have too many quarterbacks that played almost into their 40s. And that go Jashawn Barham, the Michigan defensive end, is gone. The Cowboys picked him up. So the Cowboys been just studying, just playing on. All their picks have been defense. They know what they're doing. All the picks have been defensive. The Cowboys have made the selection to get that other edge rusher. All of their picks selection's been defensive. Let me take a look at the Cowboys, what they've been doing here. Yeah, the Cowboys, all three of the Cowboys picks have been defensive. They got Caleb Downs with the first of the first round picks at 11. The 23rd pick, they selected Malachi Lawrence out of Central Florida, which was a solid pick. So they got a back-end defender like Caleb Downs, star player that can step in, do what they do. Malachi Lawrence, an edge rusher, and then they add Jashawn Barham, another edge rusher. So they just adding on with the defense. A lot of people wanted them to get a linebacker too. I think that's another thing they want them to focus on, to get linebackers. You know, that's part of the game as well. So, but there are a bunch of linebackers that's also available for them, and they got 2 4th-round. They got 3 4th-round picks tomorrow. So you'll see them go after a few people unless they trade. They got 4 threes. I mean, excuse me, 3 4s. They got 3 4th-round picks and 1 7th-round pick. So they'll draft tomorrow and have 3 picks in that 4th round. All right. So the Rams take Keegan Trost, 6'5", 300-pound offensive tackle from Missouri. The Rams getting a little help. So they went quarterback in the 1st round, tight end, and then offensive tackle to help out the veteran in there. So yeah, we see a couple of things that the team trying to do, man. We see what the Cowboys trying to do. They know where they need to work at. So yeah, we got some interesting stuff. Yeah, but they're the Saints obviously, to me, they're prioritizing offense over defense, and not to say they're not going to address the defense, but look what they're doing. You know, they spent a lot of money bringing in Edwards, the left guard. They brought in a backup tight end for Jawan Johnson and Noah Fant. They brought in a 3rd-round back and Ty Chandler. He didn't cost a lot of money, but you can see what the Saints doing. They prioritize an offense with the draft picks. They take Jordan Tyson with the 1st-round pick. The 3rd pick, they take Oscar Delp. So they prioritize and giving weapons to Tyler Shuck to improve the Saints offense. And we'll appreciate that when the games are actually played. We see some of these guys on the field. Not saying they're not going to address the defense, but like I said, there's still a bunch of picks left for the Saints in day 3. You know, we'll see. Thank you, bro. Kevin says, Q, how many wide receivers in the NFC South? Where is that cornerback? Where is it? How many wide receivers, new wide receivers in the NFC South? I don't quite yet know. We got Jordan Tyson with our club. And is that mentioning free agents as well? You know, they got, so far as a bunch of them added to, you know, I guess I can look them up. You know, if you're talking just draft picked guys. For the Buccaneers, they get Ted Hurst from Georgia State. So the Buccaneers got him. We got Jordan Tyson. Let me look up the other teams here. There's a couple of teams, man, we could talk about with that. The Falcons, they added some wide receiver help. They got Zachariah Branch in the 3rd round, the speedster. So that adds to what they got going on. And the Carolina Panthers, they got Chris Brazell, the 2nd from Tennessee. So I guess 3 new wide receivers in terms of that, and 4 if you add our guy, 4 new wide receivers, and that's just through 2 rounds. So that's what it is. Jack says, Q, we don't have a pick in the 4th. Our 2 picks are late 4th. We don't have a top pick. Oh, you mean the top pick in the 4th? Okay. Oh, okay. Let me kind of span ahead. Yeah, because see exactly where our picks fall. Because I thought, let me see how they fall in the 4th. All right. So this is the top of the 4th round. Let me go ahead on and kind of, because we'll be dealing with this all tomorrow, fam. When the draft starts at 11 our time, and you can see right here. Our pick, we sent it to the Broncos, right? I think that's the pick we gave up for is Vele. Is that the Vele selection? We gave them for the Broncos at 8. So You're right. The Saints picks. Saints ain't picking and tomorrow until pick 132. That'll be the first pick, and then 4 picks later at 130. So you got 132 and 136 at the tail end of the 4th round. Absolutely right, bro. You're right. I thought you meant we didn't have any 4th round picks. You're right. They're late 4th round picks. Yes, you are correct, sir. Thank you for that, Jack. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait a little bit tomorrow, but good thing about it on the day 3, those picks kind of flow. 504 says Q, Saints may be thinking let's load up on offense this year, sign vets for defense, then load up the defense next draft. I like thinking, honestly. Yeah, could be, bro. Could be. Yeah. Slim say, I guess Mark Ingram is a Raven. Yeah, Mark being the hype man for him. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. We're doing that. Yeah. All right, Collinator, shout out to you, my brother. You say you got to go to work tomorrow, bro. Be safe. My man working on a Saturday. Clint says the Saints need to trade those 2 4th rounders to get up to the start of the 4th and grab Keontae Scott or Pregnon's gone, bro. Pregnon's gone. This must be, let me scroll down a little further. Yeah, Pregnon's gone. He's off the board. Yeah, so we missed out on him. Okay. All right. Thank you for the family members that helping me out with the trying to figure out who the UCLA kid was. And I totally forgot about it. It was Matava. I think he's the only one we have, actually. He's the only guy. I want to say he's the only guy we got here from UCLA. I mean, I could be wrong. All right. Keegan Tross. I talked about him. The offensive tackle. Missouri goes to the Rams. Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, and Jags are the final picks for rounds number 3. Don't appear the Saints are going to make any moves, fam, to change the game. And we know, like I said, around 10 o'clock, we'll have the post-game wrap-up or the post-draft day 2 from Kellen Moore. He'll speak about certain players. We'll play that interview as well for the team. Also, let me give y'all right now while we're waiting for some of these picks to fall, let me give you a little of the Oscar Delp spoke to the media. Let me get that tuned up for the family members so we can hear from Oscar Delp and hear what he had to say. Y'all give me just a second, fam. I'm going to get that tuned up for y'all. Hold on just a second. Get that tuned up and hear from your new tight end, Oscar Delp. All right. All right, y'all put 1 in the chat if y'all can hear Oscar Delp. Here we go.
Tonight been like for you, and how's it feel to be in New Orleans?
Man, it's been a roller coaster. Got a lot of family, a lot of friends here, but I'm so blessed and so excited. Can't wait to get there. Got some of my close family, my aunt and my uncle are from Louisiana, so I've been up there a good bit. So I'm just really excited to get down there and can't wait to get to work.
I know you've been here for games, but how much time have you spent in New Orleans?
Not much, really, just for a couple, the 2 Sugar Bowls I've been to, and both times I've left saying next time I'm here. I was telling Coach next time I'm here. The whole process, I'm winning, so I'm excited.
How did those conversations go meeting with Saints staff?
They were great. It was actually pretty funny during the combine interview process. I had a formal interview with them, and the time of my schedule was different than theirs. So I was waiting around and they called me and I thought I was late, but it was just miscommunication. So I was freaking out going there. Luckily I was right outside the room though. But it was a great meeting. I really enjoyed everyone there. They were awesome. And, I really enjoyed it.
Hey, what part of Louisiana is your family from?
I'll ask them in a little bit, but I couldn't exactly tell you, but I know they're probably about an hour and a half from New Orleans.
Oscar, do you feel like you have some untapped skills or untapped production that you want to see come to fruition?
For sure. I think that, I'm a dude that can do it all. And that's why I'm so excited to play here. Whether special teams, anywhere on offense, I'm a dude that can bring anything to the table. And I think I've shown that over the past couple of years. And I'm just excited to, play and win some games.
Oscar, we talked to Christian. Did you talk to Christian about you being selected as well?
And that was the first call I answered right after. Answered his FaceTime. It was awesome. Love that dude. I've known Chris since 8th grade. And it's crazy just seeing it all come to life and the stuff we've talked about and joked about. And we've probably been out there during the Super Bowl week saying, we're both getting up in New Orleans. That's just joking around. And, to be able to go there with him and go through this process with him, I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else.
Talk to Christian, playing for Kirby and playing in the SEC. How did that prepare you for this?
Coach Smart, it's a pro program. That's just how it is. You talk to those dudes that leave and they leave prepared, they leave ready. And just the way that he prepares us and, gets you ready for the next level. That's why I went to Georgia. I knew I was going to get developed and I knew I was going to play against the best. And you can see all the dudes on our team every day, year in, year out. And, it just sets you up for success.
You know anything about Tyler Shuck? Watch any videos, do any research since you did talk to the Saints?
Oh yeah, I mean I've been watching him since last year. I mean he's a baller. He was one of the first people that texted me. Super excited to be able to play with him. I mean he's an elite quarterback, and it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Oscar, what do you like about the tight end position? Played at a high level, with it since high school.
Just being able to do it all. Tight ends I feel like are the biggest mismatches on the field. Every team that's elite has an elite tight end, and when you got a good one, you can almost revolve the offense around them and do crazy things. And just to be able to be in a position where I can flex out and run routes and then put my hand in the dirt and block on the offensive line is, there's nothing better than that. So it's my favorite position. I think it's one of the best positions you can play.
How do you think your background in lacrosse helped you for football and finding something that translated there?
I think just, the change of direction. I feel like I'm a very athletic guy, and just being able to do that and growing up playing a physical, fast sport, like toughness is one of the biggest things. I mean, there's not many sports where you can just run around up and down the field and whack people with metal sticks. So it's a ton of fun growing up playing that.
Was there a tight end growing up that you watched that you kind of modeled your style after?
I mean, there's been a bunch of them. Greg Olson was a dude I loved watching growing up. Tony Gonzalez just growing up in Georgia. But, I really just like to look at all these tight ends everywhere and just model all their games. I think right now there's a lot of great dudes in the league. Watching Kelsey, obviously, and, being able to play next to Bowers, like just dudes like that are just now trending is awesome.
You talked a little bit about having, untapped potential with the tight end position and your time in the tight end position. What did you learn about and what do you like about the way that the Saints utilize tight ends?
I mean, it's an explosive offense. I think the Saints, do it better than, a lot of teams in the NFL, just being able to move those guys all around and, having a dude like Jawan Johnson out there running around and just, ballers. So I think it's an amazing offense to be a part of. I can't wait to get there and get to work and, show these coaches and the teammates what I can do and earn their trust.
I saw where, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Cumming is like a suburb of Atlanta, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you a Falcons fan and maybe kind of realize that part of your life may be over now?
I mean, to be honest, I was never really a Falcons fan. Growing up in Georgia, like I was a college football fan. It's weird, down here it's not like that where people grow up diehard Falcons fans. You're a Georgia Bulldog fan growing up down here. So I grew up watching college football. Obviously, I watched the Falcons here and there, but I was never losing sleep over them.
Yeah, Oscar, how would you kind of describe your mentality as a blocker? So you kind of just described as like the playing a lot of Y in that offense there. Like what's your approach in that area of your game?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the most important thing you can do as a tight end is be able to block and bring that to your game. I love just being able to dominate another man. And in a successful offense, you have a tight end that could usually dominate the perimeter and own the C gap. So I take pride in it and I enjoy it.
You said you've known Christian since 8th grade. How did y'all cross paths prior to Georgia?
And just camps everywhere. In high school, we went to some camps together and played an All-American Bowl together. And he's always been a character. Everyone in Georgia always plays against each other at some point and crosses paths at some point. So it's been awesome. And, we've been very close friends ever since he got to Georgia.
What was your best memories in the Sugar Bowl? Y'all spent some time here. Did you get a chance to kind of experience the city a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, just being able to be out, just walking around. Like, I guess since it's a big bowl game, there are a lot of Georgia fans everywhere there, but the streets were always alive. Fans so passionate. Even though it's a Georgia game, like you still see all the Saints fans everywhere, and everyone just walking around. Trevor Etienne's a good buddy of mine who's from there, and he was kind of showing me around everything and all the food, and I'm excited to eat some of that food down there. So it's going to be a great place.
You know anything about Jordan Tyson?
Oh yeah, I do. He's a baller. Trained out there with him in Arizona for the past couple months, and he's a baller. Great dude to be around. Great kid. Super funny. Super awesome. I've only got to hang out with him for a couple months, but I feel like we got a bond already.
All right, so that's Oscar Delp, man. That's your new tight end, Oscar Delp. What do you guys think about Oscar, man? He said he's not an Atlanta Falcon guy, man. How about that? He said, you're a Georgia guy. You ain't an Atlanta Falcon guy. So I think that's funny, man. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome to New Orleans, man. Good answer. Good answer. Great answer. Great answer. Great answer, Oscar, man. Welcome to the city, man. Cause we were listening hardcore to that one, brother. Good answer. All right. Anyway, let's see. That's good to hear from that young man. Nashville Saint, what's happening, bro? Says not mad at the pick. Love is blocking. All right. Shout out to you guys. Our secondary sucks, to be honest. Inevitable. Don't like the secondary. You know, we'll see. We definitely could still use some help there. Ain't no doubt about it, man. We could definitely still use some help in our secondary. Respect Hart says the tight end that we got last year in the 6th round, Matavo. Yeah. Matavo, and that's the plan. It's just the Saints create more competition, I guess. In the tight end room, there's a lot to talk about that tight end room. Matavo, I like Matavo, but they see Oscar Delp as an upside. Perhaps Matavo and Oscar's the future. Could be the future of the position. You know what I'm saying, fam? Because he has a four. Oscar Delp's contract is going to be a 4-year deal. Matavo has 3 remaining on his deal. So his contract, if he doesn't get released, he'll be here a year past when the contracts are up for guys like both Jawan Johnson and Noah Fant. So the Saints just looking past it, man. Look like good. And like I said, I also think the Saints are going to be looking at doing those 3 tight end packages, man. You can see them utilizing that. L-Dub says, don't know if it's true or not, but I saw they backed out of the trade because I saw they wanted the Saints 3rd and 4th round picks. Yeah, I reported that I think it was Adam Schefter said that the Saints no longer looking at for that deal for Thibodeau. KB says, yo, Q, what do you think about this trade room with the Giants for Thibodeau? Yeah, I covered it earlier in the broadcast that Adam Schefter basically talked and said that wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. So, that pretty much is what it is. They just, it didn't happen. So, but the Saints were looking, they were looking to try to make a move and see if they could find somebody. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with the Cam thing. I'm with more on outs on the Cam thing, to be honest with you. Just to be real, I don't think the Cam thing is going to, is something that we should be like, hold on, we waiting for Cam. Because even if the truth be told, fam, is even if the Saints did ultimately decide to bring Cam Jordan back, the reality is you still would have to have selected. You would still have to select somebody. You know what I mean? Because Cam is he's up there in age. You still would have to have selected a player at the position anyway. You get what I'm saying? So I mean, it still would have to have happened. You still would have to find somebody. But like I said, man, we'll see how it all works going forward, man. But the bottom line is, we got to see what day 3 looks like. A lot of questions for day 3, man. A lot of questions, to be honest with you. Let's finish. Let's go back to that best of the remaining list here, fam. Let's do that, man. Let's go into the thing now. I'll get back to the questions. Y'all got any questions, comments, throw them in the chat, fam. Matter of fact, let me shut down this poll and let me do this. Thank y'all, man, for voting. I'm gonna do the final poll of the night, fam. Here as I go with that finalize on that poll. Let me open up another poll. It'll be the final poll of the night. And the poll is, I want you guys to grade the Saints. I want you to grade the Saints draft day 2, right? I want you to grade the Saints draft. And I'm going to put up the options right now. And let me see. All right. All right, I got it up there, fam. Thank you for the 170 plus people that voted on the previous poll. 67% says good pick for the tight end in the 3rd, 33 for the bad percent for the family members. First of all, hit the like button for me, fam. If you're not a sub up on our push to get 15K. We got I think we need less than 300 people subs to hit that 15,000 mark. Sports Coma representing the mighty Who Dat Nation. Serious, dedicated, keeping it real. That's what we've been doing for a very long time, fam. For a very long time. If you want to join, help us out there. Shout out to our Patreon champions, YouTube membership family. I am working. I promise you guys, for my Patreon YouTube membership family, I will have a Jordan Tyson breakdown video highlights and all that kind of stuff, breaking down Jordan Tyson up on Patreon, for our Patreon and YouTube membership family. I've also have a couple of health videos for our Patreon on Q People archives that I want for a health perspective. I'm kind of sharing with the family members to keep a lookout in this challenging time. A lot of crazy things are happening in the world of health, mental, spiritual, because people talk about mental health all the time. Listen, fam, there's also something called spiritual health. There's mental, is you're composed of three different essences, meaning it's mental, spiritual, and physical. We always talk about mental. Mental's important, but also spiritual health could be tied to failing mental health as well. It could be, and more than likely, it's seriously tied. So a lot of times we kind of forget that part of it. But got some game for the Big Q archives on Q with Big Q. That's only for our Patreon family members, but I will have the broadcasts up for you guys for our Patreon and YouTube memberships as far as Jordan Tyson's breakdown and breakdowns on these players that'll be available up prior to the draft. So I'm gonna be working on some stuff tonight into the morning. Tomorrow will be a full day. It'll be 24 hour, almost your full day of broadcasting. It starts at 11 o'clock. It'll run all the way to after 5, 6 o'clock, in from the final day of the draft into the undrafted aspects of the draft. So it's going to be a strong stream, man. So y'all kind of share the links and all that kind of beautiful stuff, and we're going to get through it together. All right. Anyway, let me get that up there. Feel free to vote in the poll, family. If you haven't, to get your word and grade the draft day number 2. How did the Saints do in your estimation? This draft, y'all put it in the come on over from the multiple. I know we, streaming across different platforms. Feel free to come on over to YouTube and get your word in on the draft right there, fam, as we keep this thing moving and grooving. Now, like I said, we're going to move over. We're going to get Kellen Moore to get his draft recaps coming up. We'll be hearing from Kellen Moore in the interim. We should be hearing from him very soon on his thoughts on some of these players. The Saints draft is pretty much ended, and the draft is pretty much almost over for us. And obviously, as they're doing that, that means that they're not going to be doing any trading for the rest of the night. Anyway, let's see that. And yes, the draft is pretty much over here. And let's go to the rest of these third round selections here to kind of go over before we close out the draft. We see Chris Bell. Let me go here, fam, with it as well. All right, Chris Bell. Shout out to FanDuel too, by the way, fam. Y'all get y'all bets in. We stopped at it. We seen after Keegan Triss, Chris Bell, the wide receiver from Louisville. He's not coming here. Like I said, when we took Jordan Tyson, that kind of got rid of the Chris Bell thing. He will be selected by the Miami Dolphins at 94. Pick 95 with Notre Dame. Notre Dame tight end Eli Raridon will be going to the Patriots. Number 96, Jennings Donker, the big offensive lineman, is headed to the Steelers. And Donker he's a Steeler type of player too. The 97 pick, back-to-back Viking picks at the bottom of the third, Caleb Turner, the offensive tackle from Northwestern. He's going to the Vikings, and then the Vikings then get a safety in Jacoby Thomas from the University of Miami at 98. So they get offense, defense there. And then, of course, pick number 99, Julian Neal, the physical cornerback from Arkansas, good pick. Seattle having a solid draft, too. We talking about people just sitting back, chilling, and just letting the draft come to them because it's such a thing. Seattle coming off that Super Bowl win, they just sitting back, just letting the draft fall right into their hands, just like Tampa Bay doing. And they've been having quiet. It's kept a pretty little solid draft too. They got Jadarian Price, the fantastic Notre Dame running back, in the bottom of the first round pick. First round. The second round, they got Bud Clark, the fantastic safety out of TCU, to help them on the defense. And then they pick up another cornerback, another DB, in Julian Neal with that third round pick there. And they just having a pretty solid little draft for them. Jadarian Price is a nice pickup for them as well. And then, of course, you look at the rest of the picks, after Julian Neal is Jalen Husky. the safety from Maryland to go along with the Jaguars, and the Jaguars just picking up players on. They just got Emmanuel Pragnon. They're trying to improve going forward. So that's what it is and how it is. It's the end of the draft. Now let's kind of recap our draft and kind of go over some stuff right here and go to our draft. Hold on momentarily and get that on screen right here. And this started yesterday for the black and gold. Jordan Tyson for the Saints at 8 yesterday, 6'2", 203, 6'2", 6'3", 200 pounds, a physical wide receiver with speed. There was some injury concerns. He's healthy right now past it, and he's very excited to come into it. I remember me and DC was talking about this today, and he mentioned what Steve Smith said about him not knowing how to fall. That's something that he'll learn in the pro game. We got a really good wide receivers coach that should be able to teach up Jordan Tyson. And to be honest with you, this is a player, have big play capabilities, man. Matching them up with Chris Olave, perfect complement. We still have Devon Valley to go along with it, Jalen Polk, and others, making it the deepest room we have. Very excited about our wide receivers coming into this year. And of course, the second round pick this day, Christian Miller. It's kind of surprised a few of the Who Dat members, family members. Christian Miller, 6'3", 320-plus pound defensive tackle, nose tackle. Big pickup for the team today in the post-draft analysis. Was a clear need for the Saints. Miller was the best remaining interior defender. He was fantastic anchor ability, which has been missing in New Orleans, and Miller could be the interior lineman the Saints can build around. Right now, it's Chase Curl on the edge with Brian Bresee, Nathan Shepard in the middle. So addressing the defensive line was a massive need. Miller was the top defensive tackle available. There's a big drop-off coming at the position. So New Orleans was smart to get him now. So having a big, tough nose tackle to occupy next to Brian Bresee, that is going to be interesting going forward. We still have Vernon Brockton, his youth, to see what he can do. So we'll see how it all shakes and works out for the Saints, man, going forward and picking up. So we had him, Christian Miller, very excited to be with the Saints. And then, of course, we heard from Oscar Delp. I just played Oscar Delp's interview as we wait for Kellen Moore. And speaking of which, Kellen Moore is about to jump on the mic. Let's hear what Kellen Moore has to say about his draft class. Put one in the chat if y'all can hear, fam. Here we go.
Good. Double check. There we go. Like there's some space over here. All right, guys. We got 2 Georgia Bulldogs today, so quite the coincidence there. Turned out pretty well for us. Obviously, I'll just start with some highlights. Drafting Christian in the second round. 4-year player at Georgia, 2-year starter. As we went through this process, we had a formal interview with him at the Combine. Peter Sermon actually worked him out at Georgia. Funny story there. Bo was supposed to go, but the TSA issues at the airport kind of created a little bit of an issue there. So Peter happened to be somewhere else close by, and he hopped in the car and drove over there and worked him out. And so it all worked out. But great player. Love his energy, love his juice. I think you guys already sensed that in kind of his media obligations so far. His versatility and his play style is going to be really good for us. And so great move there. And then Oscar Delp in the third round. We had a formal interview with Oscar at the Combine. He kind of shared, I think, a little bit of that. Josh Hill went and worked him out. And so we got exposure to both these guys, felt really comfortable with that through this whole process. He's a multi-spot guy. He's played a lot of different positions in his career there. He's played with some other tight ends, so he knows how to kind of play that, multi-tight end type role. And, that was a great opportunity for us. Obviously, for him to still be available in the third round was a nice luxury for us. And so 2 really good players to add to this thing, and we'll just keep going tomorrow. So.
Coach, in line so long he missed his flight.
We just had issues with kind of logistics and travel and all that sort of stuff. That was that Sunday, Monday. A lot of guys had issues with airports with TSA issues, and so a lot of our coaches. There's a lot of funny stories associated with. A lot of our coaches ended up shifting gears and covering other people, and some people hopped in cars and just started driving really far away, and just to connect with these guys. So it was fun.
Was it these 2 guys kind of in a bullpen, if you will, at those rounds, or did they kind of surprise you when they were there?
Well, yeah, I think we felt great about both of these guys. Obviously, you're only going to get to pick one of them in the second round. Felt great about Christian. We're hoping, he was certainly in that clump of guys we're hoping was going to be available for us in this situation. And then, as the third round progressed, having Oscar still available, I think that was certainly a great opportunity for us just to add to that group. Again, we feel great about our tight ends, and now we get to add him into that position. And people know the way, this league's trending with the ability to play in multiple tight end sets, and that's a valuable asset. And so, there's nothing wrong with having a few of those guys that you can play with.
When you have a guy like Delp who is utilized in sort of a hyper-specific way at Georgia, what are some of the traits that you were looking for to identify how he might fit differently if used differently in your system?
Yeah, I think he's got a number of things that will come to the table. Obviously, we recognize the athleticism that he provides. He does a great job out in space. He's got some juice, some speed, vertical speed. I think he's a very willing, physical run player. I think that's an important aspect. Certainly, we know, with Juwan and Noah and the other guys that we have, like we got some guys who can make some play with the ball in their hands. And so, these guys are going to have to do some dirty work, and he's ready for that. And I think one of the things that he maybe hasn't done as much, but he'll certainly be ready to do, and I think he'll embrace just the special teams component of that. I think he's got every trait you could possibly think of to be a really good special teams player. And so I'm excited to see him develop there.
Is he someone like when you watch him and then you look at the numbers, like to me, it just kind of like he looks different than he does on paper? Like, is that a fair assessment maybe of like his receiving ability, that there's more there than maybe 200 yards a season or whatever?
Yeah, I think it's a byproduct sometimes of, Georgia has a phenomenal formula of playing really successful football. And, you can look at it with a lot of their offensive players, the receiver room, the tight end room. There's just not going to be as many pass catching opportunities in their seasons. And so they do an excellent job of, controlling games. They have, one of the best defenses every single year in college football. And so he played with some other guys early in his career. And so, he's kind of had this, 20 in the 20s, let's call it, catches per season. But, he does a lot of other pieces, I think, that all add to the sum of a really good player. And so, he's got plenty of really good football, some of his best football moving forward.
Do you think he has real two-way ability to kind of really solve both ends?
In the run and pass?
Yeah,
absolutely. I think, he's got some really good versatility. I think, the way they, played him, obviously he played a little bit more of like an off the ball tight end in a wing alignment a lot of times. He'll be able to play potentially in the backfield on the line of scrimmage and off the ball. And so, I think what we're getting is a really smart player. I think he's really, he'll be able to handle some volume. And I think he'll allow us to play the chess piece game when you have Juwan and you have Noah and you have these other tight ends that you want to kind of put in certain positions. He'll be able to kind of counteract with those guys.
Is Josh Hill the right comp for him?
That's a great. We should throw Josh up in the interview process and let's ask him. But Josh felt great about him. Chase, Josh, those guys were fired up. I think our coaching staff really had a really good vision for how this guy could play with those other tight ends. And again, the value of playing in multiple tight end positions is valuable. You can see the teams that made runs this year, and a lot of them are playing in 12 and 13 personnel. And we think there's still the pass game juice that these guys provide because of what, those guys have in the pass game. I think it's going to be a benefit. These guys aren't a bunch of, just big Y's. They're just going to block in, when we get in 13 personnel, it's kind of a ding ding. I think, we can do a lot of things with those guys.
Do Christian and Vernon complement each other, or will they compete for one of the same spots?
No, they can play. They can certainly play on the field at the same time. I think, one of the things that Christian has done is he's played a number of spots across the front. And I think that versatility is going to provide you with some fun chess piece games. He's certainly played, plenty of nose, but he'll play the shade. He'll work his way out all the way out to 5 technique and some 3-4 structures. And so, he's going to provide some really good versatility. And that group, it's great to add one to that piece. Defense linemen are hard to find in this league, and he's a talented one.
Outside of that versatility, did that character, just his attitude, kind of also like a great selling point of why you wanted to draft him?
Yeah, we had a fun interview process with him, and you get a little dose of who he is, and so we're fired up to have him here. I know, like all these guys, there's a ton of hard work moving forward. You got to get acclimated from college to the NFL. I think coming from a Georgia is a really beneficial thing for both of these guys. They're as prepared as anyone you can imagine, but there'll be a transition. But I think he's ready to work his tail off and get ready to go.
Now, both of these players, very physical. They talked about it in media availability, and even the wide receiver Tyson yesterday loves to block.
Yeah,
is that the number one trait? wanted this draft?
I think it's an important trait. You got to run the football on offense. We got to stop the run on defense. That leads to so many things. But this game's a physical game. And so no matter what position you're playing, we went through with Jordan yesterday, receivers got to be physical. They got to be physical in the run game. They got to be physical in the pass game. These corners are going to press you in this league. They're not going to play off like college football maybe tends to. And then when you get, interior D-line, tight ends, they're going to play some dirty work. I mean, there's nothing easy about those job responsibilities in this league. And so I think we got really high character guys that are going to do it.
When you say that kind of generally you're looking for guys who can help you in multiple different ways, Jordan being able to play all three positions and Oscar being pass catcher, blocker, Christian, kind of versatile.
I think that's key. I think our rosters have a certain size to them, and I think it's important that you have guys who can provide multiple opportunities to help the football team. And so we feel like all three of these guys will have the versatility that they need, and they'll provide a really good role for them.
We don't get two guys that are teammates in college like this, and like a couple times last year as well. Do you just during the pre-draft process, do you talk to them about one another? Do you ever check in? Like, do you utilize that at all?
Sometimes during the draft process, we like to ask and prompt the questions of Jeff always does a great job of this is, if you're coming to our organization, like who's the culture player that you want to bring, and then sometimes who's the best player that you want to bring. And sometimes it prompts us, ideas. And sometimes maybe we ask who's the best player you played against. And so I think anytime you get to collect those different questions, get the answers to them, you collect as much information as you can. But, certainly having guys who have a relationship that kind of know each other, certainly, Tyler and Quincy last year, and we've seen that throughout this thing. There's benefits to that.
Did Oscar or Christian mention one another?
I don't recall. I'll have to look back through our notes.
Calvin, before you got here, this team didn't used to make all the draft picks. The trade up history is elite. Has there been a conscious effort because of the state of this roster to try and lead with as many picks as you enter these drafts with, or have there been a lot of?
I think there's plenty of conversations about moving up constantly. I think it's just a matter of, finding the right value and right situation. And, hey, we've done that. Certainly we've had conversations even today about that. But we understand we got great opportunities to add to this team. And, certainly when you look at it from this perspective, as many opportunities and swings as you can get, that's a positive thing. And for us, we feel like, we're still getting really talented players who are certainly going to help our team.
Was value kind of maybe one of the reasons why you guys didn't take an edge rusher today or anything like that?
Well, I think there's plenty of conversations, and still certainly we have another whole day of this. You build a board and you trust your board, and you have plenty of conversations as you go. And certainly there's conversations, and you got to make decisions. There's guys that we love. I think that's the hardest part of this draft is we invest so much time into this process. We kind of fall in love with a lot of these players, and then you only get to, you got to pick one in each situation, and you got to go, and you're gonna miss out on a few other opportunities.
How much are you guys also weighing it's all the players that are still available, but also some of the veterans that could be available in the trade market or in the second wave of free agency after the draft? How are you gonna weigh all those things?
Yeah, I mean, player acquisition's year-round process. We're gonna have obviously an opportunity to sign guys here, hopefully sign some guys who maybe don't get drafted. And then there's plenty of veterans out there that you're going to have continued conversations with. And so it goes all the way through training camp and into the season. We know how these things go. And while this is a very, very important part of building our roster and building our team, it's, certainly very well recognized. There's a lot of other opportunities to keep going.
Was back-to-back Georgia influencing your time in Philly at all?
No, but yeah, certainly Howie's done it a few times. So
what do you see as the potential benefits of having two skilled players in the passing game coming in on the heels of a young quarterback establishing himself as a starter and then kind of going through this together?
Yeah, I think certainly we're trying to build a group that hopefully, has some continuity and works together for a number of years. And so, certainly when you look at what Jordan's hopefully going to provide for us, the connection with him and Tyler, and, I think, Oscar is just turned into a great situation. We feel great about our tight end room, to add Noah during the offseason process, to now get Oscar on board, and to have a number of other guys that we were able to, keep on our roster. we're in a really healthy spot. And, I think the more those guys spend time together and work through this entire OTA process into the summer program, into training camp, there's a lot of time that needs to be invested into this, but we got the right kind of guys to kind of work together on that.
I know you mentioned Kristen's versatility.
Yeah.
Does, I guess when you're first installing him, does he project as a guy playing the same position as Godchaw actually, or is that just something he'll do on occasion?
Yeah, I think it's about giving guys kind of a home base to start, and then we just got to get out on the field with these guys. We got to let them go, and we'll make those adjustments as we go. But what we feel like is we're bringing a really, really talented player, a really good person for our locker room into a group that will provide some depth. Certainly, it's hard to acquire big guys, and so we'll add them to that mix, and we'll kind of see how it goes.
Do you miss acquisitions that you guys made, like in free agency and the first few picks on offense, allowed you guys to be maybe a little bit more versatile than you guys were last year in terms of personnel package? If you wanted to play more 12 or 11, or just be a little bit more fluid there? How do you see that?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think we do feel like we have a lot of guys who, hey, they got a lot of versatility. They're really smart football players. More time together through this whole process, and so all that stuff will build.
Kristen seemed pretty excited about the idea of lining up next to Brian Brzee. What is kind of Al's assessment of how those two can complement one another?
Yeah, I think we're adding them to a group that has a nice mix. There's some veterans in there, Shep, Godchaw, but then some young guys, and so we're going to need a number of those guys. We're going to need a number of them to play. You play in 3-4 structures. We're going to play with 3 in base, but there's plenty of sub packages that you got to be able to utilize to stop the run, to play in passing situations, and so the depth is going to be important there.
High character and team captains and guys with high character. You put a lot of importance on that as far as rating the players.
Yeah, no question. I think we spend just as much time. We can all watch the film and figure out the player usually, and kind of put them in a category of some kind, but we gotta get to know the people. This is a tough, hard business. This is the NFL. There's nothing easy about it. The players individually are going to go through highs and lows. We're going to go through highs and lows collectively as a team, and so we need the right kind of guys to do that.
What's the with Peter driving to Georgia? Was that for Georgia's pro day or an individual workout just with?
It was a private workout, yeah.
Can one of those moments like you when you make that phone call to those players, like that Christian reacted?
Yeah.
What's that like?
They're special. For these guys, I mean, all these guys have had such a, amazing one of a kind ride to get to the position that they're in. There's highs, there's lows, and they get, most often they get to be surrounded by the people who help them get there the most. And so those are really special moments. It's really, really cool. It's one of the best moments I think in the NFL is when you get to hear those conversations and hear them celebrate. And because, hey, these guys have earned it. Now there's a ton of work ahead. It's going to be even harder than what they've gone through, but it's a cool moment for those guys.
Calvin, can you share with us, talk a little bit about the shirts you're wearing, autism awareness, we're special for the organization, for special kids.
Yeah, I think it's just awesome awareness. I think, for our organization, I've been here for 2 years, but I know they've done it longer than this, just taking advantage of the opportunity and the platform that, the NFL draft provides. And so drawing awareness to it. I know, Kai and Jeff and Mickey and those guys have put so much effort into this and drawn attention to it. And I think it's really cool. Our entire war room was, all wearing these, and it was a lot of fun.
Everything is good on Delp's health. I know he did skip all the combine drills, but he ended up working out the pro days. So
yeah, we went through the medical process. Obviously, we feel comfortable.
Is Vernon? Oh, wait. Christian's pick wasn't related to Vernon's health at all, right?
Vernon's working. Yeah, he's been doing great. All good.
Thanks,
all right, thanks, guys.
Fletcher shows up in
Shout out to Kellen Moore, because the Saints making moves, man. They did some stuff, and he talked about a lot of stuff they did about the picks and the things that the Saints have recently acquired. This is an interesting draft class going forward, fam. Interesting. We have all these picks, 4 picks, actually 5 picks remaining, 2 fourths, 2/4, 2/5, and a 6th-round pick. We'll see what the Saints do in terms of moving around and all this kind of stuff. Day 3 is the final day of the draft. We'll get the remaining picks and then the undrafted class. And then by Sunday, you'll have a complete, or Sunday, yeah. We'll do a recap stream on Sunday. You'll be able to tell your team. You'll be able to know exactly what the team looks like. We see our free agency, how it unfold. We'll see the rest of the draft and it'll be completed. We'll see somewhat of the vision of the team that the Saints will be taking into the 26-27 NFL year to compete for that NFC South title and more. So could it be a 2-year turnaround? I most certainly hope so. The Saints are swinging for the fences, fam. They're trying to get to a point where we break this playoff curse. I mean, it's not a curse, but the playoff drought, rather. That's what I'm saying. It's starting to feel like a curse yet. But outside of that, I think it's all very positive. Getting Jordan Tyson and Oscar Delp, those are weapons for Tyler Shuck, Christian Miller to stop the run. And then who knows what the 2-4s, the 2-5s, and the 6 is going to be. We'll see. All right. Anyway, big ups to you guys as well. Y'all hit the like button as we keep the thing moving and grooving. Before we go, I want you guys to check out the poll in the chat. I want you guys to kind of grade the day, grade the draft day 2. What do you guys think right now? We got 60 plus votes in on our final poll of the afternoon. Please feel free. I know y'all appreciate all of my repeated voters, but I'm going to ask you one final time to get your vote in and grade the day. What do you give the Saints for day 2? Do you give them an A, B, C, or a D, F? D and F is the same, failing grade. What do you think? Right now, B is kicking tail. 55% of the family members have graded the Saints as a B. 23% have given them a C, and 21% says an A. So right now, overwhelmingly, we have 55% of the family members have graded the Saints at 56%, saying that they give them a B for today. It's not bad. It's actually pretty good. All right, shout out to you. Matt Drum says, Q, what's your guess on why we didn't get a defensive back or edge yet? Saints following their board, bro. Oscar Delp is a person that was, they felt like was pretty high on their board. And they felt like the value in terms of what we're looking at, and I'm gonna show you guys just that momentarily. They feel like they can get a lot of these players in the 4th round, or some of these players. So 2 4s, 2 5s, and a 6. But I figured a lot of these guys, they have day 3 grades on them, like edge rushers, like a lot of really good edge rushers got out of here. Danny Dennis Sutton is still available. And then after that, you kind of Joshua Joseph is another guy from Tennessee. And then after that, you kind of going down a little bit there. But that's probably my best estimation of why they felt like they didn't want to address that position in there. Jermiah McCoy obviously is not probably going to be ready for this upcoming year. But you do have several players that's available that do carry, I guess, day 3 grades. But the reality is this: the Saints won't get at any of those top guys until later on in the 4th round. Both of their picks fall like within 5 or 6 picks from the bottom of the 4th round. So it won't be like they're at the top of the 4th round and be like, oh, we got 2 4s at the top of the 1st round. I mean, the 4th round. Inside the top 15 picks of the 4th round. Yeah, we could do some damage. No, their stuff is at the back end. So, but there's still quite a few people that's on this board, man, that if you're looking at a cornerback, whether it's I don't think Keontae Scott or Malik Muhammad, those guys might be very well gone. Devin Moore, Charles Demmons. I may, talked about my 2 biblical guys in Ephesians Prysock and Hezekiah Massis. But, there are other players that carry that 3-4 grade. And then, of course, you look at the safety position. Jalen Kilgore and Zakee Whitley, they scouted both those guys. And it could be a situation where those guys could be gone. I don't know. I don't know how far they go, but I know they were interested in those safeties and what they could do. But I don't think Kilgore or Zakee Whitley will be available when the Saints draft. I could be wrong. We'll see. But the cornerback position is another thing. They got a few cornerbacks left. As far as the edge rushers are concerned, like I said, Joshua Joseph and Danny Denny Sutton, D.D. Sutton from Penn State will be on the board. Then Trey Moore is an undersized pass rusher with a lot of good abilities to fire off. We'll see what that is. And then, of course, the linebacker. It could be also, too, that what if you were to pick up a linebacker that can do some of that stuff as well, like Harold Perkins Jr., who is listed as a linebacker but has a defensive back skill set, who can play the star for you. You know what I'm saying? Could he be a guy that you'd be comfortable with? Because the Saints had some interest in him. So they do have a few linebackers available as well. Now, as far as the offensive guards are concerned, they do have a couple of them that should be a bet. Bo Stevens from Iowa, Inez Cooper from Miami, Brian Parker the second from Duke. You got the one they really like in the day 3 pick was well, two guys in particular to keep an eye out for, fan, when we see it tomorrow. Jeremiah Wright from Auburn. I heard Saints really like that kid. Jeremiah Wright from Auburn, 6'5", 330 plus pounder. Could be one of the fours, one of the day 3, 4th round selections. Or, if not him, how about they checked out Josh Geske, who didn't get the invite. He's another interesting prospect there. DJ Campbell from Texas is another dude. So we'll see where they head with this. And in terms of the center position, what the Saints going to do at the center position, they got a couple of people. We know Connor Lewis there, Pat Coogan from Indiana. He's another guy that's given a day 3 pick. Could he be somebody they looking at? Sam Height more than likely won't. Matt Golbin from Michigan State's another center. Parker Brailsford, who's the Alabama center, is kind of undersized, 6'2", 289. He kind of reminds me of his game somewhat to Eric McCoy. If you watch him play, he's kind of an undersized center at 6'2", but 290 plus pounds. Some of his game, for whatever reason, reminds me of Eric McCoy, right? Big guy that got, that's actually pretty nimble. But Matt Golbin's another dude, 4-year starter at Wake, transferred to Michigan State, 34 total games. Could be a solid center, 6'4", 300 pounds. Jager Burton from Kentucky. He's another dude that I think I mocked. Jager Burton played a lot of games for Kentucky. So, we'll see what the Saints do. I know they got a board. They'll absolutely, they'll kind of look at and see which direction they want to go in terms of talent of player, but there's still quite a few needs the Saints have to address, like we talked about. According to ESPN is showing you that the positions of need is edge, wide receiver, cornerback, offensive line, and linebacker. The Saints very well can meet all those needs in tomorrow and get them. I know they're going to get an edge. They'll end up with a DB. They'll get an offensive line in there. Hell, they might get, I think they'll get a linebacker, and then probably end up getting another wide receiver or running back, down at the bottom. They have a lot of running backs too that can go in the second day tomorrow that a lot of people not talking about. I know Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas, he'd probably be gone, but there are other guys that are going to be there. Katron Allen from Penn State, Roman Hemby from Indiana, Eli Heidenreich from Navy. This is another dude that's like a Swiss Army knife type play, listed as a running back, but he can do a lot for you. Little dude, he's very intriguing. Jade Knott from Oklahoma is another one. It's quite a few guys that I remember looking at, man, and checking out, man. Jonah Coleman is another one. Adam Randall, big running back, man, big old running back, 6'3", 230-pound thumper. Emmett Johnson from Nebraska is another one to talk about. Singleton from Penn State. So they got some really good backs if you need another back, or perhaps you want somebody that's on the return side of things. So maybe the Saints will then kind of pivot and see if they could find some return help in the personage of a running back or perhaps a cornerback. We'll see what the take is going for the team for day number 3, the final day of the draft, right? So we will see. All right, a few more questions for the fam as we waiting to close out that poll. Y'all get y'all votes in. 57% of the family members say we're currently at a B grade for day number 2. Jaden, shout out to Jaden, says, "Cute, how do you think Kellen Moore and the Saints have done so far?" I will give them a B, a solid B. I would say I give him a B. I give him a B. I think a B is a fair grade, even close to, I wouldn't say a B plus, because I can understand what they're doing with Oscar Delp. I think, we probably would have went a different direction. I probably would have been feeling, give him a higher grade, but I'm not mad. I think these are good pickups. The Jordan Tyson thing gives Olavi a good time. And a lot of these moves we'll appreciate, family, when the games are played, because we want our offense to be of exciting offense. You heard what Coach Moore was talking about with having, extra personnel in there and having those 3 tight end packages. He mentioned that a lot of the league is using the 3 tight end packages, and having a guy like Juwan Johnson, Noah Fant, and then you roll out Oscar Delp there could be interesting. The 3 tight end look, that gives the Saints offense flair. It gives it versatility. Taysom Hill's not coming back, Elvin Kamara. And like I said, the Saints, just look at it overall. Let me see if they updated our depth chart on there. Just look at it overall of what they're building, man. From just not the draft, but look at it in confab with the free agency of what the Saints are attempting to build. Yeah, they look like they added some of these guys on. Here go before we get out of here. Look at the depth chart, the unofficial depth chart right here. It gives you a good look of this stuff. Thank you, Jaden. All right, let me kind of get that there. All right, so this is the Saints unofficial depth chart. As you can see the starters on the far left row. Tyler Shuck is there. Travis A-Chain Jr. is new RB1. This is just going to be a special offense, no matter how you cut it. You got Tyler Shucks, 9 starts, nets him 2,300. That's what I be saying about Tyler Shuck. Man did that crap in 9 starts. He had 2,300 yards, 9 touchdowns, 6 picks. 48.8 on the QBR. He had almost 68% completion percentage, 327 attempts. He also ran 45 times, had 3 rushing touchdowns, averaged over 4 yards a carry as a running back. When you have a scrambling dual threat guy like Tyler Shuck, you always are going to be a offense that's listed among the best in terms of the rushing attack. And then the Saints didn't settle on just having Elvin Kamara in his final year. They went and got one of the top running backs of free agency. They got a young running back to go along with Travis. I'm going to go with Tyler Shuck and Travis A-Chain Jr., who had 1,100-yard rush campaign last year for the Jags, had 7 rushing touchdowns, averaged over 4 yards a carry, and caught 36 catches and 6 receiving touchdowns. So he ran for 7 touchdowns, caught 6 of them. He averaged 8 yards per catch, which the guy is a phenomenal back. Speed, showed power, versatility. Travis A-Chain will be a explosive option for the Saints running attack. And he's RB1. RB2 is the old classic. Elvin Kamara in the final year of his deal. He fits perfectly in that RB2 role. He had to take that pay cut, but nonetheless, he comes in here and he will give you that value. He's still a menacing talent for you. He had 33 catches last year, averaged over 5 yards per catch. No receiving touchdowns last year. Tough sledding against that Saints offensive line, but they made it a priority this upcoming season. Then you look at the running backs. We talked about them. They made the addition of Ty Chandler. This was another guy a lot of people don't talk about. Consider him like a special team / third down option. This is a scat back type guy who did a lot of positive stuff. I know when he played the Saints, he tore the Saints up when they played him because he's so fast. He can catch the ball out the backfield. And Ty Chandler was a good weapon. So you can see it's a streamlined offense, speed predicated and built on speed that Kellen Moore is building. Chris Olave had his best year. He's sitting on that $15 million option. They're working on a long-term deal. Hopefully they get it done sooner than later. And then they had added some weapon along with him in Jordan Tyson, 6'2", 6'3", 200-pound explosive wide receivers. He's healthy. Jordan Tyson is a beast, catches a range of different play. He's just, and then excitable. You see his personality is infectious. He's one of these players that has that just awesome energy around him, and he just will wake up the Saints offense and fits well with the likes of Chris Olave. He's also another positive-minded wide receiver. And then he is big, and then you get the bigger wide receiver in Devine Bailey, who had was on to his way. Now it took a while for him to see the field, but when he got on the field, he made several really awesome catches, touchdown, toe tapping. Devon Valley showed a mixture of things. He got hurt, had 25 catches, almost 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, but he averaged 12 yards a catch when he was in there. And he will complement well the big physical. Remember, this guy could run too. Devon Valley has this. He got a really good 40 time, and all of our wide receivers can run. They got good 40 times. Our running back got a good 40 times. So his speed is, as you can see, was an indication. Juwan Johnson coming off his best year, 77 catches, 889 yards. This man would have had 80 plus catches this year. He dropped quite a few of them. He would have had at least 5-6 touchdowns. He dropped a couple of them. But nonetheless, he played a big in some moments in the back end of the season. Hope he can kind of carry that back end of the season into the start of this upcoming season, keep that momentum. 77 catches, almost 900 yards, 3 touchdowns, 11 and a half yards per catch. He really turned it on for the Saints offense as a security blanket for Tyler Shuck. And then, of course, they added this character, Noah Fant, to the team. He had 34 catches, almost 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, 8.5 on the average, 6'4", 250. Saints was trying to get him the year before. He ultimately went to somebody else, went to the Bengals. Saints catch him on a 2-year deal, bring him back as the backup for Juwan Johnson and 3 tight end set. You can see Oscar Delp placed right here as the third tight end. Like I said, 6'5", 245. Third tight end for those 3 tight end packages. It's going to be fun watching it. So that's just the skill set players, family. You see how all of the moves sync together. We're not even done yet. Getting Tyler Shuck weapons. Travis A-Chain is here, and Ty Chandler. These are 2 speedsters that really help float offense. Chris Olave, it's not the focal point, not so far as far as Saints concerned, but both defenses would latch on to Chris Olave. Now they have to worry about somebody else. That allows Chris Olave to free up. You can really, despite the fact that didn't really have a solid complement for the full summation of the season. Now he has a perfect complement now. They're going to pay him his money and then draft a complement player to make his life easier. So you can see it all starts to flow together with the additions in free agency, the additions in the draft. And it's all about giving Tyler Shuck all of the weapons that he needs to succeed. And then you go to the offensive line. We got Kelvin Banks last year in the first round. Prior to that, Tali Fuaka. Our bookends are in place, right? We get David Edwards, the big left guard, the best guard in the free agency cycle, signs with the Saints right out the gate in the first couple of days of free agency to fill an obvious hole at the left guard position. The Saints didn't read up with Dylan Reduce on the 2-year deal, bringing him in to help him out as a veteran blocker. Will Sherman is still under contract, did a really good job behind Cesar Ruiz, who's healthy. Eric McCoy coming back from injury. Torrey Simpic is more than likely will be a potential backup at McCoy. We'll see who they draft in day 3. Asim Richards is a player we brought in the trade last year who did really well in reserve time when Tolly went out. So we do have some components. And of course, you see the Saints need to kind of draft the center. They need another tackle prospect and perhaps another. They got guards, but maybe a tweener guy that's a tackle / guard that could play the center / guard position. They cross train a few of these guys. We'll see. And then of course you cross over to the defense. You see Vernon Brockton. They asked him about Vernon Brockton. Said Vernon Brockton's doing well. He's on. So we'll see Vernon Brockton healthy and see what he can do. 6'5", 300 pounds. Bo Davis, the defensive line coach, loved this kid, think that he will be a big-time player for the Saints. And, of course, you see the rest of it, like we said. Kids Christian Miller, today's second-round pick. He's already added to the fray. Small and all, 6'4", 300 pounds, is there for the Saints. He'll be inside that 4-2-5 defense, that hybrid defense the Saints like to run with this guy, Brian Bresee, who got his option picked up, so he's happy. Eventually, the Saints will work on a long-term arrangement to get him locked in. And then, of course, we see our edge guys like Carl Granderson, 6 sacks last year for the Saints. He got to kind of get some help. Getting some more of these defensive line guys here that can command double teams could make it a lot easier on guys like Carl Granderson and Chase Young, who was second on the team in sacks. Cam at 10.5. Chase had 10 and missed the whole month of football. He was balling. So it's different things. You can see we're still not done fixing up the defense. You can see Christian Miller there added to the defense as well. And of course, there are still other places to go. You see, Caden Ellis was a guy the Saints did bring back. He was originally drafted by the Saints in the 7th round several years back to go along with Pete Werner. We'll see what else the Saints add. And of course, if you look at our secondary, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Quincy Riley is there. And then the safeties, Justin Reed, Blackman is listed here, even though I think that's supposed to be Jonas Sanker. And you can obviously see Jordan Howden at the nickel position, which is strange. This is unofficial, by the way. But it's strange to see them have him. He's listed as a safety, but they got him playing at the cornerback position, something that we rarely don't see him play. But is this a plan? And the reason why the Saints are not taking that particular cornerback that we think they should take is Jordan Howden playing at that spot, the nickelback position, something of reality. You see what I'm saying? Is that something they're actually thinking about? Or perhaps somebody else like Sanker? You know, we'll see what it is once the draft is completed. We'll have more of a clear idea tomorrow, and by Sunday, man, by Saturday night going into Sunday, we're gonna have a very good look at our Saints. You can see, even our special teams were did good. We got Ryan Wright from Minnesota. He's our new punter. He signed a 4-year deal, averages 50 yards a punt. Y'all see that? Look at that, 49 yards a punt. That's crazy work. Longest punt was a 77-yarder. They drug tested that man when he kicked this punt. He put 25 in the 10. That's tied for 11. But we have a serious punter. We are not going through musical chairs even with the punter anymore. And Charlie Smith is a guy the Saints gave a 4-year deal to. He was phenomenal. 49 points for Charlie, 79% kicking in his first year. And Charlie is growing into something interesting. So the Saints are also going to bring some competition in for Charlie Smith. But nonetheless, I think they already did, if I'm not mistaken. He should be listed in here somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. Should be a place kicker. No, he's not on that. But anyway, regardless or not, yeah, there'll be competition as we get into training camp. But nonetheless, y'all see what I'm saying? You can see the priority of the offense to get Tyler Shuck as many weapons as he possibly can. How old is Tyler right now? He's 26 years old. He turns 27th in 9/28. So yeah. So later on this year, he'll turn 27 years of age. So you can see the Saints got a certain amount of time, like they got an expedited window to get this done. Like, why are we waiting? Let's just go ahead on out. We got the money. Let's just focus on out. Let's just go ahead and ham it on out. Let's get Tyler the weapons and just and take possession. We don't live in a division that is that's just, we got some juggernauts to beat. We actually got a division where a team backed into the NFC South crown. They backed into the playoffs rather. So I mean, we swept the team that won the division. So that should give you even more happiness there as Tampa Bay's kind of falling off. We see Atlanta being Atlanta, just doing Atlanta things. Falcons going Falcon. But the truth of the matter is that the Saints have big visions and dreams, and it starts with the NFC South. So that'll be fun watching that. All right. So anyway, y'all see what I'm saying? But we still got a whole day of drafting left for us tomorrow. And man, let me tell you something, man. We gonna just have to see how it go, babies. We're gonna just have to see how it go, because in the end, the Saints they're doing a good job of in adding talent to their board, man. So the Saints doing some stuff. All right, let's hit this up, family. Then we'll get ready to go. We'll close the poll. NFL Network has this: New Orleans Saints top needs. You hear wide receiver, field, edge, cornerback, defensive line, offensive line. The team's decision makers should have their eyes focused on wide receiver, where Tyler Shuck doesn't have much in the way of strong options outside of Chris Olave. On defense, they will need to do more dynamic up front, both on the interior and off the edge, specifically if Cam Jordan does not return. There also is a hole to fill at the nickelback following the departures of Alontae Taylor in free agency. And I've said this before, and we won't know until tomorrow. Perhaps, they can, of course, go down the line in the third layers of the free agency and say a cornerback got cut by somebody. Because that's also another thing that happens too. Like, you have players, like there are some really good players that's still available veteran-wise, like the Diggs brother, that's a cornerback that the Cowboys put in the street, or whoever had him. The Packers, I think whoever had him put him in the street. Their value in terms of their dollar value is diminished, especially after the draft. That's the worst time for guy who couldn't find a job as a free agent prior to the draft. Like all the needs are filled. They got the money set up and paid. So that's probably the more difficult time to be saying they're looking for a job in the NFL after the draft. So when you heading into training camp, when stuff really started mattering, maybe that's a time where the Saints can say, okay, we like this particular cornerback veteran to add to the team or whatever player, and they get them at a diminished rate as opposed to what the prices were like prior to the draft. Everything shrinks a bit. The money's tight, so most players have to understand that, hey man, I might take a little less if I'm gonna get into training camp and be in that full-time learning system, go from there. So that's also a process of thought as well to go along as we move forward. But at 6-11 this past year, fourth in the NFC South, I think the Saints can climb. And they know, and I think they know that. Matter of fact, I know they know that. So here it is right here. This is the rest of them right here. Just to show you guys the rest of the pick. Jordan Tyson, Christian Miller, and Oscar Delp is not a bad class to start off with. We'll love to see what the rest of these picks, the 2 4s, 2 5s, and the 6 will be in day 3. We don't have to wait long. But in the end, man, very excited about the draft and the prospects of the Saints climbing out of the cellar of the NFC South, taking possession, going from worst to first in 1 year. Can we do it? The answer is yes in the NFC South. Yes, we can. All right. So anyway, KT says, what are our biggest remaining needs at Q? Biggest remaining needs, in my estimation, is more than likely having, we need, I guess you could say, an edge rusher, or, well, really the cornerback position, if you think about it. But like I said, the plan to me for them to do the Oscar Delp pick in the 3rd round as opposed to go and see if they could find Keontae White to get the cornerback to play in your secondary, to me was like, I mean, Keontae Scott, I'm sorry, was like, we have an answer. We might have, like, because the Saints, because they could have got Keontae Scott, they could have got Jelon Kilgore, they could have got, a couple of people, but do they know, do they have an answer? Because they knew Alontae Taylor, they wasn't going to pay Alontae Taylor. They knew he was going, they been knew that. But did they have an answer like, this is the guy we're going to have at the star position that's on the team? Like, yeah, we like with I don't think it'll be, Jonas Sanker, who knows? But it's weird, but could it be Jonas Sanker or Jordan Howden to play that nickel position? You see what I'm saying? Because either one of those guys be a guy that could play that star role for him. I know you don't want to move Kool-Aid McKinstry there because unless you get a top-notch corner, we got Mansour Delane or something like that, I'd be like, okay, you might be able to. But no, it is. Could it be that they found a star and we just don't know about it yet? That's why they're drafting like this. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'm kind of leaning toward I think they found a star on the team. I don't know. I'm getting that feeling. But if it's not, then obviously it'll be a defensive back there at the star position, getting that guy. A pass rusher, we definitely going to need a pass rusher. So maybe they get them both. We need a backup center. We can use some guard help. So there's a couple of roles. We got enough picks to address all this stuff, and we just have to see how the board falls for us here. So, yeah, but edge rusher is always a position that you want to value because we can never have too much edge rushing, to be honest with you. Got a big defensive tackle that could plug up the run. Vernon Brockton is not known as a pass rusher. Vernon Brockton's one of those big guys. You can kick him inside, you can kick him outside. He's violent and difficult to block, but I wouldn't call him an edge rusher. He's not an edge rusher. So you need somebody more outside of our guys like Chase Young, Carl Granderson, Chris Rumpf, who did some pass rushing for us in reserve. I mean, you probably, and if Cam, like people say, Q, I think Cam is coming back. And I'm like, okay, even if Cam does come back, you're still going to need to address the edge rush position. Would it be a 1 or 2 year deal? That's just a temporary fix. You're still going to need an edge. And there'll be guys available. So if Joshua Josephs, Danny Dennis Sutton is still available at the bottom of the 4th round, where the Saints pick, I would pull a horn on there. Hell, they have an Ohio State guy, Caden Curry. He might be available down there, so I don't know, man. He was, and Caden Curry might not have the name, but this was a guy that had 16 and a half tackles for loss and 11 sacks. So he's one of those versatile guys you can line up, about 6'3", 6'4", 260 pounds from Ohio State. I don't know. You see Kellen, he might not be too keen on Ohio State guys. He might be picking his fruit from Georgia. He got 2 Georgia back-to-back people. So it depends, man. The Saints they did their due diligence on the draft. They know who's going to be available, and so on and so forth. And it's just a matter of time before they answer a lot of these questions tomorrow in the draft. So we just have to see. Thank you, KT, for that. Big ups to y'all. Michael says, man, I hope this young linebackers we have on the squad already can come through. I hope we move up tomorrow and get a decent defensive end. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. Roops says the strategy looks like draft offense to build chemistry with Shuck this year. And by next year, there will be full speed and we should make noise next year. Defense can see how it goes. Okay. Thank you, bro. Appreciate your thoughts. Shout out to OG. Yeah, Morris cooking. Yeah. Clint says he gives him a C-. Okay, Clint. OG said A+. Youngblood says, Q, are you surprised that Harold Perkins? Yeah, I am. Because remember, I kept asking about Harold Perkins because that was the feeling I was getting because people kept saying that Harold Perkins, there is some confusion with teams of where Harold Perkins would fit on a team. Like, because he's not a big linebacker. He's like he's not like a Sonny Styles 6'4", 6'5", 240, DB skill set, linebacker size, linebacker mentality, that type of stuff. Of course, he would have went high. But when you talk about Harold Perkins, where does he fit? Harold's like, what, 6'1", 220? People are confused whether he should be a safety or a linebacker. Where do you play him at? So it's one of them situations where you just don't know. You don't know where a player like that will fall. Now he's in day 3, and more than likely he'll probably be a 4th round pick somewhere. I think it'll be hard to believe that he'll go be outside the 5th round, like he'll end up in the 5th round. Harold Perkins, I think somewhere in the 4. That's what I think. We'll see. Very interesting, man. I don't know. Very interesting about the Harold Perkins thing, man. Very interesting. All right, Hatfield Hayden says McCoy in the 4th would be a steal, but our offense is starting to look young and scary. Thank you, Hayden. Hatfield. Thank you, man. Jerome says, do you think we going to bring in a top free agent corner? Woolen is still like, yeah, that could be a possibility. Now the Saints, after the draft, they ain't dealing with a lot of money. We got to remember that too, family. Let me do a cap check for y'all because we're talking about the draft. But this is the cap right now for the black and gold. Just under 14 million, actually 13.8 plus is the Saints team salary as it stands right now in the black. So after you sign your draft picks, that's gonna be reduced some, and then we go from there. But like I said, man, at the end of the day, it's just a situation where wherever we go, it's more than likely we're going to operate inside of the draft. There's still the question about you still have to get the contract done, so you got to be pumping your brakes on signing free agents unless they come in cheap. You still got to work the contract of Chris Olave, get his extension done. You might want to, even though you have you accepted and they don't have to do this in terms of Brian Brzee because they already picked up his option, but that's for next year, for 2027. So between now and then, they'll probably work on an extension to make it more feasible, make that number a little bit more team friendly. So, and then there's the Elvin Kamara situation. They want Kamara to take a pay cut because he's a backup running back now to Travis Etienne. So there's some finagling financially the Saints have to do outside of sign all of the free agents. I mean, not free agents, all their draft picks once that's done. So there's some finagling the Saints got to do, and I don't expect them to have a ton of money once that's all done. But the Chris Olave extension, that's the big thing, right? To get that work. So we got to keep that in mind as well. So they're not exactly done. They got a few things left that to be taken care of. Hatfield Hayden says Howden might fill that star role unless we grab someone tomorrow. Yeah, that's a big listen. Hatfield Hayden, that is a big question right there, fam. That's the big question about that star role. Have the Saints find? I've been asking family members about this for how long now, y'all? Been saying, fam, I don't know about this. What if this, unofficially they're saying it, but there was some rumorville stuff saying that, they had a plan. Could it be Sanker or Jordan Howden at that star role? Because they've played, could they do that? So we'll see how it all goes going forward. But what if they found a star already? That would explain why they didn't approach it in the third pick in the third round, right? We just saying. So we'll see what it all looks like tomorrow. We'll get all our answers, fam. We'll get all our answers. Bugatti Bueller says Keontae Scott, Jelon Kilgore, Jamad McCoy, Malik Muhammad. There's still options on the board. Indeed, Bugatti Bueller. Yeah, Keontae Scott's good one. Jelon Kilgore, Saints scouted him. Jamad McCoy banged up. So somebody will draft him. I just don't think it'll be in the fourth round because you're going to have to draft and stash him until he gets healthy. Right now, he's dealing with some injuries. He got some major injury concerns. That explains why he done dropped way down to where he is. There's medical red flags attached to him. So he's still eligible to be drafted. It just won't happen. I think it'll be into the fifth round. You might see somebody get him in the fourth round, maybe to the back of the fourth round. It would be interesting if the Saints draft and stash him for a year, whatever the case may be, because he's a first round talent. That injury just kind of messed him up here. So it's sad to say, but we'll see what the philosophy is on him. Muhammad's a good one as well. All right, Dakari Hammond says, do you think they could trade Thibodeau, the edge rusher, from the Giants? No, they shut that down. Adam Schefter reported that is no longer a thing. The Saints were talking to the Giants, but I think the Giants want a little bit more. But regardless of whatever happened, Adam Schefter said that the talks with the Saints getting Kayvon Thibodeau, the former LSU product, are off. So that's a thing of the past, my friend. Unless they want something cheaper, that is a done deal. Yeah, so Duke says, yes, no trade. Saints fill out. We'll see. Dakari also asks you, would take a flyer on McCoy if he falls to us in the fourth. You would take a flyer on him? I would have. Well, you got to remember, you got 2 fourth-round picks at the bottom of the fourth round within 4 picks of each other. So you got one. I forgot the number of it. And I'm going to say I don't got the list in front of me right now. But, they don't show you the number. They just count them down, but they don't give you the actual number. Like in this one right here, it's showing you. Well, hold on. I might have it on the other one here. Yeah, I do. Here it is right here. Picks 132 and 136. So you can see they're at the bottom of the fourth round, but they're within, a couple of picks from each other. So if you look at the board, you say, okay, if Jordan Howden and Jonas Sanker are who I might be good with in terms of as a star player, and let's say I get a player at at pick 132. Let's say it's Harold Perkins, or not Harold Perkins. Might be a pick that it might be a defensive end. Let's say it's the top defense. And some of these guys are gonna be gone, man. Just to be honest with you, a lot of these top defensive edge rusher guys are gonna be gone before they get to us. Let's say, luckily, we end up with Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State at pick 132, right? And at pick 136, we got our edge rusher, and they feel like they got the star already. Why would you not take Jamad McCoy for a stash player? You know what I'm saying? Like we talked about what the Cowboys did many moons ago when they had, I forgot the man name again. Y'all pull it in the chat again. Let me get a lifeline. What was the player, the linebacker from the Cowboys? Where did that guy come from? Nebraska? No, it wasn't Nebraska. Was it Oklahoma? I forgot the linebacker. I forgot what school he came from. Y'all remind me in the chat, man. But was it a guy named what? I forgot the linebacker, man. It's a Cowboy thing. So I don't really have to remember it. They ain't got nothing to do with my Saints stuff. But they took him. I think they drafted him in the 4th round or something, like whatever it was. And they kind of stashed him. He got healthy, came back, kind of helped him out, stuff like that. But Jamad McCoy is a talent. But if you can stash them and get them healthy after a year and then bring them back, have them ready for the following year, man, that dude, bro, you got something going on with him when you get him out. You basically got a first round talent in the bottom of the fourth round. You might, and the Saints will, and the crazy part about it, the Saints would do something like that. Remember when they drafted Jalen, when they drafted our guy Jalen Polk? When they traded for Jalen Polk that the Patriots drafted, y'all remember that? They offered the Patriots a fifth round pick, I think it was. They gave a fifth round pick for a guy that was like a couple years removed from being selected a second round pick. He was hurt, but the Saints traded for him, hurt, and they stashed him. And now he's healthy, working with, and they got high hopes for this guy, Jalen Polk, in a wide receiver room. So they've showed the propensity to play the long game by doing that move, by trading a fifth round pick, I think it was, to get Jalen Polk, a second round talent, and bring him in here. And he couldn't do nothing for you last year. They did the same thing with they didn't trade for Trey Palmer, but they I think they claimed him in the waiver wire, and then he couldn't play the entire year. They just set him on IR, let him get healthy, and now they got both of them available for 26. See, they've shown the ability to play the long game. Will they do that with Jamon McCoy? Somebody will. But we'll see, bro. It's just interesting, man. It's just like, it's just draft chess. How about that? All right, thank you. Steven says, so maybe send Elvin to New York for Thibodeau. I don't think it wouldn't work, Steve, because what would happen is Elvin Kamara would just retire. You would get no value for that. He would kibosh the deal. Elvin Kamara, that would make it sensitive. See, the Saints, at first, I was like, oh, man, listen, let Elvin just do his thing. But when they signed Travis A-Chain, that changed the game, because Elvin's, not saying he's not entitled to his money, but he's not going to be the starter there. Elvin's not the starter next year. It's going to be a Travis A-Chain. Elvin is RB2. So he'll be complimenting A-Chain at RB1, which means the Saints are within their financial responsible mind, to ask Elvin to take a pay cut. And I really do think, I've said this before to y'all. Y'all know I've said this a couple of times to y'all. I think the Elvin Kamara, Saints trying to get Kamara to take a pay cut is tied to the Chris Olave extension. That's why one got to fall before the other one. Don't be surprised if the pay cut stuff happened with Elvin Kamara, and then soon thereafter you see the Saints get the extension done with Chris Olave. I think they're connected. I think the Saints want the pay cut to help with the Chris Olave deal. I said that's just a theory of mine that I got. But at the end of the day, they're within their rights to say, Elvin, we need you to take a pay cut. You're not a starter anymore. You're just a compliment to Travis A-Chain. We want you to remain, but we want you to remain at the comfort of the team, financially speaking. You get what I'm saying? But any attempt to trade Elvin Kamara anywhere else, because he's made it abundantly clear that he is not interested in being traded or playing for anybody else. He wants to finish his career, 1 year left with the New Orleans Saints. So if the Saints attempt to trade Elvin Kamara, he would just simply put in file his retirement papers and kibosh any deal. He would tell he's not going to accept any deal. So it's only one way this is going to work. Like he's not accepting the pay. Obviously, he don't want to take the pay cut, right? He's like, nah, this is my money, or whatever the case may be. So he don't want to take the pay cut. And the Saints are saying, so they're at a crossroads right here. So something got to give, and it's probably going to happen over the next month or two. So yeah, that kind of kibosh is in the trades. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's interesting, man. This is interesting. Kevin Johnson said, wish we could trade yeah, and Carr's rights. Nobody wants Carr. Not even the Raiders did. He offered. They went and got Kirk Cousins on his ass. So yeah, I don't think he made a good impression with Clint Kubiak. I'm to be honest with you. Yeah, him pointing out and blaming receivers for running the wrong routes when he was the one throwing the ball wrong. That usually would kind of, that ain't gonna do good for you there. Yeah, there you go, Dakari Notre Dame. There you go. That's right. Jalen Smith. I keep forgetting. Thank y'all, man. My dog. Vernon, thank you, man. Vernell, shout out to you, my brother. Yep, Jalen Smith. That's him. That was a player. The Cowboys drafted that guy, stashed him. He had some type of microfracture surgery that was done that was at the time like a cutting edge surgery on his knee or something like that. And ultimately the Cowboys stashed Jalen Smith. And ultimately he came and started playing. And then he actually went somewhere else and was playing really well. Even remember the Saints signed. We had Jalen Smith for a little bit, matter of fact. Y'all remember that? We had Jalen Smith down here come to think about it. Hold on here, fam. Let me pull that up. Y'all remember that? Boy, we had some players down here. We had Jalen Smith for a little bit. He signed. He didn't do a damn thing for us. Yeah, y'all remember that? We had him down here for a little bit. Yeah, damn, time flies. He 30 years old. Yeah. Yeah, he was I think he had some good years with is he still in the league? I don't think he's still in. He done. Yeah, he was the Cowboys picked him up in pick 34 in the second round. So they had a high grade on him, but he had that injury. He couldn't play. So what they did was they drafted him. They drafted him in the second round, pick 34, and then stashed him. And then let me see, that was in 2017, right? They drafted him in 2026. So he didn't play that whole year. He came back and played in 2017. The following year, he played in 16 games. He had 81 tackles, 1 sack. Then the following year in 2018, he bought it. Then he went on a 3-year run where he was just wrecking shop. Like he was the dude. Let me put this on here for y'all so y'all can see. He was like, they did this before. That's why I say it's interesting to bring it up to y'all. Thank you, Dakari. But he was showing, look at this. So he was drafted in 2016, pick 34 in round 2 by the Cowboys. Damn, that's high. From out of Notre Dame. Right. And then you can look at his numbers. He didn't play his draft the year. The following year, 16 games, 81 total tackles. He had 1 sack. 2018, 16 games, 121 total tackles. He had 4 sacks that year. Then he just got better. 16 games, 142 tackles. He had 2.5 sacks and a pick. Then his best year was in 2020. This dude was balling. He had like a 3-year stretch of just balling for Dallas. 154 total tackles. He had a sack and a half, and he had a pick. He was just balling 3 straight years. And then he got hurt in 21, played 4 games. And then that year, after that, that was the 5th year on his option. They didn't re-up with him. He went to Green Bay. Got hurt. He didn't play many games there. He ended up with the Giants, played a few games there. And then, then he had actually a pretty decent career in 2022 with 88 total tackles, a sack. And then he went with Las Vegas a couple years ago with 1. So yeah, he had a span of like 3 years where he was just tearing it up for the Cowboys. And then he, ultimately he got hurt in that final year, and then ultimately kind of dwindled. His career kind of went down the toilet. But he had some time where you seen that little dude was balling for them. But like I said, it depends on if you see that type of patient game with the Saints, because Jamal McCoy, I don't think his injury was as bad as what Jalen Smith was at the time. And they did, I guess to a degree, the Cowboys did get some value out of the selection, right? So it wasn't bad. All right, Dakari says, Q, well, what about a running back? I don't know about a running back. I mean, we usually do good when we get undrafted running backs. So something tell me we're going to have some good running backs, but yeah, that'll come undrafted. We always find a really good undrafted guy. So I'm not really tripping on the running backs. We always do good. We'll find that really good undrafted guy, don't we? Vernell said, I thought Spencer Rattler would have been dangled and we heard that. Yeah, there was a report saying that about Spencer Rattler. But remember that report indicated that it would be, if anything like that would happen, the rumor was it would be a day 3 pick. We are going into day 3. So could this be something that happened? We wasn't going to get a day 1 or a day 2 pick for Spencer, your 5th round selection. But, do the Saints get somebody jump in there and say, let me get that 4th round pick, Spencer Rattler, all this kind of stuff. But there are other quarterbacks out there like, Anthony Richardson, who are on, and Will Levis, those guys are actually on the trade block. Do they get dealt tomorrow? Is there some movement as far as that's concerned? We'll see. I don't think Spencer's going nowhere, to be honest with you, but like I said, we'll see. All right, Vernell says, what's your thoughts on all 3 of our picks so far? I thought they were very solid picks, to be honest with you. Jordan Tyson. I wanted Caleb Downs because I thought the star position, but like I said, the Saints could feel like they have the star on the team. We don't know. They're not giving us that information. But Jordan Tyson, the Saints have said that they're committed to Chris Olave, giving him an extension. I think it's Christmas. it's like Christmas almost in July, right? It's Christmas in April it's Christmas in April for Chris Olave because number one, the Saints are going to definitely pay him his money, and 2, they give him a compliment to make his life easier. So Chris Olave like smiling ear to ear right now, and then Jordan Tyson and Chris Olave, they're gonna get in Devon Vile, they're gonna get along swimmingly. These guys have really bright and positive attitudes, and they each bring something different to the table. Chris Olave is an established journeyman, doing great. I'm not journeyman, but established wide receiver, Pro Bowl caliber guy, doing great play. Jordan Tyson takes pressure off of him. So I think I like that move. The Christian Miller thing, I talked about this in prior streams about the Saints being a little suspect in the interior of the defensive line. I brought it to the attention to the family members. Sometimes saying, fam, I don't know about this interior. We got 2 veterans. Divine Gajo looked horrible last year for us. Shepard is did better toward the back end of the year, but both of those guys under 1-year deals. John Ridgway was given a 2-year deal, but he's never been a consistent rotation piece in terms of our defense. He was hurt, and then when he finally came back in games, he was a healthy scratch. Y'all remember that? In many of them games, he was a healthy scratch toward the back of the season. So I was surprised when they gave John Ridgway a 2-year extension. I guess they said we're going to include him more so into what we got going on. Christian Boyd, a guy that I liked a lot, is in the final year of his rookie deal. So we got 1-1-1, got 3 dudes tied up to 1-year contracts that could be gone next year. So the Saints, question marks in terms of where Vernon Brockton falls. You can use him inside, outside. More than likely, he'll be used inside. How he fits coming off injury. Brian Bursey was, the Saints picked up his option, which was a positive, but he's also coming off an injury. Remember that, fam? He got hurt toward, in the back of the year. So he's coming off an injury. Vernon Brockton's coming off injury. And then, of course, as you pivot and you move forward, the Saints don't have Cam, don't have DeMario Davis. Alontae Taylor's gone. We're going to need somebody. We got to commit to stopping the run to free the linebackers up. We can't have the offensive linemen climbing and getting past our defensive linemen and getting to the linebacker level and putting hands on those linebackers and stopping them from roaming free, dropping into coverage, blitzing. We can't have that. Big guy like Christian Miller, violent, a defensive tackle, nose tackle, plug, inside. He ain't no pass rush guy, but you can see when I showed the tape from Baldy, the guy has some versatility. He was chasing the guy up the line of scrimmage and all that type of shit. This is 6'3", 320-pound human being here. Big man with cat feet, move pretty good. So yeah, that's also always good to have those guys. And plus, Kellen Moore sitting up here talking about, did you get drafting Georgia players from Philadelphia? And he came from Philadelphia 2 years ago, right? So yeah, he said, yeah, that's what Howie does. But no, I don't do that. No, you do it. You took 2 Georgia players back to back. I don't think we ever did that. I don't think Sean Payton ever took 2 Ohio State players back to back. So that definitely at some point rubbing off on him. You get what I'm saying? But Oscar Delp is that the Saints are interested in getting that 3 tight end look going again. We haven't had that. We had Taysom Hill here. And Taysom was more like a tweener type of player. He wasn't really a tight end, really wasn't wide receiver, wasn't a running back, played quarterback every now and again. So he was just a matchup nightmare. But you got Oscar Delp here, and Oscar Delp, crazy as kept, is a tight end. But if you look at the tape, he don't look like a tight end. He's a big big, he ain't clunky, a big clunky, thick tight end that's kind of lumbering, moving around, that type of dude. That ain't Oscar Delp. Oscar Delp is a tall, long, athletic looking guy. You might see him on a basketball court. He's like that type of player. Soft hands. He blocks. He's not known for being a nasty or a big block. I've seen him on some tape doing that, but very interesting. Then you get Georgia back to back like that. So, I mean, Georgia's it's a factory. It produces, like, we've seen great talent come to help Philadelphia climb up to that championship run. Maybe that'll help the Saints. He comes from over there. If you're gonna take anything positive from him, I ain't mad at you. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, I think we did good. I gave him a B. I want to say, fam, B so far, not bad. Bugatti says, watch Jordan Tyson highlights gave me OBJ vibes. Okay, with his catch radius, separation speed, not to mention excellent body control. Yeah, he is energy in a bottle when you watch him. Jumping, turning, and twisting, fighting through tackles. You ain't gonna be able to jam him at the line. It's just like he got this bright-eyed, bushy-tail energy. Like his plays where you see him in the workouts, just snatch the ball out of the air, that type of stuff. I'm like, this guy is something else. But like Steve Smith said, if y'all watch Steve Smith's breakdown on Jordan Tyson, he said he didn't know how to land. But Coach Williams, our wide receiver coach, is definitely intrigued by Jordan Tyson, and he got something to work with. So we'll see. Roachface says everyone's saying that tight end a steal. Is he? I don't know if he's a steal. I don't know if I say that Oscar Delp is a steal. Saints had him high on the board, but there were some other tight ends that I actually liked that were around where Oscar Delp, his skill set, because let's not get it twisted. He's not Brock Bowers or nothing. That's just he's not Brock Bowers. He's not that. They didn't really the offense. I mean, he averaged like over the last 3 years at Georgia, like 20 something catches a season. So the offense didn't really go to the tight end like that. But when it did, he made the grabs and he averaged like double digit in catches. His numbers wasn't off the chains, but what you see Kellen Moore doing, he using his imagination. That's what he doing when he sees Oscar Delp. Because Brock Bowers was a dude that you see it, he did it. You seen what time it is with him. He was like, this guy's gonna be phenomenal at the next level because of his matchup. He's a matchup nightmare. He'd be cooking people with the Raiders. He's a big Mendoza gonna love playing with him. But he's not that. He's not that. He's not that. But like I said, the Saints brass are using their imagination with Oscar Delp. Not saying that he got talent because he's very talented. More of a pass catcher than a blocker, but the tight end coach could turn this dude into something, man. He really could, especially in the Saints offense, because he wants to be the pass catcher, right? He wants to be the pass catcher. And he does have some athleticism to him. He ain't burning you up with 40 times, but he has this unique gift to be able to kind of turn around. He catches the ball with his hands. He'll turn around and grab the ball out of the air. You say, damn, that guy made that. Some of his catches will surprise you because he got really soft hands. He gets upfield pretty well. And like I said, some of the scouting reports mentioned that he's not really good at catching the ball when people are really just like, he going into dangerous areas of the field and people be knocking the piss out of him. Sometimes that ball come loose. He would have to work on that. But nonetheless, I think he's very talented. I think he's very talented at the position. But like I said, I had other people that I had when I was scouting that I like from the tight end position that I had around Oscar Delp. No disrespect. I like guys like Joe Royer. The Saints, they scouted Joe Royer from Cincinnati. I kind of like Jack Andres from Texas, the big tight end. So they had some tight ends I actually liked, that I thought were nearby, him, saying his time. But I ain't mad at it. I think the pick was a solid pick because anytime you add weapons to help out Tyler Shuck, I can't say nothing but, I understand. All right, Big Basil, what's up, my brother? Who that from Thailand, man? Shout out to you all the way in Thailand. Yeah, the Q&A. Yeah, okay, you're an NO native, bro. Shout out to Big Basil Life, man. Way out there in Thailand. Shout out to you, brother. Round of applause. Big ups to you. Always good to see some of my international family chiming in, man. This YouTube thing is a beautiful thing, fam. You could be sitting in your studio, in your house, and be talking to family members across the world. Isn't YouTube beautiful? 504 Cole says Delp moves like Bowers a little bit. He does. That's why I made the correlation, and I guarantee you, if you talk to him long enough, he'll make mention of them. Now, I haven't heard him say that, but I'll say you can see some similarities in their game, but he's bigger than Bowers. But you can see what he's trying to do, right? I can understand what he's trying to do. He just didn't have that production. So a lot of people just Kellen Moore using his offensive imagination is all I'm saying. You get Who That Record says. I think we're gonna get somebody fifth, sixth round. Thank you, brother. We in there. We're gonna see, man. We got the whole all day tomorrow, fam, to go about it and see what we need to do. Yeah, guards, offensive lineman. We'll see. Dakar says who are some of the center guards available in the fourth and sixth round. Guards and centers that's available. Brian Parker, the second from Duke, he'll be one of the top guys. Nas Cooper from Miami. You got Jeremiah Wright, who I think the Saints, if he's available, Jeremiah Wright could be the choice for the Saints. Bo Stevens from Indiana. There are a couple of guys that's on the list that we could look at. Jalen Farmer from Kentucky. Billy Sharath from Notre Dame. Alex Harkey from Oregon. You got Fernando Carmona from Arkansas. And centers are like Sam Haight from Kansas State. They got Parker Brailsford from Alabama. There's Matt Golban from Michigan State. Pat Coogan from the Indiana Hoosier National Championship. He was their top center. I think he was the MVP of wasn't the championship game, the game before the championship game. I think he won like the game MVP, Pat Coogan. Yeah, big guy, man. He's not rated high, but 6'5", 313. Dude got a lot of he was the offensive MVP in the Rose Bowl. And Pat Coogan, at some point he'll probably be selected in the fourth or fifth round. I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints get him. Named offensive MVP in a Rose Bowl, which was last awarded to an offensive lineman. Was last time. This is how good the guy was. The last time they give an offensive MVP in a Rose Bowl to an offensive lineman was way back in 1944. Tough, hard-nosed blocker, strong hands, good placement. Coogan is not a true power mover, but he can anchor in the pass game and wall off in the run game, shows the ability to sustain, can drive blocks when in leverage. While combo blocking, Coogan does a good job climbing up to the second level, and he stays at home in pass pro. If he doesn't have immediate work, Coogan avoids open and rush lanes and potentially waits for defenders to come to him before striking. Overall, he's a technician who understands angles and leverage because he don't have the athletic ability. But Pat Coogan is super smart and he's a leader. So could Pat Coogan be a guy? Pat Coogan definitely is a New Orleans Saints style, gritty offensive lineman type. He could be that type of dude. I don't know if the Saints looking at him because I don't think they scouted Pat Coogan. But then again, we'll see what they're looking at, man. I don't think I heard anything about them scouting Coogan, but how could you miss him? All right, so that's a few of them. Demetrius Crownover, Texas A&M, tackle and guard says Who That Records. Thank you, brother. All right, that's just a few of them. All right, y'all do me a service, man. Hit the like button, man. If you're listening, if you're not a sub, please feel free to smash the sub button on our push to get 15,000 K. Well, I think we less than 300 subs off for 15K, man. Sports Coma well over a decade representing the mighty Who Dat Nation. Day number 2 has come to a rest. And listen, fam, we'll be back tomorrow. On the stream. We got a lot of stuff going on. We're going to open up the phone lines as well for tomorrow. Pops Q will chime in. We'll have him here. We'll open up the phone lines and hear from you guys tomorrow and your thoughts on day 3, the final day of the draft. It'll be a full day of festivities. I think it starts at 11, and we'll be running all the way the entire day. It's one of the greatest and funnest times. One of the greatest and fun times of a true Who Dat and a diehard, man, that, completing the draft day 3, picks 4 through 7. So with that being said, I'm getting ready to go. Shout out to FanDuel, the official sponsor of the show. Sports Coma represented. We 5.5 hours in, fam. That deserves a like button. If you're not a sub up. To the dedicated, great Saint tank putting in work, man. We in this thing. So with that being said, let me get on up out of here. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm going to holler at y'all on tomorrow at 11 o'clock when the show kicks off, man. And we're going to talk it up some more. Much love, peace, and Who Dat Team.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Long as I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, running like this and I'm a Who Dat. Every day I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. Just a sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a Who Dat. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Saints Central, your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Hey, New Orleans! Whether you're catching up on Saints news at Jackson Square, checking Pelicans scores in the Garden District, or staying updated on LSU while grabbing coffee in the French Quarter, there's one place that keeps you connected to everything that matters in our city. From Bourbon Street to the Superdome, from Preservation Hall to the Riverfront, New Orleanians are staying in the know with the WhoDatDaily.com, your daily source for Saints, Pelicans, LSU, and all the sports, music, and culture that makes our city special. At work downtown, at a game in the Dome, or just relaxing by the Mississippi, wherever life takes you in the Big Easy, you can stay connected. Because when you're from New Orleans, you don't just live here. You stay in the NO. That's stay in the know. Visit the WhoDatDaily.com and never miss what matters most to Who Dat Nation.
Welcome to the Pro Shop, where we create authentic NOLA-inspired clothing for men, women, and children. From Saints jerseys to Pelicans gear, everything's crafted right here in New Orleans. Whether you're shopping the Pro Shop, the Pel Shop, or the Pro Shop Kids, we've got your whole family covered with genuine merchandise that represents our city's spirit. Check for links in the description section below or in the chat.